Chapter 1. The year was 2423. Sir, the Admiral is ready for you now, Captain Garrett. Daniel Garrett gave the NCO at the reception desk a courteous nod before rising from his seat. He straightened the creases in his dress blacks, then walked with purpose through the doorway into Admiral Bradford's office. 3 paces from her desk, he halted and snapped to attention. Helena Bradford didn't acknowledge his presence. Daniel maintained his stiff posture while the Admiral put on a performance, rummaging through the clutter on her desk in search of a stylus. She kept her attention fixed on her tablet computer, what everyone in the force called a tile, a nickname inherited from a defunct electronics manufacturer's branding. After 3 full minutes had elapsed, Daniel understood this wasn't the typical power play senior officers employed to establish hierarchy. This was outright contempt. What made it worse was Admiral Bradford's apparent belief that he was stupid enough to require nearly 5 minutes to grasp the message. Finally, she dropped the tile onto her desk with a sharp crack, raised her eyes to meet his, and froze him with a glacial stare that lasted another 30 seconds. "You may stand at ease, Captain," she told him. Daniel relaxed into a casual parade rest position. His gaze darted briefly toward the pair of chairs positioned before her desk. No invitation to sit had been extended, so he kept his feet. "Can you tell me why you're here today?" "I wouldn't dare to guess, Admiral," Daniel replied. He kept his response minimal, having grown accustomed to these petty rituals. Initially, he'd attributed such treatment to professional jealousy regarding his unconventional path to command. Over time, he'd recognized the true source as far more sinister. "Your ship, the Red Cloud, has barely squeaked through her inspections," Admiral Bradford announced. "I've brought you here to review a short list of candidates for your executive officer position. I felt a face-to-face discussion was appropriate." "Candidates for exec?" Confusion registered on Daniel's face. "I'm not following you, Admiral." "Commander Anderson didn't inform you?" Bradford asked, clearly savoring the moment. "Yesterday I signed off on his transfer papers. He's leaving for the Colonial Fleet with the next supply run." Rage simmered beneath Daniel's surface. Every ounce of his self-control went into keeping his expression neutral. The commander's probably been swamped," he said flatly. "There's likely a notification waiting in my queue." "I'm sure there is," Bradford replied, her voice heavy with dissatisfaction. She'd been studying him intently, hoping to provoke a reaction. "3 candidates remain on the shortlist. Frankly, Captain, you should consider yourself fortunate. Destroyer assignments aren't popular, and postings to the 7th Fleet even less so." "That makes sense, Admiral," Daniel said without inflection. "Extended deployments keep us from port for months at a stretch, with cruises exceeding a year. Not everyone has the resilience for that kind of service." "Indeed," Bradford said, her tone bone dry. "That must explain it. Now, Captain, please sit in the chair to your right so we can examine these personnel files. And I need to wrap this up quickly. There's a reception planetside in 2 hours." 30 minutes into the review, Daniel recognized the charade. Only one name on that list truly mattered. Admiral Bradford had cherry-picked this particular candidate and was determined to place them aboard his vessel. As he scanned the fitness evaluations in the file, Daniel searched for the catch. Typically, he inherited underperforming officers and problematic enlisted personnel, but this candidate's record appeared solid. For a fleeting moment, he allowed himself to believe his fortunes were changing, that the Red Cloud might finally get a capable, driven executive officer for the upcoming deployment. Then he caught the slick grin on Admiral Bradford's face when he accepted her choice, and Daniel reminded himself not to expect miracles. Daniel left Admiral Bradford's office and found himself wandering without direction along the exterior walkway of Fleet Command's orbital fortress, Damascus Station. The sprawling complex served as the nerve center for all force operations, a bewildering maze of transit tubes, starship berths, and sections housing the FleetCom personnel whose daily choices shaped the lives of officers like him. He stopped walking and leaned against the railing, peering through the transparent curve of the access corridor at the world rotating beneath him. Meridian, situated in the Proxima Secundus system, ranked among humanity's earliest colonial settlements after the exodus from Terra began, and remained the seat of power throughout human-controlled space. Only his view of the planet grew hazy as Daniel adjusted his focus to study his reflection in the acrylic. examining the physical characteristics that appeared to revolt his fellow officers. His height and frame fell within average parameters, though he ran slightly thin due to inadequate nutrition and a compulsion for running, among other habits. Still, his olive complexion, dark eyes, and coal-black hair betrayed his origins on Terra without question. The softened ethnic features common to those born on Terra also made his true age difficult to assess. He appeared a decade younger than his actual 41 years. Generation after generation, the top 10% of Terra's population had been siphoned off into space. Humanity's finest minds and strongest bodies were packed onto starships and dispatched to settle newly charted worlds. No matter those departing colonists left behind them an overpopulated, contaminated, and fundamentally broken Terra. 2 centuries of this drain had transformed Terra into what most people considered nothing more than a slum. Anyone born there had to fight an uphill campaign for respect. Most of that fight ended in defeat. Daniel exhaled heavily and resumed walking. He rarely thought consciously about the massive grudge he carried, but his encounter with Admiral Bradford had dragged all that resentment and fury back to the surface. As he moved through the corridor, he imagined he could pick up the silent judgments of everyone who passed him. Charity case, token, earther. He abandoned his original intention to check in with the dockmaster regarding his ship's status. Instead, he entered the nearest transit tube heading toward crew quarters. His only goal now was reaching his room without having to interact with another soul. He already knew his coping mechanism was stashed in his space bag, ready and waiting. Despite successfully avoiding it throughout his destroyer's maintenance period and inspection cycle, today's events had shattered his willpower completely. Chapter 2. When morning arrived, Daniel made his way through the transit tube connecting to the docking facility. Among the dozen vessels secured there, he identified his own immediately. The Red Cloud had been relocated from its enclosed repair berth to an external mooring point at some point yesterday. Later, he planned to use a tender craft to examine the exterior hull in detail, but first he'd inspect the engine rooms and other sections where FleetCom maintenance teams had worked. Daniel stopped on the walkway to appreciate an uncommon view. Opportunities to observe his vessel from bow to stern were infrequent. He spent most of his time either within her compartments or cramped inside a shuttle. Raptor-class destroyers shared design similarities with most human warships. Their hulls approximated a cigar's shape, each compressed to create a slim lateral profile while offering broader dorsal and ventral surfaces for mounting the superstructure and magnetic cannon turrets. 4 third-generation magnetoplasma drive pods, referred to universally as MPDs, sat positioned toward the vessel's rear. Their support pylons formed an X pattern when viewed from directly ahead. Though classified as a destroyer, the vessel dwarfed the ocean-going aircraft carriers of 21st century Terra, with a displacement of 700,000 tons and measuring nearly 600 meters from end to end. After checking local time on his comlink, Daniel proceeded toward the checkpoint that controlled access to the berthing arms. A cursory identity verification and biometric scan cleared him through. The Marine Guard offered a careless salute that bordered on disrespectful. Daniel chose to ignore the slight and headed for the automated walkway that would carry him the final 2 kilometers to his ship. He positioned himself on a blinking marker while the system calculated his mass and endpoint, then began moving. The intelligent surface material could transport multiple passengers at different velocities and acceleration rates simultaneously. Daniel let out a brief laugh, recognizing this system as among the most sophisticated technology Damascus Station possessed. His platform decelerated and migrated toward the left edge of the walkway before stopping at a broad archway. A digital sign above it displayed TCS Red Cloud DS-701. Daniel stepped off and approached the gangway entrance, allowing the sentries time to register his presence. "Captain Garrett," the Marine announced sharply, and snapping to attention with a proper salute. Daniel reciprocated and hoisted his space bag onto the inspection table for scanning. Protocol applied equally to everyone. Even admirals aboard fleet carriers underwent identical security screening before boarding any starship. He passed through the detection portal and waited for confirmation. "You're cleared, Captain," the Marine confirmed. "We'll deliver your bag to your cabin, sir." "Appreciated, Marine," Daniel acknowledged with a brief nod. He ascended the primary gangway at an unhurried pace, studying his ship's hull through the tube's transparent walls. From this proximity, he could distinguish the numerous craters and scars etched into the alloy by years of micrometeorite strikes during void transit. Nearing the main hatchway, so he observed the skeleton crew manipulating cargo pallets they'd brought aboard. "Red Cloud arriving," the vessel's automated system announced across all compartments as Daniel crossed into the port cargo hold. Several spacers paused their work and turned to acknowledge him with proper honors. "Carry on," Daniel called back, returning their gesture as he headed for the aft bulkhead hatch leading to the lift system. He intended to conduct a comprehensive vessel inspection soon, but preferred having his chief engineer present for that. Instead, he decided to head for the bridge and review diagnostic information from there. He wanted to examine the reports without interruption, while the Red Cloud operated with minimal crew. The remainder of his personnel weren't scheduled to board for 5 more hours. He summoned the lift and rode the magnetically driven car to Deck 15, the uppermost level within the primary hull. From that point, he walked 20 additional meters to another lift bank that would carry him into the superstructure. The tower mounted on the hull's upper surface, housing the main bridge and several other vital departments. Daniel had never grasped why the bridge wasn't positioned deeper within the ship's protective layers, but across a dozen generations of starship construction, human designers apparently still drew parallels to ancient ocean vessels, rather than adapting fully to vacuum operations. "Captain on the bridge," the Marine posted at the wide entryway announced. Daniel could hear crew members scrambling from their stations and coming to attention before he entered. "Continue your work," he instructed. "Officer of the Watch, have we received the maintenance documentation from Damascus for the Red Cloud?" "Affirmative, sir," replied the junior ensign positioned at the operations console. "Route them to my office," Daniel ordered. "My new executive officer should arrive within the next hour. Direct them straight to me." "Understood, sir," the ensign responded with slight hesitation. "Sir, what's the status of Commander Anderson?" "Better opportunities, ensign," Daniel replied. "Better opportunities? Resume your duties. Remember to send the new XO to my office when they arrive." He departed the bridge and followed the curved corridor to the hatch, bearing his name and rank. His office sat immediately adjacent to the bridge, visible from the Marine sentry post, whilst the space served as his refuge for managing the overwhelming administrative burden that accompanied Starship Command. The unfortunate reality was that a succession of questionable or reluctant executive officers meant some deployments saw him sleeping in his quarters only a handful of nights. He'd end up using his office couch instead while battling the workload. Delay wasn't possible. FleetCom demanded complete logs and records from each cruise before the vessel even docked in her berth. Daniel was reviewing reports on his ship's maintenance work when a single rap sounded at his hatch. "Come." At his word, the hatch slid aside, admitting a compact brunette officer wearing immaculate dress blacks. She halted directly before his desk and delivered a precise salute, her eyes fixed at a point above his head. "Commander Miranda Ashton, reporting as instructed," she stated crisply, maintaining her salute. Daniel had zero patience for the theatrical power plays officers employed, like forcing subordinates to hold attention while enduring hostile scrutiny. He took just enough time to assess the officer, observing her flawless military posture and the notable array of service decorations displayed above her left pocket. "Stand easy, Commander," Daniel said. "Please sit." "Sir, thank you," she responded, settling smoothly into a chair opposite his desk while maintaining perfect spinal alignment. "Caledonia?" "I'm sorry, sir," she asked, appearing puzzled. "Your accent suggests Caledonia origins," Daniel explained. Though Admiral Bradford's personnel file had provided extensive information about her, and without truly understanding, a new second-in-command before deployment required more than scanning impersonal data entries. "Correct, sir," she confirmed. "Linden, specifically." "I understand it's quite beautiful," Daniel remarked formally. "Rather than dancing around the elephant in the room, let's address it directly. Why did you leave the Prime Fleet?" Commander Ashton shifted uncomfortably at his blunt inquiry, her professional veneer showing hairline fractures. "May I speak candidly, sir?" "Please do," Daniel encouraged, gesturing for her to proceed. "The Prime Fleet represents the pinnacle of excellence," she explained, "truly the elite. However, advancement is extraordinarily challenging. Captains average 65 years of age, and the entire fleet suffers from rank congestion. As a commander, I ranked only 5th for command consideration aboard the cruiser where I last served. Securing my own vessel someday required a transfer. What about the colonial fleet? Daniel inquired. Or even 5th Fleet? I submitted applications to the colonial fleet, she acknowledged. 5th Fleet wasn't worth considering. The European Colonial Union maintains well-documented hostility toward Caledonian natives. Even if accepted, I doubt I'd have found the environment tolerable. That left Shadow Scow, the 7th Fleet, as the sole practical option. Sir, go ahead and say it, Commander, Daniel said with a laugh devoid of humor. Shadow Squadron wasn't always used as an insult. I trust you're familiar with Colonial Defense Force history in its entirety? Certainly, sir, she confirmed. Humor me. Following the Republic's restructuring into the United Colonies, it maintained a unified force operating entirely from Meridian, she recited, clearly irritated at being asked to rehearse basic knowledge she'd mastered before Academy admission. Initially organized into task forces, the force grew too unwieldy and was reorganized into numbered fleets matching our current structure. Eventually, logistics for supporting all fleets across every colonial enclave became unsustainable. So each fleet received permanent patrol assignments with maintenance responsibility transferred from the United Colonies to individual enclaves. A serviceable textbook answer suitable for first-year cadet examinations, Daniel observed, watching Commander Ashton stiffen. You neglected to mention the 7th Fleet remained assigned to Meridian with responsibility for patrolling deep space corridors between human worlds, frequently conducting deployments exceeding a year in complete isolation. The nickname Shadow Squadron originated from those deep space missions, not its current connotation. 7th Fleet Spacers once wore that designation with honor. Sir, I wasn't suggesting Shadow Squadron represents an undesirable posting, Commander Ashton said, suddenly grasping her error. Don't take me for a fool, Commander, Daniel replied, his tone sharper than intended. For 3 decades, Shadow Squadron has functioned as FleetCom's dumping ground, where other fleets exile disciplinary problems and unwanted personnel until contract expiration. The fleet itself hardly represents cutting-edge capability. Consider this vessel. This destroyer was revolutionary technology 45 years ago. While we're here at Damascus trying to integrate modern sensors into 4-decade-old multiplexing systems, Nova Columbia prepares to deploy a destroyer for the colonial fleet that outperforms Shadow Squadron's sole remaining battleship in speed, firepower, and protection. Sir, Miranda began cautiously, I'm uncertain where this is heading. Here's my point, Commander, Daniel stated. Though I value ambition and respect determination, don't imagine Shadow Squadron offers a fast track where you'll climb over struggling colleagues toward your own command. I expect you to execute executive officer responsibilities at maximum capability. I expect you to fulfill your duty without distraction from seeking opportunities to vault into your own vessel. Is that understood? Perfectly clear, sir, she replied stiffly. If I may speak boldly, sir, didn't you acquire this command through exactly such circumstances? I'm thoroughly aware of speculation surrounding my promotion, Commander, Daniel said, color rising in his face as he suppressed a surge of anger. Whatever occurred or didn't occur during that mission doesn't alter present circumstances. I can readily imagine the commentary about the presumptuous Terran who stumbled into commanding an obsolete destroyer in a squadron that destroys officer careers. Frankly, I'm indifferent. For your benefit, I hope you didn't accept this assignment expecting my position is available for taking. Absolutely not, sir, Miranda said quickly, appearing to regret her previous remark. I intended no offense. Nah, sir. I'm confident you didn't, Daniel said, his tone returning to normal. I simply prefer establishing our professional relationship without ambiguity from the start. I've reviewed your fitness evaluations, and honestly, they're impressive. You'll prove valuable to this vessel if you commit fully to her. This crew is solid. They need polish, but they're fundamentally capable spacers. Learn about them, earn their trust, and I guarantee you'll eventually receive your command opportunity. But you must earn it. Any questions? Only one, sir, she said. I attempted independent research, but Linden's public network provided contradictory information. Why is this vessel called the Red Cloud? Daniel settled back, contemplating her question. My assignment to this particular vessel involves considerable coincidence, he said, One offering a sincere smile. Every destroyer in 12 Squadron bears names of Native American war leaders. Red Cloud led the Oglala Lakota, an ancient people who inhabited regions near where I was raised. So you didn't merely originate on Terra, she observed. You actually grew up there? Correct, Daniel confirmed. I was born in the Pacific States Alliance in a pollution-choked city along the Ohio River and remained there until securing an academy position. Incidentally, this squadron comprises 4 vessels total: Red Cloud, Geronimo, Cornstalk, and Osceola. 2 additional ships existed previously, but were decommissioned years ago without replacement. Intriguing, Miranda said, her interest appearing genuine. Hennigan, could you recommend reading materials on the subject? I'll transmit some book files to your comlink, Daniel offered. Meanwhile, we'll develop a duty rotation optimizing our coverage and efficiency. I don't expect you to merely occupy the role Commander Anderson filled. I want you determining how you can contribute most effectively. Crew boarding doesn't begin for several hours, and departure isn't scheduled for roughly another week. I'd like you joining me and the chief engineer for our walkthrough inspection. Certainly, sir, she agreed. That would provide an excellent introduction to much of the crew. Exactly my thinking, Daniel said. Go get yourself situated in your quarters, and I'll reach out when we're prepared to start. Welcome aboard. With those final words, he extended his hand across his desk. She stood from her chair to clasp it before straightening and offering another salute. I'm pleased to be here, sir, she said. You're dismissed, Commander, Daniel replied, retrieving his tile as she opened the hatch and exited his office. He continued staring at the closed hatch momentarily, his feelings about his new executive officer remaining uncertain. Her qualifications notwithstanding, he sensed a target on his back. Admiral Bradford's enthusiastic advocacy for her candidacy, Bradford being far from his supporter, did little to ease that concern. Chapter 3. When morning arrived, Daniel made his way through the transit tube connecting to the docking facility. Among the dozen vessels secured there, he identified his own immediately. The Red Cloud had been relocated from its enclosed repair berth to an external mooring point at some point yesterday. Later, he planned to use a tender craft to examine the exterior hull in detail, but first he'd inspect the engine rooms and other sections where FleetCom maintenance teams had worked. Daniel stopped on the walkway to appreciate an uncommon view. Opportunities to observe his vessel from bow to stern were infrequent. He spent most of his time either within her compartments or cramped inside a shuttle. Raptor-class destroyers shared design similarities with most human warships. Their hulls approximated a cigar's shape, now compressed to create a slim lateral profile, while offering broader dorsal and ventral surfaces for mounting the superstructure and magnetic cannon turrets. 4 third-generation magnetoplasma drive pods, referred to universally as MPDs, sat positioned toward the vessel's rear. Their support pylons formed an X pattern when viewed from directly ahead. Though classified as a destroyer, the vessel dwarfed the ocean-going aircraft carriers of 21st century Terra, with a displacement of 700,000 tons and measuring nearly 600 meters from end to end. After checking local time on his comlink, Daniel proceeded toward the checkpoint that controlled access to the berthing arms. A cursory identity verification and biometric scan cleared him through. The Marine Guard offered a careless salute that bordered on disrespectful. Daniel chose to ignore the slight and headed for the automated walkway that would carry him the final 2 kilometers to his ship. He positioned himself on a blinking marker while the system calculated his mass and endpoint, then began moving. The intelligent surface material could transport multiple passengers at different velocities and acceleration rates simultaneously. Daniel let out a brief laugh, recognizing this system as among the most sophisticated technology Damascus Station possessed. His platform decelerated and migrated toward the left edge of the walkway before stopping at a broad archway. A digital sign above it displayed TCS Red Cloud DS701. Daniel stepped off and approached the gangway entrance, allowing the sentries time to register his presence. Captain Garrett, the Marine announced sharply, and I was snapping to attention with a proper salute. Daniel reciprocated and hoisted his space bag onto the inspection table for scanning. Protocol applied equally to everyone. Even admirals aboard fleet carriers underwent identical security screening before boarding any starship. He passed through the detection portal and waited for confirmation. "You're cleared, Captain," the Marine confirmed. "We'll deliver your bag to your cabin, sir." "Appreciated, Marine," Daniel acknowledged with a brief nod. He ascended the primary gangway at an unhurried pace, studying his ship's hull through the tube's transparent walls. From this proximity, he could distinguish the numerous craters and scars etched into the alloy by years of micrometeorite strikes during void transit. Nearing the main hatchway, he observed the skeleton crew manipulating cargo pallets they'd brought aboard. Red cloud arriving, the vessel's automated system announced across all compartments as Daniel crossed into the port cargo hold. Several spacers paused their work and turned to acknowledge him with proper honors. "Carry on," Daniel called back, returning their gesture as he headed for the aft bulkhead hatch leading to the lift system. He intended to conduct a comprehensive vessel inspection soon, but preferred having his chief engineer present for that. Instead, he decided to head for the bridge and review diagnostic information from there. He wanted to examine the reports without interruption while the Red Cloud operated with minimal crew. The remainder of his personnel weren't scheduled to board for 5 more hours. He summoned the lift and rode the magnetically driven car to Deck 15, the uppermost level within the primary hull. From that point, he walked 20 additional meters to another lift bank that would carry him into the superstructure, the tower mounted on the hull's upper surface, housing the main bridge and several other vital departments. Daniel had never grasped why the bridge wasn't positioned deeper within the ship's protective layers, but across a dozen generations of starship construction, human designers apparently still drew parallels to ancient ocean vessels, rather than adapting fully to vacuum operations. "Captain on the bridge," the Marine posted at the wide entryway announced. Daniel could hear crew members scrambling from their stations and coming to attention before he entered. "Continue your work," he instructed. "Akram, officer of the watch, have we received the maintenance documentation from Damascus for the Red Cloud?" "Affirmative, sir," replied the junior ensign, positioned at the operations console. "Route them to my office," Daniel ordered. "My new executive officer should arrive within the next hour. Direct them straight to me." "Understood, sir," the ensign responded with slight hesitation. "Sir, what's the status of Commander Anderson?" "Better opportunities, ensign," Daniel replied. "Better opportunities. Resume your duties. Remember to send the new XO to my office when they arrive." He departed the bridge and followed the curved corridor to the hatch bearing his name and rank. His office sat immediately adjacent to the bridge, visible from the Marine sentry posts. The space served as his refuge for managing the overwhelming administrative burden that accompanied Starship Command. The unfortunate reality was that a succession of questionable or reluctant executive officers meant some deployments saw him sleeping in his quarters only a handful of nights. He'd end up using his office couch instead while battling the workload. Delay wasn't possible. FleetCom demanded complete logs and records from each cruise before the vessel even docked in her berth. Daniel was reviewing reports on his ship's maintenance work when a single rap sounded at his hatch. "Come!" At his word, the hatch slid aside, admitting a compact brunette officer wearing immaculate dress blacks. She halted directly before his desk and delivered a precise salute, her eyes fixed at a point above his head. "Commander Miranda Ashton, reporting as instructed," she stated crisply, maintaining her salute. Daniel had zero patience for the theatrical power plays officers employed, like forcing subordinates to hold attention while enduring hostile scrutiny. He took just enough time to assess the officer, observing her flawless military posture and the notable array of service decorations displayed above her left pocket. "Stand easy, Commander," Daniel said. "Please sit." "Sir, thank you," she responded, settling smoothly into a chair opposite his desk while maintaining perfect spinal alignment. "Caledonia?" "I'm sorry, sir," she asked, appearing puzzled. "Your accent suggests Caledonia origins," Daniel explained. Though Admiral Bradford's personnel file had provided extensive information about her, so truly understanding a new second-in-command before deployment required more than scanning impersonal data entries. "Correct, sir," she confirmed. "Linden, specifically." "I understand it's quite beautiful," Daniel remarked formally. "Rather than dancing around the elephant in the room, let's address it directly. Why did you leave the Prime Fleet?" Commander Ashton shifted uncomfortably at his blunt inquiry, her professional veneer showing hairline fractures. May I speak candidly, sir? Please do, Daniel encouraged, gesturing for her to proceed. The Prime Fleet represents the pinnacle of excellence, she explained, truly the elite. However, advancement is extraordinarily challenging. Captains average 65 years of age, and the entire fleet suffers from rank congestion. As a commander, I ranked only 5th for command consideration aboard the cruiser where I last served. Securing my own vessel someday required a transfer. What about the colonial fleet? Daniel inquired. Or even 5th Fleet? I submitted applications to the colonial fleet, she acknowledged. 5th Fleet wasn't worth considering. The European Colonial Union maintains well-documented hostility toward Caledonian natives. Even if accepted, I doubt I'd have found the environment tolerable. That left Shadow Schooling, the 7th Fleet, as the sole practical option. Sir, go ahead and say it, Commander, Daniel said with a laugh devoid of humor. Shadow Squadron wasn't always used as an insult. I trust you're familiar with Colonial Defense Force history in its entirety? Certainly, sir, she confirmed. Humor me. Following the Republic's restructuring into the United Colonies, it maintained a unified force operating entirely from Meridian. She recited, clearly irritated at being asked to rehearse basic knowledge she'd mastered before Academy admission. Initially organized into task forces, the force grew too unwieldy and was reorganized into numbered fleets matching our current structure. Eventually, logistics for supporting all fleets across every colonial enclave became unsustainable. So each fleet received permanent patrol assignments with maintenance responsibility transferred from the United Colonies to individual enclaves. A serviceable textbook answer suitable for first-year cadet examinations, Daniel observed, watching Commander Ashton stiffen. Why you neglected to mention the 7th Fleet remained assigned to Meridian, with responsibility for patrolling deep space corridors between human worlds, frequently conducting deployments exceeding a year in complete isolation. The nickname Shadow Squadron originated from those deep space missions, not its current connotation. 7th Fleet spacers once wore that designation with honor. Sir, I wasn't suggesting Shadow Squadron represents an undesirable posting, Commander Ashton said, suddenly grasping her error. Don't take me for a fool, Commander, Daniel replied, his tone sharper than intended. For 3 decades, Shadow Squadron has functioned as FleetCom's dumping ground, where other fleets exile disciplinary problems and unwanted personnel until contract expiration. The fleet itself hardly represents cutting-edge capability. You consider this vessel. This destroyer was revolutionary technology 45 years ago. While we're here at Damascus trying to integrate modern sensors into 4-decade-old multiplexing systems, Nova Columbia prepares to deploy a destroyer for the colonial fleet that outperforms Shadow Squadron's sole remaining battleship in speed, firepower, and protection. Sir, Miranda began cautiously, I'm uncertain where this is heading. Here's my point, Commander, Daniel stated. Though I value ambition and respect determination, don't imagine Shadow Squadron offers a fast track where you'll climb over struggling colleagues toward your own command. I expect you to execute executive officer responsibilities at maximum capability. I expect you to fulfill your duty without distraction from seeking opportunities to vault into your own vessel. Is that understood? Perfectly clear, sir, she replied stiffly. If I may speak boldly, sir, didn't you acquire this command through exactly such circumstances? I'm thoroughly aware of speculation surrounding my promotion, Commander, Daniel said, color rising in his face as he suppressed a surge of anger. Whatever occurred or didn't occur during that mission doesn't alter present circumstances. I can readily imagine the commentary about the presumptuous Terran who stumbled into commanding an obsolete destroyer in a squadron that destroys officer careers. Frankly, I'm indifferent. For your benefit, I hope you didn't accept this assignment, expecting my position is available for taking. Absolutely not, sir, Miranda said quickly, appearing to regret her previous remark. I intended no offense. Sir. I'm confident you didn't, Daniel said, his tone returning to normal. I simply prefer establishing our professional relationship without ambiguity from the start. I've reviewed your fitness evaluations, and honestly, they're impressive. You'll prove valuable to this vessel if you commit fully to her. This crew is solid. They need polish, but they're fundamentally capable spacers. Learn about them, earn their trust, and I guarantee you'll eventually receive your command opportunity, but you must earn it. Any questions? Only one, sir, she said. I attempted independent research, but Linden's public network provided contradictory information. Why is this vessel called the Red Cloud? Daniel settled back, contemplating her question. My assignment to this particular vessel involves considerable coincidence, he said, to offering a sincere smile. Every destroyer in 12th Squadron bears names of Native American war leaders. Red Cloud led the Oglala Lakota, an ancient people who inhabited regions near where I was raised. So you didn't merely originate on Terra, she observed. You actually grew up there? Correct, Daniel confirmed. I was born in the Pacific States Alliance in a pollution-choked city along the Ohio River and remained there until securing an academy position. Incidentally, this squadron comprises 4 vessels total: Red Cloud, Geronimo, Cornstalk, and Osceola. 2 additional ships existed previously, but were decommissioned years ago without replacement. Intriguing, Miranda said, her interest appearing genuine. Could you recommend reading materials on the subject? I'll transmit some book files to your comlink, Daniel offered. Meanwhile, we'll develop a duty rotation optimizing our coverage and efficiency. I don't expect you to merely occupy the role Commander Anderson filled. I want you determining how you can contribute most effectively. Crew boarding doesn't begin for several hours, and departure isn't scheduled for roughly another week. I'd like you joining me and the chief engineer for our walkthrough inspection. Certainly, sir, she agreed. That would provide an excellent introduction to much of the crew. Exactly my thinking, Daniel said. Go get yourself situated in your quarters, and I'll reach out when we're prepared to start. Welcome aboard. With those final words, he extended his hand across his desk. She stood from her chair to clasp it before straightening and offering another salute. I'm pleased to be here, sir, she said. You're dismissed, Commander, Daniel replied, retrieving his tile as she opened the hatch and exited his office. He continued staring at the closed hatch momentarily, his feelings about his new executive officer remaining uncertain. Her qualifications notwithstanding, he sensed a target on his back. Admiral Bradford's enthusiastic advocacy for her candidacy, Bradford being far from his supporter, did little to ease that concern. Chapter 4. The following 48 hours passed in a whirlwind of diagnostics, discovered malfunctions, and hasty fixes while the vessel accelerated out system. Daniel privately relished the tempo, finding satisfaction in the controlled chaos surrounding him despite his crew's constant griping about those Damascus morons sabotaging our ship. He used the situation to test Commander Ashton's limits, searching for weaknesses beneath her professional exterior. By the close of the second day, she appeared worn down and frazzled, functioning as the primary liaison, coordinating efforts across departments. She bore the burden of directing various sections to halt, commence, or endure their bitter protests about other teams obstructing their progress. She managed everything with manufactured professionalism, and refusing to let department chiefs intimidate her into capitulation. Daniel found himself impressed given she'd been aboard only days and had never held an executive officer position previously, though he ensured his outward feedback emphasized significant room for growth. His strictness had purpose. He needed her understanding completely that her path to command didn't run through him. If she possessed captain potential, she'd need to secure her own vessel through merit. Considering everything, I anticipated far worse condition, Daniel commented, propping his feet on the conference table while sipping from his coffee mug. Are you joking? Lieutenant Commander Kapoor said, settling deeper into his chair. The remaining department chiefs had departed following the status briefing, leaving only Daniel, Rajesh Kapoor, Foreign and Miranda Ashton in the room. Miranda observed their relaxed exchange with considerable curiosity. The two clearly shared friendship beyond their official roles as captain and chief engineer. Not remotely, Daniel replied. Every issue was trivial. Misconnected wiring here, reversed valves there, exclusively affecting backup or secondary systems. Our critical flight systems all check out fine. As fine as they ever run on this relic, Kapoor muttered. So what's really happening here, Dan? Is this legitimate duty, Or is Admiral Bradford attempting to eliminate us while maintaining plausible deniability? Daniel cast an uneasy glance toward Miranda before responding. Your information matches mine, Lieutenant Commander, Daniel said, stressing his chief engineer's rank deliberately. I can only hope whatever justifies bypassing so many standard procedures during vessel redeployment proves genuinely critical. Kapoor's following question died unspoken as Ethan Prescott stormed into the conference room, his face flushed from fury or physical exertion. Why wasn't I notified about a staff meeting scheduled before this system departure? He demanded sharply, confirming the former. Has something changed regarding your status that I'm unaware of? Daniel asked coolly, dropping his feet to the deck. My understanding places you as a passenger, a dignitary essentially, aboard my vessel. If you've received assignment to my crew, I'll require documentation of those orders. Prescott's complexion deepened further before he marshaled sufficient control to respond. I hold operational command of this mission, he forced out. Nadi, essentially, you answered to me. Daniel had meticulously reviewed every word in his orders and understood perfectly that this arrogant bureaucrat possessed absolutely zero command authority over his vessel and personnel. Furthermore, Prescott's conduct, barging in and confronting him before his crew, infuriated him tremendously. He inhaled to deliver an equally harsh response, but Miranda intervened just before he could. That was my error, Mr. Prescott, she said, achieving a convincingly apologetic tone. Captain Garrett assigned me responsibility for this status briefing. I presumed you'd have no interest in maintenance issue catalogs, which constituted our sole discussion topic, so I didn't include you. I apologize. Prescott stood in the doorway, mouth open to launch another verbal assault. But Miranda had deflated his attack completely. He straightened, adjusted his clothing, and adopted an aloof, disinterested expression. Well, Commander, he said after a pause, ensure you don't repeat such an oversight. I'll determine what information I require or don't require throughout my time aboard this vessel. Absolutely, sir, she said evenly, holding his gaze. Daniel still appeared livid as his executive officer apologized for committing no actual error. Meanwhile, Kapoor seemed thoroughly entertained by the entire performance. Anything else, Mr. Prescott? Daniel asked through clenched teeth. Nothing further, Captain, the aide replied, turning to exit. We'll be entering warp within 5 hours. I'll make certain you receive notification. See that you do, notch Captain. Prescott had cleared the hatch and vanished before Daniel could answer. Charming individual, Kapoor said flatly. Lieutenant Commander, would you grant Commander Ashton and myself some privacy? Daniel said. It wasn't phrased as a question. Certainly, Kapoor said, raising an eyebrow as he departed the conference room, securing the hatch behind him. Daniel waited several seconds before addressing Miranda. Explain your actions, Commander, he said. Sir, she said, clearly surprised. The attendees for this meeting were perfectly clear, Daniel stated. Why did you suggest otherwise? Sir, she stammered, thrown off balance by the question. I was merely attempting to deflect Prescott from you. I apologize if I exceeded my authority. Commander, and when the day arrives that I can't manage some senator's pompous assistant, I'll tender my resignation as clearly unfit for command, Daniel said. Until that day, I prefer representing myself. Understood? Understood, sir, Miranda said rigidly. Will that be all, sir? That's everything, Daniel said, leaning back. Report to the bridge and verify our velocity and course. We'll be accelerating shortly and activating the warp drive. I want you present for that to learn the procedure on Raptor-class vessels. Aye, sir, she said, still clipping each word. After her departure, Daniel allowed himself to chuckle about how she'd cut Prescott short before the situation escalated into a genuine confrontation. He remained convinced correcting her was necessary, however. Now, while he valued her instinct to redirect annoyances away from him at personal cost, they hadn't worked together long enough for her to discern when such intervention was appropriate versus when she should simply observe silently. Helmsman, maintain current heading. Maximum thrust, Daniel ordered. OPS, initiate the timer. Mark. Maximum thrust, aye, the helmsman confirmed, advancing the throttle controls fully forward. Yes, sir, Lieutenant Peters, the second shift OPS officer acknowledged. Immediately, a chronometer appeared on the elongated, narrow screen spanning the bridge length just above the forward viewport. Actually, an ultra-high-resolution display wrapping the bridge perimeter. It began tracking elapsed time while the vessel shuddered and vibrated as main engines reached full power. Hold course and acceleration for 15 minutes, Daniel directed, double-checking information on his personal display. At Mark plus 15, cut to 0 thrust and commence main engine shutdown sequence. Navigation. Where are my warp transition calculations? On their way, sir, the burly chief spacer monitoring the navigation station replied. Salt and pepper hair cropped short, he currently supervised a nervous spacer third class who appeared young enough to be his grandson, given their age disparity. Warp transition data from Proxima Secundus to Epsilon Eridani, transferring to your station now. Daniel began analyzing data for various course profiles mentally, comparing it against telemetry streaming from the OPS station. The red cloud would carry additional velocity when engaging the warp drive. But excess proved preferable to deficiency. After brief consideration, he decided to maintain his original course and velocity parameters. Navigation, you're cleared for transition course Bravo, Daniel announced after reviewing remaining data. Complete your calculations and distribute the information to relevant departments. Ensure engineering receives accurate power specifications. I'd rather avoid repeating the Asteria situation. Understood, Captain, the chief said gruffly, apparently unenthusiastic about that reference. The Asteria situation, Miranda asked quietly, leaning toward Daniel. We were departing the planet Asteria, that colony the European Colonial Union keeps subsidizing, and engineering received power requirement data that was inaccurate compared to actual specifications, Daniel said uncomfortably. When we initiated warp transition, we barely traveled 4 light seconds before dropping back to normal space. Oh, Miranda said. Exactly, Daniel said. As if that wasn't embarrassing enough, 2 Fifth Fleet frigates were in system. They repeatedly inquired via open channels whether we required assistance since we'd only covered 500,000 kilometers. Not our most distinguished moment. Miranda fumbled, completely uncertain what response suited such a story. The error magnitude surprised her that she hadn't heard about it when transferring from Prime Fleet. You should probably summon Prescott here, Daniel said, relieving her. I'm confident he'll want to parade around the bridge and obstruct everyone while we're attempting transition out of here. Yes, sir, she said, relieved. Or I'll have a Marine sentry bring him up. No escort, Daniel said. Just transmit a message to his comlink. 30 seconds until 0 thrust, OPS announced, interrupting any response Miranda intended. Confirmed, the helmsman acknowledged. Standing by. Daniel observed the elapsed time on the display, counting toward 15 minutes. He maintained silence, allowing his crew to implement his directives without harassment. Mark, Lieutenant Peters announced. 0 thrust, securing main engines and preparing for shutdown. 0 thrust, the helmsman confirmed, retracting the throttle controls completely. Immediately, the harsh vibration and rumbling present throughout the previous days vanished, replaced by unsettling quiet. Engineering confirms main engines secured, Lieutenant Peters reported. They're venting the plasma chambers and thrust nozzles. Prepare to extend warp drive emitters, Daniel ordered. Open hatches, forward and aft, and commence high-resolution scanning ahead of the red cloud. I want every debris piece from here to our jump coordinates charted. Following a chorus of acknowledgments from the bridge crew, he reclined, drinking deeply from his coffee mug before gesturing Miranda closer. This isn't normally so methodical, he said quietly. We're walking through the procedure deliberately now for your education and for junior bridge crew we're developing. Typically, I trust them to understand how to implement more general directives I provide. I was curious about that, sir, she admitted. I'm unaccustomed to operations being subdivided into so many individual commands. It's not standard practice, Daniel said. Although, between us, most of this is entirely redundant. Under normal operational circumstances, you won't attempt anything the computers don't fully support. True, she agreed, but if automation fails, well-trained bridge crew becomes invaluable. Exactly why we conduct these exercises when possible, Daniel confirmed. 45 minutes from jump coordinates at current velocity, the navigation chief called out. How does our flight trajectory look? Daniel asked OPS. Long-range data still undergoing verification, sir, Lieutenant Peters said. We show clear space for over half the remaining distance. I'll have complete analysis in a few minutes. Sufficient, Daniel said. Extend warp drive emitters and begin charging drive capacitors. 8 black cylinders, each approximately 10 meters long and 3 meters across, began emerging from open hatches on the Red Cloud's hull, on slender telescoping supports, until each emitter positioned 250 meters from its opposite counterpart. Given the vessel's elongated shape, flank-mounted supports were shorter than dorsal and ventral surface supports. The emitters divided the ship into thirds, 4 forward, 4 aft, each trailing a thick, shielded power conduit. Emitters extended, Lieutenant Peters reported. Capacitors at 60% and rising, 7 minutes until full charge. Navigation? 15 minutes until jump coordinates, sir. Let's seal her up, Daniel said. Deploy all protective shields and close all heat exchanger covers. Proceed with charging the emitters from the main power distribution. Deploying external shield, OPS confirmed. An instant later came the uncomfortable grinding of metal against metal as large alloy panels moved to protect sensitive electronics and the few actual viewports aboard. External heat exchangers retracted and sealed as well. They served primarily auxiliary functions, since the vessel could completely cool all 4 reactors and engines using internal, closed-loop coolant systems. Navigation, you have command authority for warp transition, Daniel said. You may engage at your discretion. Aye, sir. We have command authority, the chief acknowledged while pointing emphatically at something on screen and nudging the junior spacer's head with his elbow. Emitters charged and ready, Captain, Lieutenant Peters reported. Excellent, excellent, Daniel said absently while monitoring the timer counting toward the 5-minute mark. The emitters for the warp drive, an apparatus in its 5th generation on human vessels, could charge remarkably quickly. Daniel preferred waiting until the final minute to apply power, reducing chances of variance developing between forward and aft arrays before they received power from the drive's capacitor banks. If for any reason they didn't charge in time, the vessel would simply overshoot the jump coordinates and either circle back or move off course to begin diagnostics. It wasn't forced protocol, but neither were roughly 24 other standing directives Daniel maintained on the Red Cloud. Reduce gravity to 1/2 G, he ordered when the clock displayed 3 minutes remaining. OPS entered the appropriate commands and he immediately sensed gravity's pull diminishing. Gravity set to 1/2 G, Peters confirmed. Since the warp drive operated via gravimetric wave manipulation, standard protocol involved reducing power to the primary gravimetric field generator. This eliminated interference risk between the two systems. While in warp, most of the vessel would experience nominal 1/2 G, while compartments at the bow and stern would experience approximately 1/5 G. If the crew neglected to reduce the field, the ship would do it automatically or prevent warp transition initiation. Stand by for warp transition, the grizzled navigation chief bellowed, causing everyone else on the bridge to flinch slightly. Daniel grinned to himself. Hyde in knowing the chief's enthusiastic announcement carried shipwide through the computer. A sharp klaxon blared once, then Daniel observed the forward emitters beginning to glow brilliant blue as the capacitors released tremendous energy into them. The main display automatically dimmed areas around the 3 visible emitters as the glow rapidly intensified from blue to blazing white, and visible distortions could be seen arcing between them, generating a ring of gravimetric energy surrounding the vessel's bow that mirrored the one occurring at the stern. In under a second, the main display dimmed completely and a violent shudder occurred as the warp field stabilized and the Red Cloud simply vanished from the Proxima Secundus system in a brilliant flash of light from residual protons left by the warp transition. Chapter 5. The subsequent 4 days elapsed swiftly while Daniel, Miranda, and Rajesh Kapoor conducted exhaustive vessel inspections to confirm remaining depot checklist items from Damascus Station's maintenance work and to provide the new executive officer opportunities to tour the vessel and become acquainted with the crew. When the 4th day concluded, Daniel felt certain she couldn't possibly recall even a 10th of the crew names, having personally greeted over 1,100 spacers throughout her tour. Daniel found himself impressed that she'd clearly devoted her off-duty hours to studying Raptor-class technical specifications and displayed zero hesitation about squeezing into the filthiest access passages. She remained focused and retained even the most trivial details shared by the vessel's technical personnel. Daniel permitted himself a thin sliver of optimism that he'd finally received a capable executive officer. Only the circumstances surrounding her placement aboard his vessel gave him concern. Anderson might have been a slovenly, indolent, pathetic excuse for an officer, but he demonstrated unwavering loyalty and never questioned Daniel's more unorthodox methods of starship command. In fact, the more Daniel considered it, the more he doubted Anderson had genuinely requested transfer. The man possessed absolutely no ambition, and transfer to the colonial fleet meant he'd need to start meeting force standards, like daily bathing. "Damn her," he whispered under his breath. "I'm sorry?" Miranda asked, shock registering on her face as she glanced up from the report she was reviewing. "No," Daniel said quickly. "My apologies. Yuri, Commander. I was speaking to myself." "I see," she said, clearly unconvinced. "So what's your assessment of the Red Cloud and her crew?" he asked, eager to redirect the conversation. She maintained her frigid silence momentarily before responding. "At approximately 600 meters length and over 100 meters beam, I'm frankly somewhat surprised by how confined everything feels on the lower levels," she said. "Well, the exterior hull consists of nearly 2 meters of solid alloy," Daniel explained, "then another 10 meters of layered defensive material before reaching the interior hull. All the equipment and storage compartments consume most of the available volume, leaving the crew with fairly tight living quarters." "I comprehend that, sir," she said. "It was merely an observation. My previous cruiser assignment provided considerably more space despite conducting deployments less than half the duration this vessel experiences. I've reviewed the cruiser you served on, Commander," Daniel said with a brief laugh. "It only achieved commission 5 years ago. Significant advances in vessel architecture have occurred since this destroyer's construction, not to mention a philosophical shift." "How so, sir?" she asked. "Your cruiser was contracted, designed, and constructed by firms on worlds within Caledonia," he said. "While it might pay token acknowledgement to FleetCom and Meridian, it was built anticipating it would never depart Caledonian territory. This vessel was engineered during an era when there remained genuine possibility it might actually see combat, not merely serve as a diplomatic presence. I challenge you on principle, but I think I grasp your perspective," she said, frowning. "Most contemporary prime fleet vessels are aesthetically impressive, remarkable in scale and technological sophistication, but I haven't observed the reinforced systems or multiple redundancy layers I've encountered on the Red Cloud." "I don't necessarily oppose the contemporary approach," Daniel said, shrugging. "With all the worlds and materials available for exploitation, humans haven't fought among themselves for centuries. We've never discovered evidence of another potentially hostile species, and the expanding communications drone infrastructure means fewer and fewer missions for crewed vessels. And I believe we might witness FleetCom dissolution during our careers and force operations transferred to private contractors." Miranda shuddered at that prospect. "I sincerely hope not, sir," she said. "I despise seeing the force dismantled and auctioned to corporate bidders." "As would I," Daniel concurred. "The indicators are present, however. Each year the Senate struggles increasingly to agree on operational funding, never mind anything approaching weapons research and development, but I suppose that exceeds my authority level." "It's intriguing speculation regardless, sir," Miranda said. "If you have nothing further for me, I think I'll retire before my watch begins." "Certainly, Commander," Daniel said, nodding. "Dismissed." She acknowledged him and departed the office. Only he activated the control to secure the hatch and extinguish the illuminated indicator showing his presence. He created the appearance of reviewing overdue fitness evaluations and working through them. Absently, he unlocked a drawer at his desk's base, reached past the antique pistol, resting in its holster, and closed his fingers around the neck of a compact, heavy bottle. He extracted it and positioned it on his desk corner without actually examining it, continuously rearranging words in the evaluation statements while closely monitoring the clock from his peripheral vision. When first watch officially concluded, he reclined in his chair and stretched, yawning expansively. Shrugging to himself, he retrieved a short plastic tumbler from the shelf beside his desk and poured a generous measure from the bottle into it. He swirled it around the bottom, lifted it to his nose, and gave a slight shudder as he did. This was authentic Kentucky bourbon from his homeworld, not the inferior spirits he suspected his engineering personnel were distilling in makeshift stills throughout the lower compartments. Alcohol remained strictly prohibited on 4-star ships for evident reasons, but there never appeared to be any shortage once a deployment commenced. Daniel took his first cautious sip, allowing the amber liquid to coat his tongue, before tilting his head back and letting it burn downward to his stomach. He followed that with another, larger sip before returning the glass to his desk. Only 4 bottles remained in the case stored in his quarters, so he'd need to ration what he possessed until he could arrange another supply shipment. Usor at least acquires some acceptable commercial spirits available on any developed world they encountered. He continued typing intermittently for nearly an hour, consuming 2/3 of the bottle without conscious awareness. When he finally tired of pretending productivity, he deactivated the interface to the vessel's personnel database and activated a playlist of soft jazz, streaming it through the overhead speakers at minimal volume. He grasped the bottle and, jaw clenched, twisted the cap back on before returning it to the secured drawer. As the calming music enveloped him, the familiar self-disgust surfaced at his lack of self-control. Exhaling heavily, he silenced the music, extracted a pillow from a wall storage compartment, and stretched out on the couch running along the bulkhead. It wouldn't be acceptable for his crew to observe him stumbling, bleary-eyed, back to his quarters. "These are your revised mission specifications," Ethan Prescott said, extending to Daniel another sealed envelope containing hard copy directives. "You couldn't have provided these before we departed Proxima Secundus?" Daniel asked as he worked at the seal on the envelope's edge. "Operational security, Captain," Prescott said in a patronizing tone that earned him a hostile look from Daniel. If these had been accessible while still within communications drone network range, the mission could have been jeopardized. "Mr. Prescott, I find it difficult to believe anyone would truly be that worried about you traveling to Epsilon Eridani," Daniel said, his head throbbing as he attempted to read the fine print on the document before him. "These are simply navigational modifications. What could possibly be so classified about these?" "Examine more carefully, Captain," Prescott said. "There are also emission control protocols and highly specific communication instructions for upon arrival." Daniel simply rolled his eyes and transferred the document to Miranda. "Work through it, Commander," he instructed her. "If anything seems excessively irregular, please notify me." "Immediately, sir," she said, and started reviewing the document. "Is there some particular rationale we're altering course and halting outside the system rather than following the standard approach?" Daniel asked. "That constitutes sensitive information, Captain," Prescott said. "I recognize that," Daniel said, massaging his temples with his left hand. "No, but the bridge represents a secure environment, and they're going to discover eventually, unless you intended to confine them to quarters and pilot the vessel yourself." "Simply comply with the directives provided to you, Captain," Prescott sneered. "Everything you require understanding of is contained in them, and nothing beyond. Your course modification has us emerging into normal space outside the system, but not so far that navigational dangers don't exist," Daniel said with more patience in his voice than he experienced. "That's precisely why we maintain predetermined routes into and out of star systems. If I determine you're exposing this vessel to needless hazard, I'll disregard these directives and maintain our original trajectory. That is, naturally, unless you can offer me reassurances otherwise." "The location where we'll emerge is clear," Prescott said quietly, still apparently oblivious that every ear on the bridge was attempting to hear his words. "It's a region that's been utilized for these types of transfers previously. The information Commander Ashton holds will verify those particulars." "Very well," Daniel said, unwilling to prolong the exchange any further than it had already extended. "I'll examine the directives and implement the required modifications. If I have additional concerns, I'll reach out to you. Otherwise, prepare to arrive in approximately 36 hours. "Appreciated," Prescott said, stepping over and murmuring something in Miranda's ear before proceeding off the bridge. Despite intense curiosity, Anna and Daniel didn't inquire what he'd said, and she didn't volunteer to tell him. "While these directives are somewhat irregular, I don't detect anything here to be excessively worried about, Captain," she said, returning the directives to him. We'll be meeting with another vessel in that region, so I believe we can presume it's clear of any dangers. Perhaps, he said, unconvinced, before elevating his voice. OPS, process these directives and ensure proper distribution. Yes, sir, Ensign Foster said, accepting the document from Daniel and returning to her station. The scan code on the directives would access the information all the various departments would require to implement them from the secure database that had been uploaded at Damascus Station. The hard copy directives represented an antiquated approach to ensure the database couldn't readily be accessed until necessary. If it's as straightforward as the directives appear to suggest, once we deliver Prescott, we'll be proceeding to our next destination, Miranda said quietly, leaning toward Daniel slightly so she didn't need to project her voice. He self-consciously shifted away from her and simply acknowledged her assessment with a nod, unwilling to breathe toward her. Prepare me a summary of the directive updates and forward it to my queue, he said, standing. See if you can identify who we're supposedly meeting and all that secrecy nonsense I was reading in there. I'll be in my office. Aye, sir, she said, the narrowing of her eyes barely detectable as he departed the bridge rapidly. Chapter 6. Navigation, verify our coordinates, and provide time remaining until transition, Daniel said, settling into his seat while securing his coffee mug with care. Coordinates verified. Real space transition in 10 minutes, reported the spacer second class stationed at Nav. He appeared somewhat old to still hold second-class rank, though the distinctive silhouette on his sleeve revealed a recent demotion. 2 stripes by the appearance. Daniel made a mental reminder to question Commander Ashton about why someone carrying such a disciplinary record was operating a station during first watch throughout sensitive procedures like a transition. OPS, he inquired. Verified, Captain, Ensign Foster responded sharply. As a professional courtesy, she began displaying the countdown chronometer and the vessel's relative coordinates on the main screen. Nav information has cleared redundancy verification. We should emerge at our intended location. The bridge maintained silence as everyone grew tense, anticipating the approaching transition. Even Ethan Prescott, strapped into an observation seat, remained quiet, though he studied the display with a worried expression. 5 seconds, Ensign Foster announced loudly, and a piercing klaxon sounded twice throughout the entire vessel. Several seconds later, the ship trembled violently, and a minor power reduction on non-critical systems caused the ambient illumination to dim somewhat. Once the trembling ceased, the main display cleared and transformed into a viewport again, revealing that beyond the luminous warp drive, emitters stretched an unobstructed starfield, confirming they had successfully re-emerged into normal space. All sections have reported in, Foster announced, awaiting position confirmation. Daniel waited calmly while the spacer at the nav station established their coordinates by capturing star images and measuring local gravitational distortions. We're 15,000 kilometers from our projected transition coordinates, he reported, transmitting the information to OPS and engineering. Daniel frowned. Though this remained within acceptable limits for the previous flight's distance, he'd anticipated emerging much nearer to their objective. When the vessel was in warp, it essentially flew blind, depending on internal instruments to ensure they emerged at their intended location. The Red Cloud's crew consistently achieved targets under 5,000 kilometers on extended flights, so he was inclined to attribute it to something Damascus Station had done to his equipment rather than crew error. I anticipate that being corrected on the next jump, he stated, providing fair warning to everyone that they needed to identify why the internal navigation systems were inaccurate by such a margin. Calculate a trajectory to our meeting coordinates and transmit them to the helm. OPS. Withdraw the warp drive emitters and seal the external hatches. Once they're secured, initialize the main engines and notify me when we're prepared to begin maneuvering. Aye, sir, Ensign Foster acknowledged, the emitters beginning to slowly withdraw into the hull even before Daniel had completed issuing directives. He observed as the delicate apparatus were carefully positioned back into their storage recesses, and the massive external hatches were swung closed and secured into position, shielding them from debris strikes or potential hostile weapons fire. Initial generations of human starships had 2 massive rings, one forward and one aft, that comprised the warp drive and were permanently mounted around the hull. Daniel had always been vaguely curious how many of those vessels were lost because they became stranded between jumps due to a micrometeorite impact destroying an emitter ring. "I'm concerned that we're prohibited from conducting an active area scan," Daniel said quietly to Miranda. "I'd like you to proceed down to the CIC and initiate a passive scan of surrounding space. Complete spectrum." "Aye, Captain," she said, releasing the latches on her restraints and departing the bridge quickly. The Combat Operations Center represented the vessel's core when it came to flying, tracking, and shooting. It was a compartment positioned near the center of the main hull and was staffed by 15 specialists at all times operating every instrument on the Red Cloud, prepared to supply information to the bridge whenever required. There was even a command station in the compartment where the captain could operate the ship from there if necessary. The Operations Center used to be called the Combat Information Center back before human vessels were capable of traveling between stars. But the designation CIC was an anachronism that had persisted to the modern era of starships. Daniel was reasonably certain it was because the acronym COC led to a phonetic pronunciation that the Force deemed to be improper. The passive scan wasn't the sole reason he wanted Commander Ashton in the CIC. He wasn't completely certain what was occurring with regard to his directives, and having her in the vessel's nerve center was one additional direct information channel. Thus far, Prescott seemed composed and unconcerned, and he wasn't confident whether he interpreted that as a positive sign or not. Commander Ashton rapidly made her way to the CIC and transmitted Captain Garrett's directives. Fortunately, the second watch OPS officer, Lieutenant Peters, was supervising the CIC during the transition back to normal space. Having served on the Red Cloud for 3 complete deployments, and he immediately grasped what the captain wanted without Miranda having to elaborate for him. He offered her the command seat and rapidly went to each station and got the operators working in the correct direction. Much of the task would simply be information processing since the vessel's passive sensors were recording continuously. The operators would need to review from the time the ship emerged into normal space and search for any irregularities. While the computers were proficient at identifying patterns and abrupt shifts, they frequently overlooked subtle variations that a human was able to instinctively detect. As Miranda sat patiently awaiting them to analyze through the information, she sensed a deep rumble reverberate through the ship. The main engines initializing caused considerably more vibration down in the CIC than they did on the bridge. She perceived the change in intensity and pitch and concluded that Captain Garrett was relocating the ship to the meeting coordinates specified in their directives. She presumed they were simply transporting their political operative to a vessel in the colonial fleet so that he could discreetly establish contact with the Nova Colombian government on behalf of Senator Harrington without raising any concerns, and she truly didn't comprehend Daniel Garrett's growing paranoia about the mission. While she would be pleased to be free of Ethan Prescott, particularly given the number of unwelcome advances he'd made since coming aboard, so she had to acknowledge to herself she was more than somewhat worried about some apparent erratic conduct from her new commanding officer. "We have something, Commander," Lieutenant Peters reported. "Thermal irregularity, 200,000 kilometers off the port bow, 22 degrees elevation." "Display it," Miranda said, rising from her chair and walking over to the sensor station. "These 2 luminous points entirely in the IR band, precisely 73 meters apart from each other," Peters said. "They were present when our sensors came back online after transition and vanished shortly afterward." "You have an explanation for what they were?" Miranda asked. "Yes, ma'am. Those are the reverse thrust nozzles of a Descendant-class destroyer operated exclusively by the colonial fleet. That newer class only has 2 main engines rather than our 4, Peters answered. "If you'll allow us a moment, we can identify which ship it is." "The contact was that distinct?" Miranda asked, surprised. "It was adequate for us to obtain an engine profile for the ship, ma'am," the sensor operator spoke up. He was a young specialist first class and had a scar extending down the length of his left cheek. Miranda read the name on the front of his utility uniform. "Provide me that ship identification as rapidly as you can, Specialist Jacobs," she said. "The captain will require this information immediately." She waited patiently behind the operator while he compared the brief thermal flash against the ship's database of engine profiles for that class of ship. "Located it," Jacobs said. She's the Oscar Marks, I registry DS8101. Excellent work, Specialist, Miranda said. Resume scanning real-time information again and see if you can reacquire her. Aye, ma'am. They must have been positioned there, awaiting us, and sealed off their reverse nozzles as soon as we transitioned in, Peter said. That's my assessment, Miranda said. Since they were also utilizing passive sensors, by the time they received the information of our arrival, we were already recording their engine heat. She moved to the command seat, pulled the terminal over to her, and began to compose a message that would go directly to Captain Garrett. Colonial Fleet Destroyer Oscar Marks positioned off our port bow at a range of 200,000 kilometers when Red Cloud transitioned in. She's gone dark. CIC working to reacquire. Will advise, Commander. Aye, Ashton. Daniel read the message twice before responding to Miranda to continue at it. He glanced over at Prescott and attempted to get a read on the man's demeanor. He still simply sat there with the same bored, slightly annoyed look that he seemed to perpetually have. Mr. Prescott, he said loudly, so here we are. What occurs next? You'll discover soon enough, Captain, Prescott said, checking ship's time again. In the meantime, maintain emission control protocols. The thermal signature from our engines will be detectable to anyone observing, Daniel reminded him. We're not completely concealed out here. By the time anyone will be positioned to investigate, we'll all be long departed, Prescott said, giving Daniel an irritated glare. The mission is to wait until we're contacted. Until that time. Contact, Ensign Foster said. Tight beam communications laser has just been detected on the forward array. Executing decryption routines now. See, Captain, Prescott said. Nothing to be concerned about. Don't confuse impatience to resume our actual mission with concern, Daniel said, growing tired of the other man's smugness. Encryption codes on their side were authentic, Captain, Foster said, interrupting Prescott's response. Receiving the message in its entirety. Transmit it to me. Aye, sir, Daniel observed as the text began scrolling across his display. The message was concise and direct. Civilian passenger Ethan Prescott to be brought by shuttle to prearranged coordinates. Will receive in 1 hour from receipt of this message. Send no reply. Regards, Captain Asiri, CO, Kihi CS Oscar Marks. I presume you have yet another set of classified coordinates in your possession, Mr. Prescott? Daniel said. I do. Then accompany the bridge sentry down to the shuttle hangar and prepare to depart. Ensign Foster, notify Commander Juarez that a shuttle will need to be prepared and a pilot ready to transport our passenger over to another ship, Daniel said, still not satisfied with how he seemed to have minimal control over the events occurring on his ship. Aye, sir, Foster said, notifying Commander Juarez now. It appears we may be here for a while, Daniel remarked to the crew once Prescott had departed the bridge. Proceed and restore gravity to normal and stand down from transition alert. Standard watches until further directive. Aye, yours, sir, came a chorus of confirmations as the crew transmitted his directives to all the sections in the ship. You still believe this is simply some political maneuvering between Meridian and Nova Columbia? Daniel asked Miranda when she walked into the wardroom to find him in front of the coffee dispenser. I've already conceded that this is somewhat irregular, she admitted as she retrieved a clean mug, but I'm not prepared to characterize it as anything more sinister yet. Besides, we should be underway soon enough. Have you ever had any covert operations like this in your time in the Prime Fleet, Commander? Ensign Foster spoke up from a table where she was reading from an oversized comling the younger officers tended to prefer in eating a pastry. Nothing this theatrical, Miranda said, turning to the younger officer. While the bridge was a formal place, officers tended to be somewhat more relaxed and approachable in the wardroom. We had our fair share of classified passengers and strange directives, but I've never transitioned this far outside a star system. I'll admit that it is somewhat unnerving. I sometimes believe the politicians miss the old days when nation-states were constantly fighting with each other, Daniel said with a snort. We haven't had so much as a mild Cold War in centuries. Why do you believe that is, Captain? Foster asked. Miranda noticed that the young ensign, while respectful, wasn't nearly as distant around Captain Garrett as the majority of the crew she'd observed. Distance coupled with nobody lacking for anything, Daniel said, leaning back against the counter and sipping his coffee. All the major enclaves have more resources and territory than their populations could consume in a millennium. And despite the newest generation of warp drive from Nakamoto Industries, the concept of trying to invade seems absurd. There's also that, Miranda offered, taking a seat at another table. Nakamoto corporate office controls the flow of technology to all the worlds, and Meridian has a firm hand on their board. Anybody that doesn't play nice risks being cut off. You may have that backwards, Commander, Daniel said with a humorless chuckle. I believe Nakamoto's chairman has a firm hand on Meridian's representatives, and by proxy most of the Senate. Perhaps, Miranda said, but you'll never hear me admit that out loud where the wrong person can hear it. Daniel just shrugged. It's not precisely a secret, he said, pushing himself off the counter. The system has functioned for so long it's more or less an institution, and nobody seems to have any genuine interest in changing it. Nakamoto has controlled all aspects of spaceflight since before the first colony ships were sent to Proxima Secundus. They distribute technology at a rate that can be absorbed by the population to ensure maximum profitability, and we dutifully allow them to maintain control over it. Did you know there are systems on this ship that force personnel are not permitted to work on, or even access? When Miranda shook her head, he continued, not many people do. As XO, you'll want to coordinate with Lieutenant Commander Kapoor and familiarize yourself with those. Per the agreement with FleetCom, those systems are leased to the United Colonies and can only be worked on by Nakamoto technicians, except in the case of an extreme emergency. That's certainly something I would like to be informed about, Miranda said, furiously making notes on her comlink to remind herself to talk to Chief Engineer Kapoor. It's not such a significant issue on a ship this old, Daniel said with a shrug as he walked to the hatch. But on a newer vessel, any tampering could land you in front of a board of inquiry. He stepped through into the corridor and made his way back toward the bridge. Acknowledging the Marine sentry, he slipped into his seat and began checking over statuses on his display as all the sections transmitted their post-transition reports to the bridge. As he'd anticipated, the relatively brief flight was uneventful, and there were no concerns that he needed to address. Captain, Shuttle 3 is on its way back with Mr. Prescott aboard, the communications officer said. They'll be docking in approximately 15 minutes. Did the shuttle report in, or was it another tight beam from the Oscar Marks? Tight beam communications, sir. OPS, inform Commander Juarez to debrief the pilot and transmit the last known coordinates of the Oscar Marks to my station, Daniel said. He contemplated having Prescott brought up to the bridge to report to him directly, but he understood the political operative wouldn't be pinned down so easily. It was almost certain that the little weasel had a directive in his possession that was a catch-all to make sure he didn't have to answer any questions he didn't want to. Also, keep me informed of Mr. Prescott's movements once he's back on the Red Cloud, he ordered instead. It was nearly half an hour later when his terminal chimed with a message from his flight operations officer, Commander Javier Juarez. The Oscar Marks was positioned 80,000 kilometers off their bow, 12 degrees declination. Captain Asiri was still operating dark and had deployed stealth countermeasures that completely obscured the large ship from the Red Cloud's passive sensors, as well as completely confusing Daniel. Why bother to continue hiding when they'd already identified themselves in the previous communications? He was contemplating the possibilities when a specialist he recognized as being one of Juarez's spacers walked onto the bridge and handed him yet another official packet, this one bearing Admiral Bradford's signature. Mr. Prescott asked me to bring this to you, sir, the young man stammered. Not serving on the bridge, or anywhere near officer country, he was clearly intimidated standing before the captain. Appreciated, Daniel said simply, reaching out and accepting the packet. You're dismissed. The spacer spun on his heel in an honest-to-God-facing movement, something nobody did after basic training, and marched off the bridge with his eyes fixed on the exit. Daniel would have almost laughed had it not been for the bundle of almost certain unhappiness he held in his hand. Ensign Foster, you have the bridge until Commander Ashton returns, he said as he climbed out of his seat. Aye, sir, Foster said. Hano, Captain Garrett, Admiral Bradford began on the video that was playing on Daniel's terminal screen. This message accompanies your official order modifications, which will have been in the packet Mr. Prescott handed you containing this recording. The requirement for the utmost secrecy should be apparent by this point, so I won't waste time explaining to you why it was necessary. Honestly, all you need to do is follow directives, and you don't need to comprehend the big picture to do that. Now, the reason for this message has nothing to do with your new routing directives. While I would have enjoyed informing you of this in person, this will have to suffice. This will be the final deployment for the Red Cloud. In fact, the entire 12th is being stood down. The Cornstalk and the Geronimo are already steaming for the Sierra shipyards to be decommissioned and dismantled. The destroyers from the 12th will not be replaced. Shadow Squadron is paring down operations in the face of no threats, immediate or potential. FleetCom feels the funding can be better allocated, and frankly, I couldn't agree more. With the implementation of the second-generation Nakamoto Communications Network, the need for Shadow Squadron at all is coming to an end. But I digress. I think we both know that given your fitness scores and background, that the chances of you being assigned a new command are quite slim. I've taken the liberty of drafting your retirement orders, and will have them waiting for you on Damascus when you come back through. I'd like you to take the time you have left on this deployment to give Commander Ashton as much time as possible in command. I don't necessarily want you mentoring her. I'd just like her to have as much seat time on a starship bridge as possible. She stopped talking and stared into the camera, her face contorting as she tried to keep her expression neutral and not allow her smugness to be a part of the official record. Apparently not having a graceful way to end the message, the video simply ended. "Damn her," Daniel said, the curse coming out as an exhausted sigh as he leaned back in his chair. So that was it. His entire life cut off at the knees in one short, dispassionate video message. The fight was officially over. All the hard-fought battles for acceptance and recognition were for nothing, as someone sitting behind a desk decided 4 aging warships in an era of peace and prosperity were no longer worth keeping around. He wasn't sure how long he'd been staring off into space when a chiming sound let him know someone was outside the hatch. It also let him know that person was a civilian, as his crew would give the customary single knock. "Come in, Mr. Prescott," he said with all the enthusiasm of someone being led to the gallows. "How did you know it was me?" Prescott asked as he strolled in. "It was the chime, right? Every damn ship is different. Some stick to the old traditions and others don't." Daniel was staring at the man in slack-jawed confusion, not completely sure it was the same person he'd been ferrying from Damascus Station. "You seem different, Mr. Prescott," he said carefully, eyeing the worn casual attire and the changed demeanor. Prescott's facial expression, normally scrunched up into a pretentious sneer, was relaxed and affixed with a lopsided grin. "And," Prescott said, seeming to be thoroughly enjoying the moment, "you're a damn CIS operative," Daniel said, things suddenly snapping into focus. "Not bad, Captain. First guess and a quick one at that," Prescott said, smiling broadly. "Agent Cole, FleetCom Intelligence Section, at your service." "Can this day get any more bizarre?" Daniel asked to nobody in particular. "Ah, you saw the Admiral's little love letter, I take it," Cole said, slouching into one of the seats in front of the desk. "You knew about it? Operative, remember? I went through all your directives and whatnot before I resealed them and had them delivered," Cole said. "Tough break, Captain." "Yeah," Daniel said non-committally. "That's how it goes, I guess. So why drop the act now?" "You mean besides the fact that it was exhausting playing a preening, pretentious jerk that worked for a pompous, arrogant ass?" "Besides that, yes. There was no longer a requirement for it," Cole said with a shrug. "The deception was for Captain Asiri and the Nova Colombian representatives that were aboard the Oscar Marks. I also think I'll have a better shot with Commander Ashton being myself." "Are you certain about that?" Daniel asked, raising one eyebrow. Cole let out a genuine, hearty laugh at his own expense. "I like you, Captain," he said. "And what the hell? It certainly couldn't hurt." She was rather unimpressed with Mr. Ethan Prescott. "The fact she shot you down as Prescott makes me respect her a bit more," Daniel said. "Me too," Cole said distractedly. "Anyway, the real reason I came up here, Captain, is to give you a bit of advice." Daniel noticed the serious expression on the man's face and leaned in a bit, despite the fact they were the only two in the office. "Your new directives are going to take you out to the frontier, right up to the rim. I'm talking beyond the official boundaries of the Asiatic Union and out to the newest colony worlds and newly opened warp lanes. You'll be asked to simply conduct survey scans, check atmospheric conditions, the usual, but there is also the directive to monitor local media and communications. What possible purpose could that serve? Daniel asked. There's something happening along the frontier, specifically along the Asiatic Union. Warsaw Alliance Corridor, Cole said carefully. Just so you know, I could get in a lot of trouble for telling you this, but I want you to know that you need to fly into this with your eyes wide open. When you say something, you mean what exactly? Daniel said, skeptical of anything a CIS agent would tell him. That's just it, Cole said, leaning back again. We have no idea. There's conclusive evidence that we've had 2 ships disappear under suspicious circumstances, but there's no concrete evidence to tell us who did it, why, or even where the ships are. I hadn't heard anything about that, Daniel said, suddenly very interested. Classified, Cole said. One was an automated exploration vessel verifying a safe course to a new system with 3 habitable planets. The other was a merchant fleet cruiser that went to see what happened to the unmanned ship. CIS and the Senate Committee on Exploration have clamped a lid down tight on this one. What's the most popular theory? The Asiatic Union is preparing to make a move on Meridian, Cole said without preamble. What? Daniel said, almost laughing. That's absurd. Is it? Cole pressed. Why? Third Fleet is well equipped and loyal to the AU's parliament. They know Shadow Squadron is being whittled away at an increasing rate, so FleetCom bean counters can make their numbers look good to Meridian. Don't let centuries of peace by lack of proximity fool you, Captain. We're all still very human and thus lustful of what our neighbors have. Okay, I'll play along. What would the AU gain by making a move on Meridian? That's tantamount to declaring war on the United Colonies. The other enclaves wouldn't stand for that. Not a war, a raid, Cole said. What is on Meridian? The Colonial Senate, FleetCom Operations Center, and Nakamoto Corporate Headquarters, Daniel said. You missed one, Cole said. Nakamoto R&D is also on Meridian. It's not something that's widely publicized, but it's there. A raid on that facility would garner the AU a technological edge that would be hard to surmount. Couple that with their superior population numbers and manufacturing base, you see where I'm going with this. I suppose it's plausible, Daniel admitted, the words seeming to cause him physical pain to say. Nara, but why attack a frontier drone in a freight hauler? Obviously to keep a secret hidden, Cole said with a shrug. Like I said, that's one of the more popular theories, not to mention the least exotic. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, Cole confirmed. It does sort of make sense in a way. Given Nakamoto's Japanese heritage from when the company was on Terra, the AU may feel they're entitled to it anyway. Other theories range from conspiracies to keep the new planets uninhabited all the way to attack from aliens. Aliens? Daniel laughed. Digging deep for that one, aren't they? We've discovered at least one race of intelligent aliens, Cole said, holding up a finger. Yeah, a species of methane breathers on a world that would kill us within seconds, Daniel said. We can't even communicate with them. Has anybody even been back to that planet in the last 100 years? Just the occasional scientific expedition. Cole shook his head. So, I suppose I should thank you for the warning, Daniel said. What happens next? Are you coming along? No, Cole said. I'm not much of a crew person myself. The Oscar marks should be departing soon. We'll wait a bit after that, and then we'll fly under normal power a short distance, and then you'll drop me off. After that, you're clear to warp to your first waypoint. So we just wait? Daniel asked, not bothering to ask the operative what was waiting only a short distance away. Well, we could pass the time more quickly if you'd be so kind as to offer a weary traveler a drink out of that bottle in your lower left drawer, Cole said with a grin. And I'm not even going to ask you how you know about that, Daniel said sourly, not bothering to deny the charge. He reached down, keyed the drawer open, and pulled out a still-sealed bottle of his precious Kentucky bourbon. Grab some glasses from that shelf and lock the hatch. Chapter 7. The Oscar Marks is accelerating away, Ensign Foster announced, casting a prolonged, sideways look at Cole as she spoke. His altered appearance and changed attitude had created a stunned silence across the bridge, when he and Daniel had returned. Daniel chose not to offer any explanation to his crew regarding the transformation. Not even a tight beam farewell message, Cole observed from the observer's seat. A Siri truly is an insufferable jerk. The final remark caused jaws to drop and remain suspended. Daniel simply rolled his eyes without comment. Updated coordinates? He asked instead. Right here, Cole said, extending his comlink to the operator at navigation. We can reach that location in 15 minutes at half thrust, Captain, she reported after entering the coordinates from the display. Additionally, Muddy, I'll require you to broadcast a standard force hail on this frequency, Cole said, approaching the comm station and activating another screen on his comlink. Daniel acknowledged the ensign manning the station when he glanced over, seeking confirmation. The response to the hail arrived instantly. New contact, Ensign Foster announced sharply. It's positioned 100 meters from our new target coordinates. That's my transportation, Cole said, returning to the observer's seat. She's been waiting stealthed for the past 4 months. Please, the computer brought her to the correct location. A broadhead, Daniel said as he reviewed the sensor information on his display. I've never encountered one directly. Hell, I suspected they might actually be a myth. A broadhead? Miranda spoke up from her station. Fire, what is a senator's aide doing with a vessel like that? Things aren't always what they seem, are they? Cole answered with a wink and a smile that sent Miranda into silent rage. The broadhead was a compact vessel, 5 crew members maximum, that was technologically generations ahead of anything else in the Defense Force. Rumors suggested the ship could not only enter an atmosphere, but could initiate a warp transition without actual emitters generating the distortion rings. It was technology that wasn't anticipated to appear on 4 starships for at least another 25 years. The ship was a gift from Nakamoto Industries to CIS. They also were rumored to sell them to anyone else with sufficient resources to operate one. It was a brief list. Nav, calculate a course that will bring us alongside the new contact and transfer it to the helm, Daniel ordered. Aye, sir. Course calculated and entered. Ahead 1/4, Daniel said. We're not rushed. Inform engineering to begin charging the warp drive capacitor banks. The procedure to dock the massive warship with the comparatively tiny broadhead had been remarkably straightforward. The Red Cloud had been brought to complete stop several hundred meters away, and once Cole transmitted the coded command signal, the broadhead ignited her thrusters and the computer guided the ship in for a perfect soft lock against the Red Cloud's starboard boarding hatch. So where are you headed? Daniel asked as he, Miranda, and Cole approached the still-sealed hatch. That's highly classified, Cole said with a mischievous smile. Or to be frank, I won't know until the next communications drone passes through the system and updates my orders. If I were to speculate, it will be back out to the European Colonial Union to monitor this faction or that. Well, it's been interesting, Daniel said, extending his hand as the Marine at the hatch entered the security code and opened it. Want to take a look inside her? Cole suggested, indicating the flexible gangway that descended into the broadhead. Daniel nearly declined out of habit, but something in Cole's tone made him hesitate. Perhaps a brief look, he agreed after a pause. Commander Ashton, you have the ship. Before she could object, Cole moved to interrupt her and wrapped an arm around her waist. It's unfortunate we can't continue our developing friendship, Commander, he said conspiratorially. Only perhaps we'll encounter each other again. Miranda was so surprised by his sudden proximity and contact that Daniel was able to walk through the hatch before she could reference some obscure regulation about him departing the ship without a security detail. Red Cloud, departing, the computer announced the instant he vanished through the hatch. Don't worry, I'm not kidnapping you, Captain, Cole said as Daniel stepped through the hatch onto the smaller ship. You can't kidnap me. I'm already in the Defense Force, Daniel said as he examined his surroundings. This would be a straightforward abduction. Ah, Cole said. I guess I've never truly grasped that expression. So why am I here? Or did you simply want to display your shiny toy? As impressive as she is, no, Cole said. And I wanted to provide you this away from prying eyes. He extracted a data card from a slot in the forward console and handed it to Daniel. That is a set of secondary protocols for the communications drone network, a layer beneath the normal communications traffic. There are some intriguing back-channel intelligence codes on there, but the reason I'm providing it to you is that you'll be able to contact me no matter where I'm at. This is highly irregular, Daniel said, rotating the card over in his hand. He was dimly aware of how CIS had constructed a secure communications infrastructure embedded within the normal system. He also knew knowledge of the network was jealously guarded. I have a suspicion I could be charged for even possessing this thing. When did you become so cautious? Cole asked. Acorn, it's not as if you have to worry about your career at this point, and access to that information could be critical out where you're going. You still believe there's something that serious occurring? Daniel asked. I don't know with certainty, but I suspect, Cole said. The fact Bradford was so determined that the Red Cloud be sent to gather intelligence means that FleetCom is equally suspicious and equally clueless. If they had any solid intelligence on what was happening, they would dispatch someone like me to confirm, or they would mobilize Shadow Squadron's 2 remaining battle groups to address it. Thanks, Daniel said, but I still struggle believing that the AU is planning something as audacious as you seem to think. Maybe not. Hopefully not, Cole shrugged. Anyway, it's time for us to part ways, Captain. It's been an educational, safe voyage. You as well, Daniel said. Red Cloud arriving, the computer announced as he walked back through the hatch and nodded for the sentry to seal and lock it. As soon as the indicator displayed a hard seal, there was a gentle bump as the broadhead retracted its flexible gangway. Commander, have our first waypoint prepared and ready by the time I reach the bridge, he said, walking off and leaving her still appearing like she wanted to comment about him departing the ship. He rapidly made his way to the lifts and then rushed to his office after exiting the last car. Once he secured the hatch, he went to the bulkhead behind his desk and opened a concealed panel. Behind it was a formidable-looking safe door with redundant biometric locks. He pressed his hand against the panel so it could read his prints, not heart rate, and calculate his stress levels before it performed a retinal scan, and finally opened the door with a solid thunk. Inside was a stack of data cards, an ancient sidearm identical to the one in his desk drawer, and a few file folders with hard copy documents. He reached under these and extracted a small metallic box with an intricate clasp on the front. He quickly inserted the card Cole had given him inside the box and returned it to the safe. After a quick inventory of the safe's remaining contents, he slammed the door shut and waited as it locked itself back up. The small box was a shielded container that would conceal the illicit card from even an active scan in the office. While it was true he didn't have a career to concern himself with anymore, he'd rather not retire just to be placed into a FleetCom detention facility for possessing the CIS code card. Course is prepared and ready, Captain, Miranda said as soon as he walked back onto the bridge. All ahead full, Daniel ordered as he took his seat. When we reach transition velocity, secure from standard flight mode and deploy the warp drive. Aye, sir, all ahead full, the helmsman said, advancing the throttles completely forward. There was a deep rumble through the ship as the main engines rapidly built to full power, and the Red Cloud began to race away from Epsilon Eridani on her way to the transition point. Daniel leaned back in his seat and silently observed their progress on his own display. Disregarding the glances Miranda kept directing his way. It was a brief 30-minute flight later when the rumble of the mains died away and the warp drive emitters were extended out of the hull. 10 minutes after that, the Red Cloud, unnoticed, vanished from the space far outside the Epsilon Eridani star system. Lieutenant Commander Kapoor, Miranda greeted the chief engineer as she walked into the compartment containing Reactor 1. Are you occupied? No more than typical, Commander, he said. What can I do for you? I'd like a conversation in private, if you wouldn't mind, she said, her voice calm and steady despite how frayed her nerves were. It had been 3 days since the ship had transitioned to warp, and she felt her concerns couldn't wait any longer. But she wanted to ensure she was on solid ground before doing something that would guarantee she never rose above the rank of commander. My office is one deck up, Kapoor said, nodding to the ensign beside him to assume control at the console he'd been working at. We're primarily conducting simulation training. It's too dangerous to do any genuine maintenance while the ship is traveling FTL. They walked up the stairs to the next deck and into the chief engineer's office without a word, Kapoor closing the hatch behind him after he motioned her through. So what's the issue, ma'am? He asked, settling down into his chair. How long have you known Captain Garrett? She began without preamble. We've served together for nearly 9 years now, he answered uncomfortably. What's this about? Nothing official, she assured him quickly. Akin, I'm simply trying to understand his expectations and his command style. With our rapid departure from Meridian, I didn't get the orientation period I thought I would during our shakedown. You and me both, Kapoor snorted. I've got half a dozen new officers, and I'm having to pull double watches to ensure they don't do something catastrophic. As to your questions, from what I can tell, you're not doing anything obviously wrong. Between you and me, you'd have to try quite hard to be as useless an officer as Commander Anderson was. Is Captain Garrett always so guarded, or will he open up eventually? She asked. I'm unaccustomed to being so excluded from the decision-making process, and he shows no inclination to include me. You know where he's from, don't you? Kapoor asked, seeming suddenly uncomfortable. Right, I know he's from Terra, she said. Somewhere on the Pacific States Alliance continent? Right, Kapoor said, looking at her oddly. You're not aware of the usual stigma applied to people from Terra? I'm from one of the oldest colony worlds in Caledonia, she said with a shrug. I've heard all the tasteless jokes and stereotypes, but I've never thought much of it. Well, believe me when I tell you that it's not been a pleasant journey up the ranks for someone born and raised on Terra, Kapoor said. Dan has had to fight and struggle for everything he's achieved. And even then, there are those in FleetCom just waiting for him to stumble so they can be the one to discipline him. Oh, surely you've had to notice that even some on this ship's crew have to struggle to hide their disdain. I had no idea it was actually that severe, she said. How can this be allowed to continue so overtly? Officially, it's not, Kapoor said with a humorless laugh. But since when has a regulation or law prevented human prejudice? If he were to report it, all it would accomplish is to make him a target. So he formed a tough outer shell and is slow to trust those around him. It sounds rather lonely, she said, thinking back to her conversations with Admiral Bradford prior to accepting the post on the Red Cloud. Rajesh Kapoor was unknowingly filling in a lot of context that had escaped her during the initial interviews. That sums up the man's life as well as anything else I've heard, Kapoor said sadly. Commander, and while I appreciate what appears to be a genuine attempt to understand the captain in order to be a more effective XO, I would appreciate a certain amount of discretion with the information I've given you. He is an intensely private man. Of course, Lieutenant Commander Kapoor, Miranda said, standing up. I would hope that discretion is reciprocated, as I doubt he would appreciate what would undoubtedly be seen as an intrusion. He'll never even know you are down here, Kapoor said, also rising. Thank you, Mr. Kapoor. My pleasure, ma'am. Miranda had walked down with the intention of confronting Kapoor about Garrett's disregard for procedure and to inquire about what she suspected was a drinking problem severe enough that he'd been borderline unfit for duty on one occasion. However, after initiating the conversation and gaining insight into what made Captain Garrett tick, she'd lost her nerve. She resolved to keep him under close observation, but she didn't feel justified in approaching him just yet. Chapter 8. The Red Cloud jolted hard as she dropped out of warp, the transition far rougher than it should have been. Daniel paid no attention to the sound of mugs hitting the floor or the muttered profanities from his bridge officers. Engineering, he said, activating the intercom button on his armrest. What's going on? We're looking into it now, Captain, Rajesh Kapoor's voice responded. No damage reports are coming in, so I'm authorizing the ship for normal flight. I'll update you once I have something. Make it quick, Lieutenant Commander, Daniel said before terminating the intercom channel. OPS, have all departments report in with non-critical damage or injuries. Should I retract the warp drive emitters, sir? Ensign Foster asked while simultaneously transmitting the query to all department heads. No. Hey, Ensign, Daniel said. Give the chief engineer some time before we start altering the drive configuration. They drifted near the edge of the Nanjing system for 2 hours, a frontier colony belonging to the Asiatic Union, before the communications officer finally spoke up. Captain, I'm receiving no transmissions from Nanjing, the communications node platform, or any ship traffic. The entire communications array is down? Daniel asked, incredulous. All my internal diagnostics are reading green, the officer said. I can run loopback checks all the way to the antennas. Daniel rose from his seat and approached the communications station. The officer was a Lieutenant J.G., junior grade, that Daniel recognized as the second watch communications officer. "Show me your diagnostic data, Lieutenant Keller," Daniel said. Without a word, Warren Keller displayed the logs of the extensive testing he'd conducted since first suspecting equipment malfunction. Daniel had to acknowledge that the young officer had been remarkably thorough and systematic in his approach. "Solid work attempting to isolate the problem," he told Keller, "but when there's a system-wide failure like this, ensure you at least notify me before you begin troubleshooting. Go ahead and relay this to your section and have them start inspecting the communications array. I refuse to believe we lost all radios, all bands at once." "Aye, sir." "Communications array failure and an interwarp navigation malfunction?" Miranda asked once Daniel had returned to his seat. "An improbable and unfortunate scenario," Daniel agreed. His terminal beeped for his attention before he could finish his thought. He scanned the message from Rajesh Kapoor and exhaled in relief. The warp drive had experienced a minor variance between the fore and aft distortion rings that engineering had succeeded in isolating and correcting. Minor variances were rough. Major variances would rip the ship in half. "OPS, retract and stow the warp drive emitters and start the mains. Engineering has completely cleared the ship for normal flight. Tactical." "Tactical." "Yes, Captain." A startled tactical officer, accustomed to having little to do on the ship, straightened and nearly tumbled from his chair as he attempted to turn and face the command dais. "You don't need to face me, son, but you do need to pay attention to what's occurring around you," Daniel reprimanded him. While OPS is occupied reconfiguring the ship, I want you to initiate active scans of the system and surrounding space. Just use the navigation array for now." "Aye, sir," the tactical officer said, hesitantly working his displays to access the appropriate control menu, having to retrace his steps multiple times. Daniel glanced at Miranda, who nodded and moved over behind the struggling officer. "Captain, communications section reports no faults detected within the individual systems," Lieutenant Keller reported. "They even went so far as to use each radio to communicate with one of the shuttles. All receive and transmit functions appear to be operational." "Interesting," Daniel said. "Nav, we are at Nanjing, correct?" "Yes, sir," the spacer at navigation said immediately. "Mach, I took 3 star shots when we transitioned in and verified our position. We're just within the orbit of the 9th planet of the Nanjing system, 28 kilometers from our target jump-in point." "Very well," Daniel said loudly. "We appear to have a bit of a mystery on our hands. Until tactical confirms what we have around us, we will hold our position and continue monitoring communications. Lieutenant Keller, please transmit a standard force hail and loop it." He glanced over and saw that Miranda was energetically informing his tactical officer that his lackluster performance and lack of attention was not appreciated. Eventually, the returns from the long-range radar scans started to arrive, and the main display began to populate with objects and identifiers. The data that was being displayed, however, only confused them further. "None of this corresponds with our records," Miranda was saying, consulting the scan logs of the last Shadow Squadron ship to pass through the system. "There's a lot of localized debris, but we can't identify any of the known constructs or satellites. There appears to be 0 ship traffic in orbit over Nanjing as well." "We know that's impossible," Daniel said. "Do we have another system malfunctioning, or are these returns valid?" "They appear to be legitimate, Captain," she said. "Activate the high-res tactical array," Daniel ordered. "I want the clearest possible picture before we move the ship." The high-res array was a system of high-power radar, LIDAR, and optical imagers that wasn't used during routine operations. The radar was so powerful it could disrupt other ships, so the Red Cloud would typically fly with the comparatively low-power navigation radar. "Aye, sir," Miranda said, still reprimanding and directing the hapless tactical officer. "Commander Ashton, relieve your tactical officer and summon someone up who is more experienced with the station," Daniel said. He was growing increasingly uneasy with the situation, and tactical wasn't a station he wanted such a novice at. He knew the station was typically manned with a space filler, since the tactical officer was rarely called upon to do anything but assist the other stations, so he had no plans to discipline his operator. The other spacers in that section would most likely handle that for him. While the shamefaced junior officer slunk off the bridge, Miranda slid into the seat and began activating the tactical array online, while they waited for an actual tactical officer from the bullpen. Despite the higher power, physics were physics, and they would not have any new data on the system for several hours. The radio waves from the radars would take hours to reach the far side of the system, bounce back to be collected by the receiver, and interpreted by the computer so that it could be displayed on the bridge. "Let's all take a deep breath and settle down, everyone," Daniel said. "We're just going to remain here at the edge of the system and collect as much data as we can before charging in blind. I don't want any rumors or premature conclusions. Commander Ashton, you have the bridge. Maintain normal watch intervals." Daniel refilled his coffee mug and then rode the lifts down to the lower decks. Miranda was more than capable of monitoring things on the bridge, and he wanted to obtain a first-hand account from the other departments, specifically communications and engineering. "Captain on deck!" a spacer second class shouted as soon as Daniel entered the hatch to the communications section. "As you were," he said automatically. "Is Lieutenant Yu in the shop?" "No, sir," the spacer said. "He's with Specialist Harper in the forward avionics bays. He said he wanted to personally examine all the transmission lines for the primary communications array." "Good man," Daniel said, surveying the communications shop area. It was mildly cluttered, but it seemed to be the result of recent, hectic activity during the recent crisis, so he disregarded it. "I'll go forward and check in with him myself. Carry on." The journey forward was slow going. Most of the crew wasn't accustomed to seeing him patrolling the lower decks unattended and unannounced, so they were uncertain what to do. Some snapped to attention, others froze like prey animals, and more still dove through any open hatch to escape. The Raptor-class ship had two main arteries, one port, the other starboard, that gave the crew access fore and aft. The starboard corridor was for moving forward, the port corridor was for moving aft. The need for this distinction became apparent during drills, ports of call in which the crew was allowed to disembark, or when moving heavy equipment around inside the ship. He could see he needed to have Commander Ashton enforce general cleanliness of the ship, but he had to admit it didn't look as bad as it had in the past when Anderson would swear he was maintaining it, and the back shops looked like refuse storage. The communications shop was located on Deck 4, directly under the superstructure, so it was in the aft half of the ship. Most of the equipment for the primary communication system was located in the forwardmost avionics bay to keep the transmission lines as short as possible. There was so much high-energy equipment towards the prow that most of the forward section of the ship was unmanned due to health hazards. "Lieutenant Yu," Daniel said as he stepped through the small hatch into the avionics bay. "What can you tell me?" "The communications array is completely functional." "Nos, Captain," Yu said. He was a short, lean man of obvious Chinese descent. "As far as we've been able to determine, it's never been inactive since we transitioned back to real space. I wish I had a better answer for you." "It's hardly your fault," Daniel said. "We'll be remaining here for another couple of hours at least. Let me know if anything turns up." "Of course, Captain," Yu said, turning back to the panel he'd been half inside of when Daniel had walked in. When he exited the avionics bay, Daniel nearly collided with a flush-faced Master Chief Petty Officer who looked like he'd run the entire length of the access tube. "Chief Kaczynski," Daniel said. "Fancy meeting you here." Kaczynski was the senior enlisted spacer on the Red Cloud and was supposed to serve as a conduit between Daniel and the enlisted ranks. "Captain, Shunit, I would have appreciated a heads up before you came down and started inspecting the shops," Kaczynski said, barely able to conceal his dislike for his captain while he still gasped for air. "I'll bet you would," Daniel said, eyeing the disheveled chief with thinly veiled disgust. "Unfortunately, time was short in our current crisis, and I had neither the time nor inclination to hunt you down." "My comlink is active," Kaczynski insisted. "If you're going to be coming down to the lower decks and harassing—" "This is my ship, Kaczynski, and I'll damn well go anywhere I please whenever it pleases me," Daniel said, looking around before continuing. "Your connected family has protected you from actually performing your job function up to now. But things are always fluid in the Defense Force, and they just changed again." "Meaning?" "Meaning that starting now, if I don't see you in a clean uniform, at your post, and clear-headed, I will put you in the brig for the remainder of this cruise," Daniel said, his face inching closer to Kaczynski's. "You've been useless ballast on this vessel for 2 years. That stops today. The chief's eyes were slowly widening as the captain dressed him down. Have you lost your mind? He asked incredulously. You're wasting time, Chief, Daniel said. You don't have much time to get yourself cleaned up and on the command deck. He turned and strode away from the gaping Kaczynski, his hands still clenched into fists. Ever since the lazy slug had been dumped on his ship, he'd been wanting to do that. But the man's family connections made it impossible. His father, Senator Walter Kaczynski, Sr., was a powerful, connected politician who could make life miserable for a lowly starship captain with a single message to FleetCom. The younger Kaczynski had been put in Shadow Squadron as a long-term storage solution for a son that was mostly an embarrassment to an ambitious father. But now Daniel had nothing to lose. As long as everything he did was in accordance to force policy and procedure, the slovenly chief could lodge any complaints he wanted, and it wouldn't affect his career whatsoever. As he walked along the corridor, he realized Admiral Bradford had given him a great gift. For at least one cruise, he could run his ship how he saw fit without fear of damaging his career by ruffling the wrong political feathers. This makes even less sense than the nav radar picture did, Daniel said as he paced in front of the main display. Nanjing had 2 heavy construction platforms. I'm not seeing enough debris tonnage to account for even one of them, let alone every other satellite and ship that would have been in orbit. 2 separate computers have compiled the data, so this is accurate, Miranda said, standing beside him. Still no response to our hails, automated or otherwise. OPS, transmit the debris field data to Nav, Daniel said, walking back to his seat. Nav, calculate us a safe course down the well and put us in orbit over Nanjing. We need to discover what the hell has happened here. Aye, sir, the specialist at the nav station reported. Course calculated and entered. Helm is clear to engage at will. Very well, Daniel said. In helm ahead, 1/2 and coordinate with OPS and tactical to ensure the debris doesn't drift onto our course. Ahead 1/2, aye, the helmsman said, advancing the throttles up to 50%, telling the computers to engage the mains at half power. The telltale rumble and surge of inertia told Daniel they were on their way. He still held out the irrational hope that somehow this was all a series of bizarre errors within his own equipment, but he knew that was the least likely scenario. We have a flight time of over 30 hours until we reach Nanjing, Daniel told Miranda. Rotate the watches as you see fit, but I want the first watch bridge crew on duty as we make our approach to the planet. Find an actual tactical officer while you're at it. Unfortunately, we only have 2 on board. Also, I may ensure Master Chief Kaczynski is presentable and on duty. If he fails to report, notify me immediately. Miranda had to search up Kaczynski to even see what position he held on the ship. When she realized he'd been absent the entire time they'd been underway, her eyes widened a bit. It's complicated, Daniel said simply. Just know that things have changed a bit since we departed Damascus Station. You have free rein to ensure everyone is doing their jobs. I'm going to take the first down time. Feel free to have Ensign Foster take the watch if you need to leave the bridge. Yes, sir, she said, sliding into his seat as he moved to leave the bridge. Once he had gone, she pulled up Chief Kaczynski's personnel record and began reading. After 10 minutes, she wondered how many more cases like him were roaming around the ship, and if so, did she really want to know? Daniel sat down at his desk and began accessing any information on Nanjing the servers had that might begin to explain what had happened to make the system appear deserted. He also requested the latest communications logs from the planet's communications drone platform, a massive automated construct that was now apparently gone. The information was sparse. Nanjing was a fairly unimportant world in the AU, save for the fact that it had a naturally stable environment that could support humans. In recent years, they had begun to move some ship construction projects to the planet to encourage their citizens to move to the remote world and to take advantage of the slightly lower gravity. When there wasn't any sort of political discord, as the planet had less than 2 million people total, and most of them were temporary workers setting up the shipbuilding facilities. The communications logs were equally unhelpful, as the last drone from the planet had been captured and downloaded only a week ago. Nothing in the package it carried would indicate the planet was suffering some sort of calamity. As best as he could tell, everything on Nanjing was normal as of 8 days ago. On a whim, he accessed a local area star chart and began examining the corridor that ran between the Asiatic Union and the Warsaw Alliance. There was certainly no love lost between the two enclaves, but an overt and unprovoked act of war seemed almost unthinkable. He saw that Nanjing was close to the accepted border, but still well within AU space. Besides, when after centuries of relative peace would the Warsaw Alliance really launch such a devastating attack without even approaching the Confederate Senate first? Following that line of thought, he accessed the nearest Alliance planet, Oplatom. Like most Alliance worlds, this one showed evidence of heavy industrialization and resource mining. The CIS synopsis he had on Oplatom said that it was a world that developed most of the weaponry for the 8th Fleet, and more disturbingly, weapons for another fleet of warships that the Alliance had begun to field with no affiliation to the United Colonies or any ties to Fleetcom's command structure. Many of the enclaves had small defense forces for internal security, but the class of ships coming out of the Alliance shipyards would give anyone pause. What in the hell were they arming up for? Daniel had stretched out on the couch in his office with the intent of only resting his eyes for a few minutes. But the stress of the day caught up with him, and the next thing he knew, his comlink was chirping to let him know he would be needed back on the bridge in an hour. He stood up with a groan, irritated at himself for falling asleep for hours when the ship was in potentially hostile space. Straightening his uniform, he hustled down to his quarters to get cleaned up and change uniform so he could make it to the officers' mess before being stuck on the bridge for what would likely be a very long watch. It was 6 hours after Daniel walked onto the bridge when they began to get their first view of Nanjing on the long-range optics. Unfortunately, they couldn't garner any real details from that distance. There looked to be increased cloud cover, but nothing wildly out of place. We're close enough that preliminary sensor sweeps are indicating that the atmosphere is 10 degrees above normal on average, Ensign Foster said. The surface temperature appears to be more uniform than normal, even at the polar regions. Whatever it is that's creating that cloud cover could explain that, Daniel said. Our sensors can't see past that down to the surface. Tactical, initiate another series of high-res sweeps, map out the debris field, and then start attempting to determine what it's all from. Aye, sir. We'll be entering our first transfer orbit in 3 hours, Miranda said. Decel burn will begin in 10 minutes. Understood, Daniel said. Ensign Foster, you have 10 minutes to finish collecting thermal data before the mains reverse thrust and distort your optics. Yes, sir, Foster said, seemingly unconcerned. Each MPD nacelle actually housed 2 engines, a forward and reverse thrust motor capable of equal amounts of power. While most starships simply rotated around and used their aft-mounted main engines to decelerate, a warship had to be able to keep her sensors and weapons on a target, no matter their acceleration profile. To accomplish this, the designers gave the Raptor class 4 engines that could direct their thrust fore or aft, the plasma being routed to whichever magnetic constrictor and nozzle that was needed to provide power. One drawback was that when slowing down to make orbit, the hot exhaust coming forward from the mains could distort the thermal sensors on the nose if the engines were run up past 30% power. Anything above 80% would completely wash them out. 10 seconds to decel burn, Miranda called over the shipwide intercom. All crew brace for reverse thrust. Shortly afterwards, the rumble of the mains died away for a second before building again, increasing in pitch and intensity as the massive engines began to slow the red cloud's descent towards Nanjing. The sensation of being thrown forward was fleeting as the gravimetric generator adjusted to compensate. They had now gotten close enough to the planet to see that the cloud coverage was actually made of particulate matter, not water droplets. And Daniel's mouth formed a thin line as he considered the possibilities. Something had either exploded on the surface with tremendous force, or something had struck the planet from orbit. As he examined the revised data from Tactical, he could almost theorize that maybe both the orbital construction platforms had fallen to the surface simultaneously. But even that astronomically unlikely event didn't explain the disappearance of all the other orbital constructs, nor the communications drone platform deeper into the system. Standard orbital insertion, Daniel ordered. The debris appears to be sparse enough that we shouldn't have any issues. I want us at an altitude of 630 kilometers with an orbital inclination of 46 degrees. Nav, get the necessary adjustments to the helm. Aye, sir. OPS, that's going to give us a full orbit approximately every 2 hours, Daniel said. I want to be recording the entire time. Full spectrum. We're still not receiving any transmissions from the surface, and we're not detecting any power sources, Miranda said quietly. Could this possibly have been a natural disaster? No, Daniel said mostly to himself, disregarding the looks from his crew. Nanjing was attacked. I'm certain of it. Attacked? By whom? Miranda asked. Daniel disregarded her and continued examining the main display as the planet began to grow in size and detail, and the horror of the situation began to sink in. Sergeant, he barked without warning. Lock down the bridge. Ensign Foster, cut all telemetry and sensor data streams to the lower decks. All data comes here and only here. I want all the servers locked out and local terminals disabled in the data center. Communications, disconnect all internal links to the bridge and deactivate all bridge personnel comm links. Captain, Miranda said, seemingly in shock as the heavy blast doors to the bridge entrance slammed shut. We are on lockdown until further notice, Daniel said to his stunned crew. Chapter 9. After the red cloud finished her second orbit, Ensign Foster read from her screen. There were 4 major cities in Nanjing's northern hemisphere, along with dozens of smaller support settlements in the south, linked to the new manufacturing and production facilities. Were? Daniel asked. Yes, Captain, Foster said, her throat tightening. They're gone. No trace of them remains on the surface. That can't be possible, Chief Kaczynski scoffed. Daniel turned to glare at him, though he had to acknowledge he agreed with the man. You'd think so, Chief, Foster said, her voice shaky and her face pale. But the orbital images we've captured don't lie. There's no indication this planet was ever inhabited. Display the images on the main screen, Daniel said, rising from his chair and approaching the front of the bridge. Nah, look here and here, he said, indicating 2 separate images. Notice the scarring on the surface. This doesn't match any type of known weapon. It's as if someone simply scraped the cities from the crust. Atmospheric radiation levels are normal, Foster said. We can't determine if a biological agent was employed from this altitude, but we can confirm with certainty that nuclear weapons weren't the cause of the damage. Recommendations? Daniel asked. Deploy a drone to the surface, Miranda said without hesitation. We're carrying 10 fully equipped recon drones, capable of atmospheric entry from orbit. I think we should gather as much data as we can while we're here. Agreed, Daniel said. OPS, coordinate with Commander Juarez and ready 2 recon drones for immediate deployment. Tell him I want them equipped with a full sensor suite. We're still on lockdown protocol. The drone data stream will be encrypted and transmitted directly to the bridge. We'll summon additional analysts as we need them. This is a standing order until further notice. Aye, sir, Foster said as she pulled her headset back up to communicate with the Flight Operations Center located just after the engine pylons. Over the following 2 hours, the Red Cloud deployed a pair of sensor-laden drones, each on opposite sides of the planet, and waited as the data streamed in. The close-up images of the locations where the major cities had stood were horrific. Fragments of what appeared to be either building concrete or roadbed protruded haphazardly from some sort of viscous substance that glistened as if still wet. The strangest thing was that, aside from a slight elevation in mean temperature and a measurable increase in atmospheric methane levels, there wasn't any evidence of a massive bombardment or any type of battle at all, even a hopelessly one-sided one. Drones are at bingo fuel, Ensign Foster reported. Erase their onboard memory, deactivate their sensors, and transmit the recall command, Daniel said in frustration. Once they're clear of the atmosphere, transfer them to flight ops. We're no closer to determining what happened here than we were 4 hours ago, Captain, Miranda said. What's our next move? Listen up, Daniel said, not addressing her directly. We're going to continue orbiting Nanjing and gathering data for the foreseeable future. Obviously, I have to unlock the bridge so everyone can eat and rest, but the information blackout remains in place. Now, until we know what happened here, I can't have rumors spreading rampant on this ship. You will be permitted to take meals in the wardroom and rest in the ready room 1 deck down, but none of you are to return to your quarters or interact with your departments. Am I understood? A chorus of affirmative responses and head nods met his directive as he moved about the bridge, making eye contact with each one of them. Very well, he said. Sergeant, you may unseal the bridge and resume your post outside. Ensign Foster, you have the hot seat. Hold our orbit and continue recording. Communications, have Lieutenant Commander Kapoor report to my office and tell Major Flores I want his Marines controlling access to and from the command decks. Commander Ashton, you're with me. She turned and followed him off the bridge, nodding to Ensign Foster as she did. Captain Garrett didn't say a word until they reached his office, and he gestured for her to enter before him. What a fucking mess, he exclaimed as soon as the hatch shut, causing her to jump. It is indeed, sir. Have a seat, Commander, Daniel said wearily. We'll need to determine what the hell to do, so don't stand on formality. If you have an idea, even a bad one, toss it out there. Do you really think this is an attack? She asked. I'm certain of it, he said. The problem is, I'm not sure who could have done it. They discussed what little they knew until a Marine from Major Flores' detachment escorted the chief engineer in. Thank you, Corporal, Daniel said. That will be all. Yes, sir, the young man said crisply before sealing the hatch and taking up post just outside. And they're certainly excited, Kapoor noted carefully as he took a seat. This is the first time they've had anything to do other than hunt down illegal booze stills and break up lower deck fight clubs and gambling rings, Daniel said. So what's going on? Kapoor asked. I assume there's a reason the command deck is locked down other than a drill. Oh yes, and you're not going to believe it when I tell you, Daniel said. Over the next 40 minutes, they brought him up to speed on everything they knew while supplementing the briefing with data from the drones and the Red Cloud sensors. Kapoor seemed to accept everything on face value, only stopping them a few times to ask questions, but otherwise staying quiet. That's what we know, Daniel said, spreading his hands out. It isn't much. What do you make of all this? Rajesh? I'm still trying to process the fact that so many civilians are apparently dead. Slaughtered, in fact, Kapoor said. I suppose my first question would be, why am I here? The ship is running fine, and I'm not an investigator nor a tactician. Because I'm going to need the ship ready to fight, Daniel said. Let's be honest, the old girl's guns haven't been fired in over a decade, and even then it was low-power laser blasts for marking purposes during that ridiculous exercise with Colonial Fleet. Theoretically, as per 7th Fleet and FleetCom directives, all weapons are ready to be employed in a combat situation in under 60 seconds, Kapoor said with a straight face. And realistically, the expendable munitions haven't been inspected in over 15 years other than to verify they're accounted for, Kapoor began, Efru ticking points off on his fingers. Which is fine, because the loaders that transport the missiles to the launch tubes haven't been tested in 10 years for functionality. The mag cannons might fire, but I'm certain the accelerator rails are degraded after so many warp transitions without being inspected, and the turret actuators are likely going to cause issues with accuracy. The forward lasers were fired in that exercise you mentioned, but at 5% power. I know for a fact the power transmission lines on 4 of the projectors have deteriorated to the point that it would actually be more dangerous to us than the enemy if we attempted a full power beam. So, other than our nuclear complement, we don't have much that I would be willing to hang my hat on. We don't have any nukes, Daniel said quietly. What? Rajesh exclaimed. Yeah, we most certainly do. They've been sitting in the Amidship magazine for decades. They were removed and replaced with training units 6 years ago when we put in at the Sierra shipyards to have the plasma generators on engines 1 and 4 replaced, Daniel said. FleetCom has quietly taken all strategic weapons off of Shadow Squadron ships over the last decade or so. The initiative is highly classified and the dummy weapons will pass inspection when the specialists go to perform maintenance. Even the trace amounts of radiation are there, with no two being identical. Why in the hell would they do that? Miranda asked before remembering whom she was addressing. Sir? Given the nature of the crews assigned to Shadow Squadron lately, FleetCom didn't feel comfortable with live nukes aboard the ships given the fact we fly through all the enclaves unimpeded. Daniel shrugged, unconcerned with her outburst. I was personally happy to see them go. Until now, of course. So where does this leave us? She asked. In a mess, Daniel said. Just from a self-preservation perspective, we have no idea if whoever did this is still around or if they're coming back. From a tactical standpoint, I'd like something to threaten a potential enemy with that doesn't include harsh words or obscene hand gestures. No offense, Dan, Kapoor said, the familiar use of the captain's first name again, causing Miranda to flinch. But shouldn't we be steaming towards a jump point and transitioning to warp on our way back to Meridian? We're not leaving, Daniel said. Why not? Kapoor demanded. Because I said we're not, and that's the only reason you need, Lieutenant Commander, Daniel said, raising his voice and leaning forward. We have no idea who attacked this world or why. Until we have something firm to report, we are not running back to Meridian with our tails tucked. Now, Chief Engineer, all I need to hear from you is that you have a plan to get the weapons on my ship in at least some semblance of working order. Can you do that? Yes, sir, Kapoor said, jaw clenched. Good, Daniel said, leaning back. I'd like a report from you within the hour that includes a timetable for the necessary inspections and repairs. Dismissed. Kapoor opened his mouth to say something, thought better of it, and let himself out of the office. Well, was it a good idea to anger him before asking him to tackle such a daunting task? Miranda asked carefully. Rajesh, Daniel asked. He'll be fine. I needed to break his attention away from wanting to weigh anchor and dash for the nearest jump point. He'll be focused on being insulted and indignant, and in the meantime will accomplish everything I asked him to. I mean no disrespect when I say this. Commander, as a new standing order, whenever we're alone, you have permission to speak freely, Daniel said. I'm going to need your best in this situation, and you can't deliver that if you're tiptoeing around customs and courtesies even when nobody's around. Yes, sir, she said. How is it that Lieutenant Commander Kapoor was aware of all the problems with our armament, yet has not addressed them for what I understand to be over a decade? Budget, Daniel said. Each ship's expenses are tracked carefully, and the Red Cloud is an aging ship. If I turned in requisitions for the raw material or fabricated parts for every single thing on the ship that needed it, FleetCom would recall us to be decommissioned. 12th Squadron has been running under an informal agreement between the captains to keep essential systems running and to whitewash those that aren't. So things like power lines to weapons and replacement actuators for mag cannon turrets take a backseat to drives and life support systems. I'll admit it seems absurd, but when most of our tactical systems haven't been used since the ship was built, it appeared to be a viable solution at the time. At the time? I'll admit to having some regrets in the last 24 hours, he said. While Rajesh is flogging his engineering crew to get the ship ready to shoot back if necessary, you're going to have to stay on top of making sure the full scope of what's happened on Nanjing stays need to know. That will be impossible to do indefinitely, she said. How much longer do you want to keep this under wraps? Until we're breaking orbit would be ideal, Daniel said sourly. But I know how fast rumors start and travel on a starship. Eventually, we'll have to release the information because otherwise, there's sure to be a rumor started that's actually worse than the truth. I'm not hiding things from the crew arbitrarily. I need them focused on their jobs, and something like this has never happened in any of their lifetimes. Not even a terraforming failure has ever been this devastating. Up until now, this ship has simply been a place for them to live and work. The term warship isn't even in their lexicon. I think I understand, sir, she said. Will that be all? No. I need you to prepare an eyes-only brief for all the section chiefs and department heads, Daniel said. Keep it fairly vague. You can let on that we suspect Nanjing was attacked, but let's not divulge just how bad it is on the surface right now. Yes, sir. Dismissed. Chapter 10. The drone data verifies there are no biological agents in the atmosphere, Ensign Foster said. The slicks occupying the spaces where the cities once stood aren't releasing anything exotic either, just carbon dioxide and methane. But thermographic scans and ground-penetrating radar yielded no additional data beyond what we'd already been able to collect from orbit, Daniel stated. The drones are good, but they're moving too fast to really capture any significant detail. I'm sorry, Captain, Foster said. We're only carrying fixed-wing drones. No landers or anything that can hover. Daniel waved her off. It's of no importance, Ensign, he said. I've been suspecting what our next course of action was going to be since we first made orbit. Communications. Have Major Flores report to the bridge. Aye. Owishes, sir. 10 minutes later, FleetCom Marine Major Jezza Flores walked onto the bridge. His head up and shoulders back in that strut Marines seem to adopt around spacers. He was wearing camouflage fatigues that were earth-toned and obviously tailored to highlight his impressive physique honed from hours and hours of time in the gym. Daniel couldn't decide if the Major actually thought the browns and greens would help him hide on a ship, mostly made of steel, or if it was just one more way he and his charges could separate themselves from Force personnel. "Captain," he said, standing at attention and snapping a crisp salute. "At ease, Major," Daniel said, returning the salute. "Have you been briefed about the situation on the surface of Nanjing?" "Yes, sir," Flores said with a nod, standing at parade rest. "Commander Ashton included me on her initial command personnel brief. That brief was necessarily light on details, but all the major points were highlighted," Daniel said. "I asked you to come up here because we've exhausted the amount of data we can collect from orbit." "We're going to the surface, sir?" Flores said, with the hint of a smile playing across his lips. "Affirmative, Major," Daniel said. "I want a 10-man team ready to go in 1 hour. You'll be accompanied by at least 5 others, myself and some specialists from medical and engineering." Aye, sir," Flores said. "We'll meet you in the shuttle launch bay." "Very well," Daniel said with a nod. "Dismissed, Major." "May I have a word with you in private, Captain?" Miranda said from behind his left shoulder so quietly he almost couldn't hear her. "I was about to refill my coffee," he said, gesturing towards the bridge exit. "You know, we should really think about getting a dispenser installed on the bridge," he said as he popped the lid off his mug. "I'll make a note of that, sir," Miranda said, with a hint of annoyance in her voice. "However, I think right now, I'd like to talk about your plan to accompany a group of Marines down to the surface of Nanjing." "What about it, Commander?" "Sir, are you really going to make me cite the regulation that strictly forbids your leaving the ship during a crisis?" she asked with mild exasperation. "No, I already know the reg," he said. "I also know it's not applicable in this case. You're referring to a fleet comm standing order that limits a captain's movements in a time of war, or while actively engaged with the enemy. Just neither of those is true in this case. This is more of a battle damage assessment." "Sir, the matter is not up for debate, Commander," Daniel said. "This is a situation without precedence, and I won't take the risk of sending someone else down." "Yes, sir," she said in a tone that made it obvious she didn't agree, and would happily continue the argument if he'd let her. "Captain on deck." "As you were," Daniel shouted across the cavernous staging area of the shuttle launch bay. He had gone down to the Marine Detachment's shop area and got himself kitted out in something a little more substantial than his Black Force utilities. He'd even gone so far as to pull a sidearm from the armory. The Marines were all there, as were the 2 specialists from engineering that Kapoor had sent, or they were still waiting on the 2 medical technicians. While the specialists looked mildly terrified, the Marines were swaggering around the bay, hurling insults at each other, and generally looked to be overly excited for what was to be a sightseeing mission. "Captain," Commander Javier Juarez said as he approached, "the shuttle is fueled and prepped, sir. I put my best flight crew in it." "Thank you, Commander," Daniel said. "We'll depart as soon as our other 2 passengers arrive." "Of course, sir," Juarez said. "We're ready when you are." They milled around for another 30 minutes before 2 specialists with badges identifying them as medical personnel walked into the bay, seemingly against their will. "Perhaps my orders were unclear when I asked for 2 med specialists to be here by a certain time?" Daniel asked, mildly annoyed at the delay. If he were honest, his nerves were a bit on edge about going down to the surface. "No, sir," the senior ranking tech stammered. Daniel turned his back on them and addressed the rest of the team. "This is it, everyone," he said. "Load up." The shuttle launching bay was actually outside of the staging area. Instead of moving entire ships through airlocks to load and unload, the Red Cloud's complement of landers, tenders, and ship-to-ship transports were hard docked to their own individual airlocks, and the launch bay was kept at a constant vacuum. All flight ops had to do was open the destroyer's outer hatch and disengage the docking clamps, and the shuttle could navigate away from the ship. Though as the team moved towards the open airlock hatch, the shuttle's crew chief ushered them in and directed them to the crash seats lining either side of the interior. The Marines filed in quickly, found their seats, and were strapped in while the specialists were still floundering about and trying to figure out how the harnesses worked. As they were getting comfortable, the pilot walked back and directed the crew chief to secure the main hatch. "This will be a short flight," the pilot said. "Even so, those of you not accustomed to working in freefall may experience some discomfort as we deorbit and head for the surface. I would take it as a kindness if you would be aware enough to utilize the bags directly under your seat if you find your stomach simply refuses to hang on to lunch. Captain, it's an honor to have you aboard, sir. Ash will give you a nicely smooth ride down. Looking forward to it, Lieutenant, Daniel said. Commander Juarez said you're his best. Once the pilot had walked back to the flight deck, he addressed his team. Just a heads up, anyone who gets sick and makes a mess in the interior of this shuttle will be cleaning it when we return, while the crew chief supervises. If you're going to get sick, grab the damn bag. Clear? Clear, sir, the Marines shouted in unison, while the specialists only looked worriedly at each other. The crew chief, however, just smiled at them, nodding his thanks to the captain as he strapped into his own seat near the front of the compartment. Stand by, the pilot's voice came over the intercom. We're undocking from the red cloud now. There was a sharp clang with an accompanying bump, and then they could hear the hiss of the attitude jets firing, pushing them out of the docking bay and into open space. The shuttle had no windows in the passenger compartment, so there was no way to tell for sure when they were clear of the ship, other than the sudden loss of artificial gravity. Daniel felt his stomach do a backflip, and his mouth began watering. Out of pride, he began taking slow, steady breaths, forcing his body to calm down from the sudden shock to his vestibular system. He looked around and saw that while the specialists looked a little worse for wear, the Marines actually appeared to be enjoying themselves. He felt a sharp jolt as the shuttle engines started up and sensed the lateral acceleration as they began their deorbit burn. The red cloud had been flying at a much higher velocity than was needed for their orbital altitude, so the small shuttle had to run up its exoatmospheric engines hard to slow the craft down enough to begin their descent. The burn seemed to go on forever before the acceleration relented, and Daniel could just begin to feel the mild buffeting from the upper atmosphere. Soon the shuttle was rocking and bouncing through the increasingly dense air, the friction causing enough heat to tax the climate control system for the passenger compartment. It was another 5 minutes or so before the ride began to smooth out, and they could hear the turbine engines used for atmospheric flight spooling up. Perimeter, there were 4 engines mounted in nacelles at the ends of the 4 offset stubby wings, 2 front, 2 aft. The engine nacelles could be pitched down for vertical landing and takeoff, while the thrust nozzles could be articulated a full 33 degrees to provide additional control. Daniel wasn't sure where they'd made entry over the planet, so he couldn't be positive how long the flight would be. He waved to get the crew chief's attention and motioned to him for a headset. The crew chief nodded and tossed him a spare set from under his seat. Daniel slipped them over his head and adjusted the microphone before plugging the cord into the receptacle at the base of his own seat. This is Captain Garrett, he said over the intraship channel. What is our approximate flight time? We've brought you in right over the target. Captain, the pilot's voice came back. We're descending in a slow, wide arc over the affected area. We'll be landing 1 kilometer east of the outer edge of the phenomena on the ground. We'll make landfall in another 20 minutes. Copy, Daniel said. He removed the headset and tossed it back to the crew chief. 20 minutes, he told the ground team. The only further excitement during the flight was the flaring of the shuttle as the engines angled down and the air compressing underneath the craft caused a few seconds of bone-jarring vibrations. When the wheels touched the ground, the pilot chopped the throttles and angled the engines up so the ground team could exit without being pummeled or scorched by the jet exhaust. The crew chief went back and popped the releases for the rear hatch and hit the control to open the shuttle up. The hatch was actually the entire rear bulkhead that swung down to form a ramp for them to disembark. After a thumbs up from the crew chief, they all piled out, the Marines forming up a defensive perimeter, while the specialists lugged their equipment behind them. Sergeant, Daniel called to the Marine in charge of the squad, we need to go west 1 click. It's more important we arrive there safely than quickly. Understood, sir, the sergeant said. We'll divide up and put you and the techs between us. If you need to stop, just call for a halt and we'll watch the perimeter. Daniel waved for him to proceed and then turned to the seemingly bewildered spacers milling around near the ramp. We were going to be following the first group of Marines. It's a kilometer walk to where the affected area starts. That's where you'll begin running your tests. Any questions? No, sir, a few of them managed to mumble. Okay then, let's look alive, Daniel said. We're not sure what to expect, so stay sharp and call out anything that looks unusual or dangerous. They were almost 200 meters away when their objective came into view. The glistening edge of the phenomenon was clearly seen along with the fact that it was moving. Daniel looked on in morbid fascination as the mass undulated and roiled forward like a lava flow. It goes without saying, but do not touch the mass ahead of us with anything but your instruments, Daniel said. Maintain strict quarantine protocols on every sample taken. What would you like us to do, sir? The Marine Sergeant asked. Stay out of their way, Daniel said, slowing his pace as they approached. Our previous analysis shows no airborne pathogens, but let's not take the chance of your men accidentally coming into physical contact. The Marines made no argument about staying away from the viscous substance and formed a loose perimeter 20 meters away. Daniel looked to his left and right, stunned by the size of the slick. Now that they were close, he was almost gagging on the smell. It was an overpowering mix of sickly sweet and the sharp tang of decay. The technicians were breaking out their equipment and donning protective equipment as they would have to approach quite close to the slick. This had to be some sort of biological weapon, Daniel said to himself. Possibly, sir, the Marine Sergeant said from his left. Mate, but how do you account for the missing buildings and infrastructure? This was a fairly well-developed city. You can see some pieces of building material embedded in the slime, Daniel said, pointing to what looked like a chunk of tarmac. Maybe they leveled the city and then turned this loose on the survivors. That's a hell of an attack, the sergeant said. It's not normally how you would fight a war. This is an annihilation. This was personal. Daniel grunted but didn't respond. He'd been looking at the attack as politically motivated. But if this was something personal, as the sergeant had suggested, that would open up the list of suspects to none. It threw an unwelcome wrench into his investigation because he could no longer look at the closest neighbor as the most likely suspect. On Agent Cole's convoluted musings were still bouncing around in his head about the AU possibly making a move on Meridian, further muddying the waters. What if Nakamoto Industries had caught wind of an impending attack and decided to strike first? Nanjing would be a viable staging area, and Nakamoto certainly had the firepower. The company quietly operated one of the largest private militaries in existence, including ships so advanced the technology on them wouldn't be sold to the United Colonies for decades, though they claimed it was strictly for research and their powerful fleet was nothing more than a collection of test beds. It wasn't outside the realm of possibility that they had some sort of strategic weapon that could level a planet like this. His contemplation of the situation was cut short by screaming from his technical team. When he snapped his head up, he saw the two engineering specialists holding on to one of the medical specialists, who in turn was hanging on to a probe on the end of a telescopic pole. As he ran towards the commotion, he could see the med specialist seemed to be getting pulled towards a slick. "Drop the fucking probe!" he shouted as he ran along, the Marines chasing after him. If they heard him, they gave no indication, as the two engineering techs continued to pull futilely on their crewmate. Before Daniel could reach them, the strap to the probe let go, which was the handhold one of the other techs was using, causing both rescuers to lose their grip. The tech holding the probe was half pulled into the slick with a disgusting slurping sound. He began screaming shrilly, his head and shoulders still out of the ooze. Oida, they all looked on in horror as his struggles and screams got weaker and weaker until the latter stopped with a choked-off gurgling sound. It happened so fast they had no time to try to put together a rescue plan or even toss him a line to try and drag him out. "Everyone get back," Daniel shouted, snapping everyone out of their shock. They all retreated to what they felt was a safe 30 meters and watched as their crewmate's body was slowly pulled into the slick, the bent pole of the probe sticking up as an obscene marker for his final resting place. "Captain, what was that?" a shaken technician asked. Daniel looked over and saw it was someone from Kapoor's department. "I have no idea," he said. "But I think it's safe to say we know what happened to the population of this planet. What did we get from that thing before it took him?" "The probes were all transmitting their readings to this box," the remaining medtech said, holding up a nondescript black impact case. "We also were able to secure a few samples before it reached out and took lot." "Very well," Daniel said, not sure what to say. He'd never lost anyone under his command, not even to an accident during shore leave. "Let's not waste the data specialist lot collected." "Sir?" one of the Marines said, pointing back to the slick. Daniel looked up and saw an offshoot of the mass beginning to accelerate towards them, rolling along the ground quickly. "Back to the shuttle. Double time," Daniel said. "Sergeant, inform the pilot we'll be departing as soon as we're all aboard." "Aye, aye, sir," the sergeant responded. So not having any issue talking conversationally while running fast enough to keep up with him. Daniel felt a pang of annoyance at that, as he was already feeling out of breath, and they'd not even covered a quarter of the distance. They could hear the turbines spooling as they sprinted to the waiting shuttle, the crew chief frantically waving them in. They stomped up the back ramp and threw themselves into their seats, feeling the engines build power before the rear hatch had even swung shut and locked. By the time Daniel had secured his restraints, the turbines were howling as the shuttle climbed up and away from the slick at a steep angle. Daniel barely remembered the shuttle ride back to the ship. He was vaguely aware it took them longer than it usually would because the small craft had to build up a lot of speed before it could change orbits and approach the red cloud as she streaked over the planet. He snapped back to alertness once he felt the gravity inside the shuttle increase as it slowly reversed into the gaping maw of the destroyer's launch bay. The jolt of the ship's docking mechanism as it grabbed the shuttle and snugged it up against the airlock marked the end of a horrific mission in which Specialist Lot was the first person Daniel had ever lost under his command. "Maintain quarantine protocols on those samples," he said quietly over the noise of the shuttle. "There will be a mission debrief in 1 hour. Conference room on Deck 1 Bravo. Everything that took place on the surface is classified until further notice." He didn't wait for their acknowledgments. Instead, he climbed out of his seat and motioned for the crew chief to open the rear hatch so he could get away. "Red cloud, arriving." Somehow, the passionless voice of the computer had an accusatory tone to it as it announced his return. He fled the small craft in the staging area as fast as he reasonably could without actually running. In his mind, he felt the accusing stares of the crew. "You took them down there. You let him die. By some miracle, he made it to his quarters without being stopped or his comlink requesting his presence." He locked the hatch and violently ripped his rank insignia off his collar before tearing his uniform off with no less vigor. Once inside the private head, he turned the water in the shower up to the hottest setting and stepped into the stream, not even flinching as it scalded his skin. He leaned forward and let his forehead slam into the hard composite of the stall, letting the blistering stream run down his back. After an indeterminate amount of time, he shut the water off and stepped out into the steam-filled head, the mist swirling as the small fan tried to pull in the moisture so the environmental systems could extract the water. His skin was bright red where the too hot water had hit him, but he barely noticed. The screams of Specialist Lot came unbidden to his mind, and he turned quickly, vomiting into the toilet. It was sometime later when he felt ready to dry himself off and get into a clean uniform. He walked out into the bedroom of his quarters and saw his comlink flashing with messages from Commander Ashton and Commander Owens, the ship's chief medical officer and Specialist Lot's superior. He entered a quick response to both requesting they be there for the mission debrief and left it at that. As he pawed through his wall locker for another set of fatigues, he saw the box on the bottom shelf. 4 small, round caps looked back up at him from the case that had 12 slots. He stared at the one in the top right corner for a full minute with longing, debating with himself how much time he had before he had to be in the conference room. He was the captain, after all. Wouldn't the briefing wait for him? With waning resolve, he pulled his uniform out of the locker and firmly shut it. Even though he didn't know Lot, and couldn't have picked him out of a lineup, he wouldn't piss on the man's memory by showing up to the mission debrief and talk about his death with glassy eyes. He dressed quickly with a mechanical efficiency born of 23 years of repetition. Once his boots were on and had tightened themselves down on his feet, he inspected himself in the mirror while reattaching his rank insignia on one side of the collar and the red cloud's crest on the other. Steeling himself, he keyed the hatch open and walked out into the deserted corridor. "I know emotions are high and nerves are frayed right now, but let's try and get through this without missing anything," Daniel began once all the required attendees had filed into the conference room. As the hatch slid closed, he took a deep breath and began recounting the mission on the surface to his staff. He was able to make it through the events of the day without interruption or anyone pointing an accusing finger at him. So you're under the assumption that this is a biological weapon of some sort? Commander Owen said after Daniel had finished the recounting and had shown them the recordings from the tech team's helmet cameras. Assumption may be too strong a word, Daniel said. It's a working theory at the moment. Commander Owen seemed to be less interested in the death of one of his specialists than he was in knowing what Daniel intended to do with the samples sitting in medical. As you know, Captain, we have no staff able to test the samples brought back, Owen said. I would suggest we jettison them or put them in cryogenic storage for the trip back to Meridian. That's not technically true, Commander, Miranda said, speaking up before Daniel could answer. There's a microbiologist and an expert on infectious diseases on your staff. You also have an ESO2 clean room at your disposal, which would be sufficient for an agent that isn't even airborne. Commander Owens looked like he wanted to leap across the table and strangle Miranda. Your experts will have plenty to do just going through the remote probe data the team collected, Daniel said, heading off an argument. While I don't foresee the need to directly test the samples right now, I want them put into cryo storage and preserved. We will not be jettisoning them off the ship. Of course, Captain, Owen said, appearing mollified. Naharan, if there is nothing else, you're all dismissed, Daniel said. Commander Ashton will coordinate the memorial service for Specialist Lot, and I will prepare a briefing for the crew. It's time everyone knows what we do about what is happening. Lieutenant Peters, Daniel said as he walked onto the bridge, I want one of our communications drones prepped for flight. It will be a direct course for the Proxima Secunda system. I will update you on the package contents shortly. There are to be no unauthorized communications loaded onto the drone, and I will be checking. Yes, sir, Peters said, sending the command now to pull a drone out of storage. It will take a few hours before it's ready to launch. That's fine, Daniel said. Lieutenant, you have the bridge. I'll be in my office. My Commander Ashton will be coming on duty shortly. He retreated to his office and pulled up a connection to the secure server all the mission data had been stored on. After sifting through it, he decided to simply include everything they had, even the horrific video recordings of Specialist First Class Lot's death, in a compressed folder he added to the communications packet he would eventually forward to OPS so that it could be loaded into the communications drone. He again reflected on the gift Admiral Bradford had given him. In her need to gloat about the demise of his career, she had freed him to respond in ways he never would have before. For instance, he most likely would have tried to suppress the associated imagery of Lot's death, for fear his actions leading to it would harm his career or cost him his command. With such considerations no longer hanging over his head like an executioner's axe, he felt he was able to consider the problem with an untainted point of view. He would include everything from the ground mission in all its gory details, along with a synopsis of his planned actions afterward. He was more concerned about how his crew would react to what he was planning to do next than he was about an admiral sitting over 100 light years away. Chapter 11. I'll keep this brief because we have considerable work ahead in limited time, Daniel said, seated at his desk and addressing the camera positioned before him. I'm certain rumors have been circulating about our discoveries in this system on Nanjing, and even about losing a crewmate. 5 days ago, we transitioned into the Nanjing system and discovered it deserted. No ships, no satellites, no communications drone platform. As we achieved orbit, we discovered the devastation was total all the way to the surface. Not a single resident of Nanjing survived, no structure remained standing, and very little evidence was left to reveal who was responsible. He paused while the pre-arranged images he'd loaded of the devastation scrolled across the monitor. Now, it is also with a heavy heart that I inform you about the loss of one of our own. Specialist First Class Davis Lott was killed in action during our investigation of the anomaly discovered on the surface. Details of his memorial service this evening are posted on the ship-wide message board. Specialist Lott was a well-respected member of the Red Cloud's medical staff and will be missed. Since we're still uncertain what or who caused this disaster, we are pressing ahead with our investigation. FleetCom will be notified of our findings, and we will soon be breaking orbit for our next destination. I'm going to be straight with you. The evidence and intelligence we have available to us points to a faction within the Warsaw Alliance. To confirm or disprove this, we will be departing for Oplotom, a world right across the accepted border. As soon as Chief Engineer Kapoor clears the ship, we owe it to every one of the citizens on Nanjing to discover who did this before they have a chance to strike again. These are events unprecedented since humanity first ventured away from Terra and later Meridian. I expect and know that you will rise to the occasion. That is all. The red light over the camera winked out and Daniel leaned back in his seat, letting out an explosive breath. I thought that was just the right tone, sir, Miranda said. She and Ensign Foster were the only other ones in the office, the former to observe and the latter to manage the extra imagery Daniel had included in his presentation. It will hopefully answer enough of their questions without raising new ones, he shrugged. Onaga, the rumors had enough traction that anything less than near full disclosure would have only fanned the flames. That's likely true, Miranda conceded. I think we'll have to warn the department heads to be extra vigilant anyway. Something as incredible as a planet-sterilizing attack may create some unexpected reactions within the crew, especially since Spacers and Shadow Squadron are pulled from all parts of the United Colonies. It would have been entirely possible to have Nanjing citizens serving on board. There aren't any, are there? Daniel asked, wanting to kick himself for not having thought of that himself. No, sir, Ensign Foster spoke up. I did a search on the crew personnel files when we first entered the system and detected something might have happened to the planet. I informed Commander Ashton we had no crew from Nanjing aboard. Thank you, Ensign, Daniel said with a nod. That was some quick thinking. Thank you, Captain, Foster said with a slight smile. If there's nothing else. No, Ensign, you're dismissed, Daniel said. Commander? Foster nodded to Miranda as she walked out the hatch. After it closed, Miranda looked to Daniel speculatively. She's really quite good, she said. Why didn't you promote from within and give her a shot at executive officer? She has the experience and routinely has Overwatch anyway. I did push for her, Daniel said with a humorless smile. I was overridden. Miranda suddenly looked wildly uncomfortable and shifted in her chair. I wasn't aware. Of course you weren't, Daniel said, waving her off. It would have been impossible anyway. Wow, she'd have to be step promoted to at least lieutenant commander, and it would bounce her right over Peters. As for your recommendation, it was a little bit of inside politics that you got caught up in, but it wasn't your fault. I didn't mention it to you because I didn't want you to begin your first stretch as XO, feeling like you were resented and with a target on your back. You've done very well, and you're already a far more effective XO than Anderson was. You've earned your position. Thank you, sir, she said, obviously wanting nothing more than to change the subject. Have you looked over the reports from Kapoor yet? Yes, sir, she answered. It still looks like another 4 days of repairs at least. That's what I figured when I read them. Daniel nodded. No matter. One will break orbit within the hour and just use a slower flight profile out to our jump point. The jump point is relatively far out in the system, Miranda said. We should have plenty of time for engineering to wrap up everything on the schedule. I'm sure you're right, Daniel said, not sure whom he was trying to convince more. It was another 12 hours after the memorial service for Specialist Lot when the Red Cloud's main engines fired and began to lug her up the gravity well, breaking orbit from Nanjing. Daniel sat pensively on the bridge as he ran the calculations in his head again, hoping to have his armament at least 50% functional by the time he would need to put on a final burst of speed to hit their transition point at the correct minimum velocity. The crew seemed tense and unsure, and unfortunately, Daniel had no way to reassure them since he shared their misgivings. All the years on the bridge of starships, and he'd never had to try and calm down a spooked crew or project a front of calm he didn't feel. Annoyingly, Commander Ashton seemed to be able to do just that. She sat in her seat, almost serene as the rumble of the mains drowned out the ambient sounds of the bridge equipment. The 4-day flight to the edge of the system passed unremarkably. The crew seemed to settle down from the sudden loss of one of their own, and Kapoor's department, tasked with a real challenge for the first time in a decade, far exceeded the chief engineer's most optimistic schedule projections and, frankly, shocked the captain with their efficiency. When they'd implemented creative solutions and had all of the Red Cloud's forward-facing weaponry fully active. Point defense was still an issue, and there was practically zero coverage on the aft end of the destroyer, but Daniel couldn't complain with the results considering where they'd started. I feel like the sense of purpose has done the crew a lot of good, Miranda remarked one evening as she sat in the wardroom grabbing a light lunch. It's only been a few days, Daniel said. I'll admit the technical staff has wildly exceeded my expectations, but we'll see what happens when we hit the Oplotum system. I don't think a Terran starship has fired a shot in anger in over 200 years. You're still convinced it's the Alliance? Lieutenant Peters said as he scrolled through the drink menu on the automated dispenser. Sorry, it's currently the most logical answer, Daniel said, washing out his coffee mug and frowning at the film that had formed on the interior between infrequent scrubbings. But nothing would make me happier than to be wrong about that. Breaking a centuries-long peace is not how I envisioned ending my career. Miranda looked up sharply at that comment, and he kicked himself for his careless tongue. He'd had no intention of letting her in on Admiral Bradford's little love letter until the cruise was on its final leg back to Meridian. Captain Garrett, please report to the bridge. The monotone summons from the ship's computer droned over the intercom. On my way, he said, killing any further automated messages. Lieutenant Peters, I want you in CIC during both transitions, but especially when we pop out in that Alliance system. You got it, Captain, Peters said casually, drawing an irritated look from Miranda. What is it, Ensign? Daniel asked as he walked back onto the bridge. We're less than 2 hours from the jump point, Foster reported. We've accelerated to transition velocity, and we're ready to shut the mains down and deploy the warp drive. Very well, Daniel said. I also assume you've called me up here because you're ready to launch your communications drone. Yes, sir, she confirmed. Drone is loaded with the package and is locked out from further incoming data. Your clearance code is required for the final interlock. Stand by, Daniel said as he pulled up the correct menu on his own display, verifying that everything Foster had told him was true. It was all there. The data packet to FleetCom, as well as a hidden burst transmission that would ping a certain FleetCom intelligence section comlink address, a message that would propagate out along the communications network until it was received and confirmed. He placed his thumb against the biometric reader while simultaneously entering his passcode with his left hand. The credentials were accepted, and the screen disappeared. Thank you, sir, Foster said as her panel chirped. Drone launch will commence in 15 minutes, destination Meridian. What's the ETA on that? 2 days, sir, she said. He tried to crunch the numbers in his head, but he still marveled at the superluminal speeds the smaller drones were capable of, many times higher than even the fastest starships. He sat and began running back over the engineering reports, even though he had already looked them over thoroughly hours before. With only 2 hours until their jump point, he didn't feel like moving off the bridge. XO to the bridge, he said into the intercom. They'd be deploying the warp drive and transitioning the ship soon. May as well give Miranda the experience, though it was like a hot knife in his guts to follow Bradford's orders, even if it was what he would have done anyway. I hope that woman dies a horrible, slow death, he muttered. Sir? Foster said uncomfortably. Oh, it's nothing, Ensign, he said quickly. Just thinking aloud. I see, she said, seemingly even more disturbed by the explanation as by the comment itself. Miranda marched onto the bridge and quickly took charge of the situation after Daniel gestured to his seat. Even though it helped that his first watch bridge crew was on duty, he was still duly impressed as she ran down her self-made checklist and was able to smoothly reconfigure the red cloud for warp flight. Miranda was so prepared for her task that he didn't have to utter a syllable, not even a grunt, as she ran the crew through their paces and, without incident, transitioned the destroyer out of the Nanjing system in a blinding flash of light. Chapter 12. Status, Daniel snapped, waiting for the main display to flicker back to life. All departments have checked in, Ensign Foster said. Transition successful. Nav is confirming position now. Position confirmed, the spacer at Nav reported. We're at the outskirts of the Oplotum system, just beyond the orbit of the 7th planet. Stow the warp drive and fire up the mains, Daniel said. Communications. What do you hear? Nothing, sir, Lieutenant Keller said tensely. I don't have any inter-system chatter or the clock signal from the communications drone platform. This can't be happening again, the helmsman said loudly enough to be heard by everyone. Focus on your jobs, everyone, Daniel said. Communications, same drill. Have your shop confirm that the gear is working correctly. But do not transmit any signal from the ship. Internal loopbacks and visual checks only. Aye, sir, Lieutenant Keller said, getting his department started verifying the equipment, even though everyone was certain there was nothing wrong with the ship. Warp emitters are stowed. Mains are coming up now, Ensign Foster said. Main thrust available in 10 minutes. Start visual scans of the system with the high-power optics, Daniel said. I know the light is old, but maybe there's something there to give us a bit of a heads up. It was a tense couple of hours as the ship sat on the outskirts, watching and listening. The mains were vibrating the ship softly, pushing the ship at minimal thrust, just enough to clear them out of the area of the jump point. Even though the flash from their transition would be clearly visible to anyone looking, Daniel didn't want the red cloud roaring into the system, engines lit up and transmitting on every band, without at least getting some passive recon of the surrounding space. This seems to shoot some holes in your theory about the Alliance being responsible for Nanjing, Miranda whispered, her lips barely moving. Yeah, Daniel agreed. You know when I said I hoped to be proved wrong about that? Now I'm not so sure. Could this possibly be Nakamoto Industries? She only shrugged, not speculating on the wild theories put out by a CIS operative. Captain, initial scans of Oplatom with long-range optics didn't look good, Foster called out. We're approaching their dark side, and there are no visible lights. This is a planet of over 1 billion people, Daniel said. There's no way every city lost power at the same time on one half of the planet. What do you want to do? Miranda asked. Communications, ping the drone platform, and then ping the orbital traffic controller, Daniel said. One challenge each. Let me know when the response is overdue. One ping each, aye, Lieutenant Keller said. They all waited another tense few hours until it became obvious they weren't going to receive a response to their challenge. No response, Captain. Helm, set course for Oplatom, Daniel said. All ahead 3/4. Ahead 3/4, aye, the helmsman answered, pushing his throttles up and eliciting a harsh rumble from the engines. The red clouds surged ahead and everyone on the bridge looked at each other with varying degrees of dread, knowing there was likely another dead planet ahead of them. We've crossed the 5th planet's orbit, Foster said some hours later. Oplatom is coming up. Anything on the optical scans? Daniel asked. Nothing yet, sir, she said. We're chasing the planet around its orbit, so we'll be able to see the Terminator soon, and then the daylight side. Keep looking, Daniel said. We stay silent until I'm convinced we're alone out here. Might it not be prudent to bring the weapons online? Miranda asked quietly. Daniel just shook his head. The projectors on the forward beams will leak when sitting at full power, he said. It's not much. But there is a detectable source there if someone is looking. I'm surprised that's an issue, she said. It's an issue on this ship, Daniel said sourly. The projectors are decades old. It's a matter of decay, not design. Budget. We have something coming up over the horizon, Ensign Foster said. It's big. General quarters, Daniel said sharply. Set condition 1SS. General quarters. Set condition 1SS. Ensign Foster's voice could be heard throughout the ship. Crewmen who were already loitering near their work areas on alert sprinted for their battle stations and began to configure the destroyer for ship-to-ship battle. Tactical, go active, Daniel was saying. Get me resolution on that target. Hana, bring all available weapons online and be prepared to fire. Target and scanning radars going active, the tactical officer said. Weapons are going live. Status is on the board. Daniel looked up on the main display and saw their list of available weapons come up and begin to populate with percentage and readiness statuses. He was more interested in the radar scans that were coming up, displaying in a window that popped up on the display in front of the looming shape of Oplatom. It was enormous. It was also irregularly shaped, so much so that Daniel thought it might have been an asteroid or other natural formation that had been caught in the planet's gravity. Sir, target is maneuvering, Tactical reported. It's coming about to face us. Never mind. Bracket that target, main beams only, Daniel ordered. Communications. I'd begin transmitting all United Colonies challenges simultaneously along with the first contact package. You can't think. Miranda's voice trailed off as she stared at the monstrosity on the display, turning slowly to face them. I don't know what to think, Daniel snapped. All I know is humans don't build ships like that. Range? 600,000 kilometers in closing, the tactical officer reported. Target is not moving to break orbit. It's now station keeping and facing our approach. Helm braking thrust, Daniel said, staring at the display. Cut our velocity by half. Aye, sir, the helmsman said, reconfiguring the engines to reverse thrust. They were all pitched forward momentarily as the ship began dramatically decelerating. The object in orbit simply kept rotating to keep them both aligned. En route range? Still over 500,000 kilometers, Tactical reported. Given our deceleration curve, we won't be within a heavy beam range for another 7 hours. That gives us some time to think at least, Miranda said. It also gives them time to scan us with impunity, Daniel said. They've not answered any challenges, and they're in orbit over a United Colonies planet that also isn't answering any challenges. Not even an automated reply. Tactical, update the target status for the computer. It is now considered a hostile. Aye, sir, the tactical officer reported. Updating target status now. Weapons are now locking on and calculating range. Load 4 Avenger missiles into the forward tubes, Daniel ordered. Swatcher, target the hostile and put the range countdown on the main display. Are you really going to fire without any provocation, sir? Miranda asked. Daniel looked over and saw the fear in her eyes and could hear the uncertainty in her voice. I have 2 dead planets, Commander, he said to her quietly. Over 1 billion provocations between the 2. This is what being a captain is all about. The hard choices. I can either sit back and see if they'll fire on us, which would likely destroy us given what we've seen so far, or I can hit first. My first responsibility is to the crew. If I'm wrong, I will deal with the consequences. She swallowed hard but nodded and settled back into her seat. Captain, the target is beginning to drift toward us. Direct course, Tactical reported. Define drift, mister, Daniel snapped. You mean it's changing orbits? No, Captain, the tactical officer said, looking over his shoulder at Daniel as he did. It's simply changed direction and slowly drifting onto an intercept course. No means of propulsion detected. A reactionless drive? Daniel said, standing up and walking towards the main display. That's my assumption, sir, Tactical confirmed. Who would have technology like that? Ensign Foster said with concern. Not us, Daniel said, the impossible truth of the situation becoming more clear. Ensign Foster, prepare a communications drone for a quick launch. Same communications addresses as the last one. We need to inform Fleet Comm that we've encountered a new enemy, and they're not human. Chapter 13. Aye, sir, the normally composed Rachel Foster said in a shaking voice. Drone is prepared. Message loaded along with our preliminary sensor scans. Deploy it immediately, Daniel said. While the ship was at general quarters and he was on the bridge, he didn't have to input his passcodes to authorize something as routine as a communications drone launch. He needed to guarantee that Fleet Comm was aware of the situation. His last message would be meaningless without the context of the new information he now had. Drone is away, she said. It's free-floating until its engine ignites, but it's clear of the ship. Good enough, Zona, Daniel said. Tactical, what's our range? We're at 380,000 kilometers in closing. Heavy beams are in range at 2,000 kilometers, but they'll spread a lot that far away. Understood, Daniel said, frustrated he had no standoff weapons at his disposal. What is the optimal range for the Avengers? We're within their accepted envelope now, the tactical officer said. They'll fire an initial burn and then accelerate into the target once they break 50,000 kilometers. Lock on all 4 missiles and fire, Daniel said, his jaw set. Reload the tubes once they're away. Everyone on the bridge seemed to freeze. Sir? The tactical officer said hesitantly. I said fire! Daniel roared, coming out of his seat. You send those missiles or I will have you arrested for treason and find someone who will. Missiles away, the officer said, his hands shaking as he manipulated the fire controls. Reload and track, Daniel said, sitting back down. He waved off the Marine who had run onto the bridge when he heard yelling about someone being arrested. Birds are flying hot and clean, Ensign Foster said once she realized the tactical officer seemed completely locked up. No reaction from the target. Final course correction in 1 hour. Impact estimated in 1.5. Thank you, Ensign, Daniel said. watching the seemingly pathetically slow tracks creep across the main display as the computer opened another window to show the red cloud in relation to the enemy construct. He had a hard time calling something that big a ship. It was irregularly asymmetrically shaped, but roughly resembled an almond. It was just over 3 kilometers in length and 2 at the beam. He wasn't even sure how you'd safely bring something that big into such a close orbit with a planet without it simply falling from the sky. But then again, he'd just witnessed it sit in space and perform maneuvers as if it could care less that the planet's gravity was there at all. "Target is moving," the tactical officer said, finding his voice again. "It's now accelerating along its original course. It's coming right at us at over 200 Gs of acceleration." "The thing is no slouch," Daniel grumbled, surprised at how calm he felt staring down a planet killer as it raced to meet him. "Are the missiles updating their targeting profile?" "Yes, sir," Tactical reported. "They corrected and fired their engines again 2 minutes ago to compensate for the target's movement. Impact will now be in 10 minutes. "What will 4 Avengers do to something that big?" Daniel asked quietly to himself. "Piss it off," a voice said from his right. He looked and saw Chief Kaczynski standing there, his eyes fixated on the main display. Daniel had almost forgotten about the wayward senior enlisted man. The alien didn't try and dodge or intercept the missiles bearing down on it. The hardened nose cones of the weapons slammed into the organic-looking hull of the target, the motors firing one more time to try and maximize the penetration before the binary high explosives ignited. Once the flash cleared, the red cloud's optical sensors were able to see that the alien hull was peeled back on the nose, but the ship was so large it barely looked like they'd scraped it. Looks were deceiving, however, and the Avengers did what they were designed to do and got some penetration, causing more damage beyond just the point of impact. "We've done significant damage to the target's nose, sir," the tactical officer said. "Laser range in 2 minutes." "Target where our missiles did the most damage," Daniel said. "I want all beams concentrated on the hull openings." "Aye, sir. Updating targeting data now." "Helm, push our nose to starboard by 3 degrees and kick her in the ass," Daniel said. "All ahead full." "Ahead full, aye," the helmsman reported. The ship began to shake as the engines came to full power, and the red cloud surged towards their target. "Our shot window just narrowed with the velocity change," Tactical warned. "Then don't miss," Daniel said. "Nav, and once we pass the target, I need a course that slings us around the planet and out the other side." "We're running?" Miranda asked. "We're collecting invaluable data," Daniel corrected. "Going out in a blaze of glory by slugging it out with a ship 20 times our tonnage is not helpful to anyone. We make this pass, see if we can bloody their nose, and then run for it. If we survive the first pass," she said. "If we survive," he agreed, "but they've spotted us and they've shown their propulsion is much more advanced than ours. This initial engagement is going to happen no matter what." "Agreed," she said. "Foster," Daniel called, "make sure we have as good a sensor picture as we can of the target on this first pass. I don't expect to make another one. Make sure we're recording all sensors, all spectrums." "Aye, sir," she called out, the fear in her voice that was there previously fading away as she became too busy to reflect on how scared she was. They all watched the display tensely as the alien ship was resolved in greater detail. Thermal optics showed all the strange aspects of the asymmetrical hull, but failed to show anything resembling a drive output or weapons emplacement. Daniel had no doubt that they kicked over the hornet's nest with this one. For centuries, humans had become complacent in the fact that nobody was in the neighborhood that could cause them any trouble. That misconception had just ended, and hard. "Firing heavy beams," Tactical called out, startling anyone who hadn't been watching the range countdown. The power draw for the forward heavy beams was so great that other systems began to drop out as the MUX determined who needed the power the most. Daniel watched as the beam projectors heated up under the continuous fire, but he was also watching the nose of the alien ship warp and slough away as terawatts of power per beam were poured into the breaches created by the missiles. "We've got a thermal buildup along the target's port side," Foster called out. "Let's get a—" Daniel's command was cut off as a brilliant flash lanced out from the alien ship and hit the red cloud full on the prow. The main display winked out and the illusion of a window was shattered, as if they were staring at a blank wall. All the other sensor feeds also were cut in an instant. Alarms were blaring on the bridge, and the displays that were still working were scrolling a seemingly endless list of warnings. Some sort of high-energy thermal blast right on the prow, Foster yelled over the chaos. Most of the sensors are out. Go to backups, Daniel said, blinking as his eyes adjusted. Get damage control parties to the prow and get me a casualty report. We're still alive, so we can assume the ship has overflown us. We need to see where we're going, and we need to see what's around us. Armored hatches opened up along the forward edge of the superstructure, and auxiliary radar and optical sensors deployed. Soon, the main display popped back up and showed that the ship had executed its predetermined course and shot them around the planet and had them speeding along on an escape vector, still under full power. How are we still alive? Miranda asked. Because they were as curious about us as we were about them, Daniel said. I'll bet we're the first humans to fire at them. They wanted to see what we were capable of. Not much, it would seem, Ensign Foster said. Enemy vessel is continuing along their original course, but they've accelerated to over 600 Gs. They don't seem to show any interest in coming back around for another shot. That's good news, I suppose, Daniel said. Maintain sensor contact with the target and stay at general quarters. Tell engineering to begin charging the warp drive capacitor banks. Do you think it's over? Miranda asked as he walked back to his seat. For the time being, he said. But I think something much worse has just started. The trip out of the orbital system was fairly anticlimactic. They lost contact with the alien ship soon after they accelerated away from the planet, but it had been flying away from them at an incredible rate of speed when last they saw it. Using the backup optical sensors, they were able to identify the nearest jump point and plot a direct course, wanting to warp out of the system before the aliens could change their minds. What hit us? Kapoor asked as he looked over the reports coming in from his crews working in the prow. He and Daniel were standing outside of the hatch that led into the CIC. Some sort of high-energy plasma discharge, if I were to take a guess, Daniel said. That was just a single shot. Impressive, Kapoor said impassively. For it turned almost every antenna on the prow to slag and destroyed all the bulkhead pressure fittings. So completely, I'm not sure we can repair very much of this damage. New pressure fittings? Daniel asked. Those can't be too difficult to fabricate. Not especially, Kapoor agreed. But the heat from whatever hit us also deformed the outer hull, to the point that we need to figure out how we're going to remount everything. It seemed like we were giving as good as we got on that first pass, Daniel sighed. But this data is telling me they gave us as much attention as you would to swat a fly. One little parting shot, and they've damn near crippled and blinded us. So are we heading back to Meridian? Kapoor asked. No, Daniel said. We're on our way to Fatoria. It's a relatively advanced world, and we should be able to at least get some basic repairs done before tackling the longer flight back to Meridian. Maybe, Kapoor said, unconvinced. You're still chasing this thing, aren't you? No, Daniel said honestly. Our single destroyer will not be able to go toe-to-toe with whatever the hell that was. We're going to get ourselves into a little bit better shape, and then we're going to bug out. I'm mildly relieved to hear you say that, Kapoor admitted. This is something better left to Prime or Colonial Fleet. Yeah, right, Daniel scoffed. And if FleetCom pushes too hard to deploy those fleets away from Caledonia or Nova Columbia, I think we'll begin to see the breakup of the United Colonies. Truly? If Meridian calls on either of those governments to deploy their ships to the AU or the Alliance because of a new, super-powerful alien threat, how do you think that's going to play out? Daniel asked. I guess I've never looked at the Force as part of all the political wrangling between enclaves, Kapoor admitted. FleetCom will have nothing left but a handful of old ships in Shadow Squadron that will answer the call, but every human world could be at risk. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Daniel said. It's a single ship, or whatever it is, operating out along the frontier. This could either be an unfortunate misunderstanding, a declaration of war, or simply an incredible failure to communicate. Which one do you think it really is? Kapoor asked, ignoring the crew walking around them. I honestly don't know, Daniel sighed. But we've been expanding with abandon for a couple hundred years. Our exploratory method leaves much to be desired, and I think we've stretched ourselves too thin and too far for the level of technology we've achieved. We sent one deep space vessel out centuries ago, and when it never came back, we simply turned our eyes towards the easy targets. All those habitable worlds the warp drive put right within our reach. I don't know. I feel like this was more or less inevitable. Profound, Kapoor said sarcastically. I wasn't aware you were such a philosopher. Right now I'm the CEO of a badly damaged ship that's running scared, Daniel snorted, was ignoring the barb. I'll leave the philosophy of it to the politicians. Can we successfully transition with the backup sensors? Certainly, Kapoor said with confidence. This ship was designed with the assumption the prow was going to take some hits. You could have retracted everything but the targeting sensors before the engagement, but given the power the alien ship put out, it wouldn't have made a difference. The outer armor was so badly warped, the carriages to bring the assemblies back into the inner hull were nearly vaporized. Terrific, Daniel said. I'm going to get us to the jump point as fast as she can get us there. Just keep the repairs up and keep your people busy. The less time they have to reflect on what's happened, the better. I don't see that being a problem, Kapoor said, watching crew members scurry past them with a nod of acknowledgement to Daniel as they went about their business. I'll admit, when I heard you decided to make a head-on pass with the old girl at an unknown alien hostel, I was a bit apoplectic. But despite the damage to the prow, we're still quite capable. Power plant and propulsion are 100%. Sensor backups are functional, and we still have some teeth. We lost the forward projectors, but my crews have been steadily getting our lateral beams operational. How long? You'll have a full port broadside available within another 2 days, Kapoor answered, consulting his tile. Morning, I've kept the crews that were already on that job there since cramming the forward compartments with bodies doesn't necessarily help the work on the new damage go any faster. And the mag cannons? Daniel asked, not really putting too much stock in what he considered to be an antique of a weapon. All the accelerator rails in each gun were fully functional. Shockingly, Kapoor said, we're recalibrating the turret actuators, and they should be fully operational. You really think we'd need such a short-range weapon? Given the distances involved in space warfare, all of our weapons are more or less short-range, Daniel said. Just let me know when you have them functional so I can have armament bring the rounds up from the magazine and into the loaders. Will do, Kapoor nodded. Yes, we'll be using the warp flight to catch up on a lot of the repairs and then hope that Fatoria has an orbital platform capable of some repairs to the nose. Keep at it, Daniel said, draining his coffee mug. I'll be up on the bridge until we've transitioned out. That's a long watch, Kapoor noted. You can say that again. Chief Kaczynski, Daniel said loudly. A word, please. The senior enlisted man, despite having a clean and pressed uniform on, still appeared scruffy and unkempt. Yes, Captain. There's not much you can do on the bridge right now, Daniel told him, deciding to forgo another lecture on dress and appearance. It wouldn't do to appear so petty while they were facing such dire circumstances. I want you to make your presence felt down on the lower decks in the shops and work centers. The crew will need reassurances, and that should come from you. What should I tell them? Kaczynski asked. The man's utter stupidity set Daniel's teeth on edge. He let out a calming breath before answering. You should tell them the truth, he said. We were in a brief engagement with an unknown hostile, and now we're going our separate ways. We'll be transitioning to warp soon, and then we'll begin making our way back to Meridian. That's all? What more is there, Chief? Daniel asked. The details of the engagement are highly classified. There will be no saving you if I find out you're divulging the information of the encounter to junior enlisted spacers. The implied threat seemed to penetrate the fog Kaczynski perpetually lived in. I think I understand, sir, he finally said. That's good, Daniel said, looking past him. You're dismissed. Is he always so? Miranda trailed off, unsure how to complete her sentence. Useless? Daniel supplied, not caring who on the bridge heard him. Yes, but I'm stuck with him, thanks to his family connections. Miranda stared at him in open-mouthed shock. He never was so candid in front of her, much less sitting in the middle of the bridge. She looked over as Ensign Foster suppressed a small giggle at the comment. Yeah, apparently the operations officer was the only one who'd heard. I see. OPS, Daniel said, ignoring her tone. Anything new in the area? No, sir, Foster said. We've been running active sensor sweeps, and we cannot locate the enemy vessel. Could they have left the system? Miranda asked. Since we don't know how their propulsion works, we can't begin to speculate if they're still around or left the local star system, Daniel said, standing up to stretch his legs. I suspect that they're sitting still out there in the asteroid belt watching us, not making any motion that the computers will flag. Should we still be broadcasting our position with active sensors? Foster asked, speaking up in a rare instance of questioning anything Daniel did. We're running our mains at full power, Daniel said to her. Anything even casually looking for us will see the light and thermal energy they're putting out. I want the best chance available to see them coming, so we'll keep up active scans for now. Yes, sir, she said. How long until we hit the jump point? Daniel asked. Another 3 hours. Whoosh, sir, the nav station operator said. Warp drive capacitors are fully charged, Foster said. Engineering reports the drive fully functional and ready for deployment. Good, good, Daniel said absently. We're going to perform an emergency transition. That includes the fast deployment of the drive. All of you should brush up on the procedure since we haven't practiced it in a couple of years. The bridge crew took him at his word, and all of them were ready when the call came. The warp emitters were deployed and charged in less than 5 minutes as the red cloud was quickly reconfigured for warp flight. With one more quick look behind them, with the aft tactical array, the ship vanished from the devastated Aplatom system in a brilliant flash of energy. At nearly the same instant, an enormous, tumbling asteroid, shaped roughly like a lopsided almond, stabilized its flight and began to move towards the Aplatom/Fatoria jump point at an acceleration unattainable by human spacecraft. Unlike the long, slender iron ship that had preceded it, the enormous vessel didn't disappear in a brilliant flash of wasted energy. The space around it seemed to fold and tear until it simply slipped through the opening without so much as a stray photon to mark its passing. Chapter 14. I'm telling you, he doesn't have a clue. Shut up, Kaczynski. Isn't there a batch of latrine gin somewhere with your name on it? Mock me all you want, Ed Kaczynski said, his hair disheveled and his eyes wild. I was up there and he just drove this tub right at that big bastard. He even fired first. For all we know, he just started an interstellar war. Didn't you just tell us that Nanjing and Aplatom were both wiped out? One of the junior spacers in the crowd asked. But the point is, we don't know, Kaczynski pleaded. He says we're headed to some other Alliance planet for help before heading back to Meridian. What if we're actually chasing after this ship that hammered us so bad in one shot? His question had the desired effect on the small group that had gathered around him. Mostly junior spacers that had no specialty rating. He seemed to pick up on the fact that they were swaying his way. James, he said, pointing to a spacer third class who looked like he could still be in his teens. Didn't you just propose? Don't you want to see your fiancée again? Just get to the point, Kaczynski. What are you selling? All we have to. That will be enough. Everyone simultaneously snapped their heads over to where the voice with the air of command had come from. Many blanched as the red clouds, XO, walked from around a stack of equipment racks with 2 Marines in tow. This ship is at general quarters and we're in a declared state of emergency, she said. What are all of you doing just standing around? Like roaches scurrying when the lights come on. Almost all of the junior enlisted ducked and raced away from the area as fast as their legs would carry them. Commander Ashton, Kaczynski said, trying to appear calm. Just doing what the captain asked, getting a feel for the crew's mood. Master Chief Edward Kaczynski, she said, ignoring him. You are under arrest and charged with violation of Article 6B of the Colonial Defense Force Code of Conduct. Sergeant, search and detain the chief. Yes, ma'am, the burly sergeant to her left said, roughly grabbing a gaping Kaczynski. After an equally rough search that turned up a small vial of unmarked pills and an illegal atomizer used to inject them right into the bloodstream, Kaczynski had his hands bound behind his back and was marched over to stand in front of the commander. When it looks like I'll have a few more charges to add to the list before it's all said and done, Miranda said, looking at the pills the Marine sergeant had placed in her hand. I can explain those. Don't bother, she waved him off dismissively. These are the least of your problems. You were warned about divulging details of the incident. Not only did you disobey that direct order, you've been quite busy trying to stir up a mutiny. Kaczynski's face contorted in fear at the word. Mutiny on a force ship was something even his family would be helpless to deflect away from him. No, I never did that. It's possible the captain was right and you're simply too stupid to understand the most basic details of your job. But holding impromptu meetings to suggest technicians drag their feet in making vital repairs to this starship, along with disobeying their superiors, is, in fact, mutiny, she said, walking up and putting her nose almost against his. The fact that you're a pill popper just makes those charges a little easier to stick. This is going to go very, very badly for you. I promise. She stepped away before nodding to the Marine escorts. Straight to the brig with him, gentlemen, she said. Be sure to remove his rank and ship marker before tossing him in the cell. Yes, ma'am, the sergeant said before grabbing Kaczynski up under the arm and marching him out of the area, the former chief blubbering and begging the entire way. Specialist Han, Shrenere, thank you for alerting me to the problem, Miranda said to one of the spacers who hadn't fled when she'd arrived. I will make sure your service to your ship and to your captain are annotated in your record. Thank you, ma'am, Specialist Han said, bowing his head slightly. I was only doing my duty. He's been down in all the key departments today, trying to tell us that if the ship wasn't repaired, there could be no way we would have to face off with the alien ship again. How was this received? Did people seem to react favorably to his ideas? She asked. It is hard to say, ma'am, Han answered honestly. The crew is scared, and we don't feel like we really know what is going on. Thank you for your honesty, Specialist, she said. Oh no, you're dismissed. She stood there for a moment, more looking lost in thought as the spacer hustled back to his work center. Shadow Squadron is still a military organization, Commander, Daniel said, his irritation evident. I'm not about to disregard about a dozen OPSEC regulations because the crew is feeling jumpy. The details of this encounter need to be contained for the time being. I applaud your instincts on throwing that sack of shit Kaczynski in the brig, and I wish I'd been there for it, oh so much. But I'm not getting on the ship wide and pleading or cajoling them to do their jobs. I understand that, sir, Miranda said, but even you've admitted this ship, this fleet, has been little more than a courier service for decades. I fear the resolve and the instincts needed for a situation like this simply aren't there. So I'm not saying you need to divulge details, but simply informing them of the current plan might go a long way. That was what that idiot Kaczynski was supposed to be doing, Daniel grumbled. Fine. You put together an intel brief for the department heads. I'll approve it, and you can post it up for general dissemination. Would that satisfy you? I believe it would, sir, she said, leaning back in her seat. If that's all, he said, standing up and locking out his terminal, I'm going to take a look at the prow section and see how the engineering crews are coming along with repairs. The red cloud burst into the Fatoria system with much less of a perceptible shudder. Rajesh Kapoor's team had recalibrated the warp drive emitters back to at least where they were before the ship had gone into dock at Damascus Station. Communications? Daniel asked, his mouth dry. I'm receiving the clock ping from the communications drone platform, Lieutenant Keller said, the relief plain in his voice. Platform status is normal. I'm also getting all the standard communications traffic you would expect from a populated world. That is good news indeed, Daniel said. Announce our arrival to the 8th Fleet listening station and to the Fatorian government. Aye, sir. Standard communications package transmitting. Nav, set a course for the planet. Standard orbital insertion. Helm, when you have thrust, you're clear to execute at 1/2 thrust, Daniel said. Stand down from general quarters. Set condition 1 Bravo. 1 Bravo was normal watches, but a heightened state of alert shipwide. He received a symphony of confirmation of his orders, while he watched the warp drive already being retracted into the hull. What do we know about this planet? He asked Miranda. I've just read the broad overview. Settled by the Warsaw Alliance in 2025, and she began, mostly immigrants from what would have been Italy on Terra. They had made the trip to New Georgia and decided they wanted a world of their own. They paid handsomely for the right to colonize, but they quickly turned a profit from the fact Fatoria is able to grow enough food to feed half this sector. In fact, this planet is almost entirely dedicated to agriculture. Shit, Daniel muttered. I suppose it would have been too much to ask for them to have heavy ship construction facilities. They do have substantial orbital repair facilities, she said. When she saw the skeptical look he gave her, she explained, They support an enormous fleet of cargo ships that come and go almost constantly. If one of these merchant vessels isn't flying, it isn't making any money. The facility is quite modern. I wonder how willing they'll be to help us, Daniel said. We're not here under any official capacity, and I'm not about to tell them we just escaped from a planet-killing alien ship. That brings up an interesting point, Miranda said, trying to keep her voice down when she saw Ensign Foster's not-so-subtle attempts to eavesdrop. We do have some obligation to warn them that something may be turning up on their doorstep. True, Daniel said, considering the problem. Captain, Lieutenant Keller interrupted his thoughts. The communications platform has forwarded 3 messages, all encrypted and addressed to you as high priority. They're all classified as well. Thank you, Daniel said. Forward them to my personal address. I'll take them in my office. As soon as he sat down in his seat and unlocked his terminal, he knew he was in for an unpleasant time. 1 message from an anonymous address, which was unusual, and 2 from an address he knew very well. He started with those. Captain Garrett, the puckered, humorless face of Admiral Bradford, filled his screen. It has taken me some time after reviewing the report you sent to craft this response. The disjointed jumble of incoherent data and mad ramblings were quite a chore to get through. I did take away that you managed to get a crewman killed while taking an unauthorized trip to the surface of Nanjing. Both of these actions are punishable under the code. As for the rest, I'm not sure what to make of the fact you're claiming the entire surface of Nanjing has been obliterated. The fact that there were no communications platforms in the system leads me to believe the red clouds somehow transition into the wrong system, or there is much more to the story that you are leaving out. Either way, I will get to the bottom of this. I've dispatched the cutter Constantine from the Meridian Defense Force so that I can get a clear picture for myself what is going on. Consider yourself put on notice. When I have the truth of this debacle, I am sure that it will have a negative impact on how you leave the force. Bradford out. What the unholy hell? Daniel muttered, utterly astonished. He'd sent a concise and detailed report along with all the raw data. What the hell was she blathering on about? Confused, he opened the next message. Captain Garrett, Bradford began again, you have simply gone too far this time. As you may have guessed, I have had all the operational reports coming from the Red Cloud flagged and sent to me first before they go to the archives. I am the one doing your mission analysis on this last cruise. Aliens? Aliens, Captain Garrett? And to add insult, you've included another jumble of data files, ostensibly to support your absurd, asinine report. I was able to glean that you were in the Aplatom system, far-off mission and possibly damaging already delicate relations between the Alliance and Meridian. Nonnet, I have not forwarded any of these reports from your ship to the archives as I'm undecided as to what to do with you. It appears you have suffered some sort of break with reality, and it unfortunately means I cannot allow you to remain in command of the Red Cloud. As of receipt of this message, consider yourself relieved from duty. Commander Ashton is now captain of the ship and will be responsible for executing her new orders. Return the Red Cloud to Damascus Station. While you aren't under arrest at this point, understand that you will be facing criminal charges when you return. Daniel watched as Bradford struggled to keep the smile off her face. Admiral Bradford out. Well, that was interesting, he said. A single knock at his hatch interrupted him from getting ready to put his fist through his terminal monitor. You may enter. Captain, Miranda said uncomfortably. Sit down, Commander, he said wearily. I'm sure you're here to tell me about a message you received that was on a time delay from the communications platform, from Admiral Bradford. Yes, sir, she said as she slid into the seat. What's your take on it? I'm not sure what to say, she said. In her message to me, she admitted that she'd only read the cover sheet from you with the synopsis and hadn't bothered to open up any of the data files. She thinks you're making all of this up, sir, and as long as she's blocked the reports from going to the data archives, the regular force analysts will never see it. That's about the long and short of it, Daniel said. Shall we talk about the 800-pound gorilla in the room? Yes, she said, squirming. I know you think that I'm on this ship because she and I have some relationship that would give her cause to do me a favor at your expense. The thought had crossed my mind, he said dryly. She did approach me, she admitted. She utterly despises you. I mean, she truly hates you with religious fervor. I was never comfortable with the things she told me about you, real or not. But the opportunity to be an exec was enough for me to overlook what was obviously an egregious abuse of power by a senior officer to punish a subordinate she had a vendetta against. That's plain enough, Daniel said in disgust as his suspicions were confirmed. I have no intention of obeying her orders, sir, in trying to take command of this ship, she said. The Red Cloud is yours. Knowing what you do now, I'll understand if you think it's best I remove myself from duty. You came clean when the cards were on the table, Daniel said after a moment. You're a good XO, and I'm going to need you before this is all over. Thank you, sir, she said. But, he said, holding up a finger, I will understand if you don't want to risk your career by defying Bradford. I can have you removed from duty and confined to quarters until we reach Meridian. It will give you plausible deniability, and your record won't be tarnished. While I appreciate the kind offer to have me arrested, I would rather remain at my station. Don't say I didn't warn you, he said with a laugh. Oh, there was one more message, and I think I know who it's from. You'll probably want to stay for this. He twisted the monitor around so she could see it and keyed up the next message. It was from whom he had suspected. He heard a slight gasp from Miranda as she saw whom it was. Despite the apparent recent lack of grooming and hygiene, there was no mistaking the face. Hey, Captain, Agent Cole said. Got your message. So it was really fucking aliens. Wow. I didn't see that coming. Anyway, as you've probably already seen, there isn't much of a force presence out there. I'm moving this up my channels here to try and kick 8 Fleet in the ass and mobilize them, but I'm stuck on some shithole world in the European Colonial Union. The Union hasn't been very diligent in maintaining the drone network, so I'm not sure if my messages are being propagated out or dying 2 systems over. When I also heard from a little birdie that you've got serious trouble coming. Admiral Bradford was heard to be storming the halls of Damascus, muttering about being able to finally put that Terran where he belongs. I'm guessing the Terran is you, and I can only imagine where she thinks you belong. If my source is to be believed, and she usually is, at least about work, Bradford is going to try and get Miranda Ashton to take command of the Red Cloud. I'm not sure if this is because of what you've reported back or in spite of it, but either way, I'm hoping you'll take steps to ensure you stay in command of that ship. Despite your lack of tactics, you showed some serious balls charging that thing over a Plotum. You very well may be the only warship out there standing between that monstrosity and another massacre. No pressure. Anyway, Sonner and I'll work this on my end through my connections. You need to stay out there. Do whatever it takes to make sure that thing doesn't cut a huge, bloody swath through the United Colonies, and I'll buy you a beer afterwards, assuming you survive. Out. Who the fuck was that? Miranda blurted when the video winked out. Why, that was Mr. Ethan Prescott, junior aide to Senator Cornelius Harrington, Daniel said with a straight face. Captain, she began hotly. That was Agent Cole, Daniel said, laughing and holding his hand up to head her off. He's a super spook for the CIS. Mr. Prescott is one of his many personalities, as I understand it. So that whole time he was a CIS agent, just bumming a ride from us? She demanded, seeming to be very angry about the whole thing. Daniel narrowed his eyes speculatively. Oh, he sent you another message as Prescott, didn't he? He asked shrewdly. One that just came in because we've been out of contact with the network. Miranda became flustered and her cheeks burned bright red. No need to answer, Commander, he said. But yes, he's a legitimate agent and he's been a help on this mission, sort of. So what is our next move? Miranda said. If Agent Cole, she practically spat the name out, is to be believed, we may be the first and last line of defense out here. That's a terrifying prospect, Daniel said. We're in no shape to fight right now, and I don't think that monster will take it so easy on us this time around. You really think it was holding back? She asked. Not a doubt in my mind, he said. It let us get close to take a shot and learn what sort of threat we were. As it turns out, Anna, not much of one. I have a feeling if we meet again, we'll be fighting for our lives. Captain to the bridge, the computer announced, interrupting Miranda before she could ask her next question. We'll discuss this further, Daniel said as he rose from his seat and straightened his utilities. We're entering Fatoria's orbit, Captain, Ensign Foster said as they walked back onto the bridge. Have we had any contact with the local government? Daniel asked. Yes, sir, the second watch communications officer said. Daniel turned around at the feminine voice, taking note of the crew change at the communication station. They welcomed us into their space and asked that we maintain a high orbit to stay clear of the cargo ships coming into port. It's a start, I suppose, Daniel said. Tell them that I need to discuss an urgent and delicate matter with a representative that is capable of making decisions on their behalf. Aye, sir. If we can't at least get the damage on the prow cleaned up, we're going to be in a bad way, Miranda remarked. Not necessarily, Daniel said. This ship is made to take a punch on the nose. Losing the forward targeting radar is a bit of an inconvenience, but our lateral beams are almost all functional on the port side. That's a lot of firepower in a single pass. True, she said. It would still be nice to at least get some of those sensors working again. No argument there, Daniel said. Captain, a representative from the surface will be available to speak with you in 9 hours, the communications officer said, sounding almost apologetic. They say they are entering night hours and everyone has gone home. I tried to stress the seriousness of the situation, but they seem to be brushing it off. Thank you, Ensign, Daniel said, leaning back in his seat. 9 hours? We have to cool our heels in high orbit for 9 hours because someone doesn't want to be late for dinner? Not to mention that's 9 hours in which the red cloud is not being repaired, Miranda said, equally annoyed. Communications, tell them we expect to hear from them as soon as possible, Daniel said. Reiterate that there is a credible threat to their planet that we need to discuss. Ensign Foster, use our credentials and open a channel to the communications drone platform. Keep access limited to my personal codes only for right now. It will take me a moment, sir, Foster said. I'll forward you the data packet and addresses to send them to momentarily, Daniel said. He was already furiously typing on the terminal attached to his seat's armrest. He didn't need to bother with video for what he was doing. By the time Ensign Foster had negotiated with the communications platform, Daniel was just finishing his correspondences, attaching the applicable data files and sealing them into encrypted data packets. The files are on the way to you, Daniel told her, walking over to the OPS station. Use our force override and make sure a drone is launched immediately. Yes, sir, she said, her hands flying over her terminal screens. Drone will be launching in 5 minutes. How many of our own communications drones do we have left? He asked. Internal complement of drones is down to 8, sir, Foster said. Okay, everyone, Daniel said, walking to the middle of the bridge. Call up your watch reliefs and get some food and rest. It appears the Fatorian government is going to make us wait for a third of a day, and I want you all rested when that happens. We'll either be docking for repairs or we'll be exiting the system. There was a mild commotion as calls were sent out to the relief watch, and the bridge crew began gathering up the random collection of coffee mugs and other personal items that they brought with them during long shifts. Daniel watched them as they briefed their replacements before leaving to go eat, reconnect with friends, and grab some rack time. He felt a pang of guilt for not telling them that they might not be leaving the area until the politicians could sort everything out and get a force presence out to the frontier. Beyond the guilt, however, was a gnawing feeling that overshadowed everything. The fear that the alien ship would find this system was causing him physical discomfort to the point that he hadn't been eating or sleeping regularly since they had arrived in the Nanjing system. He was also suffering through mild withdrawal symptoms, as that same fear had kept him away from his illegal bourbon stash for longer than he could remember in recent years. The combination had resulted in a low-grade headache which had settled in his temples and made the beeps and chirps that were a constant on a starship bridge almost unbearable. He knew he could drink just enough to normalize himself, but he was too afraid to do anything that might compromise his ability to command the ship. The fact he was the only starship captain in the last 200 years with any actual combat experience, even after only a single pass, single volley with an enemy, was terrifying. As the reality of that fact sank in, he realized there would be no cavalry swooping in. There was no battle group out there with a crusty old fleet admiral that had the experience to take on an unknown enemy and not be surprised by anything it could throw at him. He was it. "Are you okay, sir?" Miranda said quietly, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Of course, Commander," he said, clearing his throat. "Why?" "You just turned very pale and began sweating," she said. "Maybe you should get some rack time yourself. I'll take the first half of this watch and then call Lieutenant Peters up." "That's not a bad idea," he said, trying to hide his relief. "'Cause you have the bridge, Commander." He could feel her eyes on his back as he walked off the bridge, trying not to appear like he was hurrying. Instead of going back to his office like he'd planned, he found himself taking the lift 2 decks down and walking to his quarters. He pulled the utility top off and tossed it on a chair, sinking down wearily on the bed. Before he had too much time to think about it, he kicked his boots off and lay back. "Set wake up," he said to his comlink. "5 hours from now." There was a chirp from his comlink and a softer acknowledgement from the ship's computer, letting him know it was aware of his intentions. It would hold all non-priority message traffic and let him get a few hours of uninterrupted sleep. He drifted off to an uneasy sleep full of images of another dead planet. Chapter 15. Beep, beep. Daniel had no idea how long the computer's insistent alert had been trying to rouse him. Grogginess overwhelmed him as he pushed himself upright, feeling worse than he had before lying down. A glance at the clock told him only 3 hours had passed. "Beep, beep. Go!" he shouted, scrubbing at his eyes with both hands. "Captain, Lieutenant Peters here," came the voice from the ceiling speakers, belonging to one of his operations officers. "Sir, I apologize for waking you, but something strange just occurred." "What kind of strange, Lieutenant?" Daniel asked. "An automated mining rig operating in the outer asteroid belt. Its tracking signal just disappeared," Peters explained. "I contacted the surface, and they claim this type of intermittent failure happens regularly. They won't dispatch anyone to investigate unless it remains offline for over 6 hours." Daniel's blood turned to ice. "We both know that's complete bullshit, Peters," he said, fumbling for his boots. "Sound general quarters. 1 SS. I'm heading up now. Get yourself to the CIC the moment Foster arrives." "General quarters, general quarters!" The announcement echoed through every compartment on the ship. "All hands to battle stations. Set condition 1 SS and ready the red cloud for combat operations imminent." Daniel rolled his eyes at Peter's dramatic flare while yanking his utility top over his head and feeling his boots automatically tighten around his feet. A full day's stubble covered his jaw, and he knew his breath had to be rancid. Some irrational part of him resented the aliens for launching their attack before he could grab a shower and breakfast as he bolted from his quarters toward the bridge. "Report!" he shouted, bursting onto the bridge. "No sign of the alien ship yet," Ensign Foster said, still working to button her utility top. "The mining platform signal hasn't resumed either." "What about the communications drone platform?" Daniel asked. "Still operational, sir," Lieutenant Keller answered. "Clock and status signals remain strong and consistent." "I'll wager they're targeting those first," Daniel said, thinking rapidly while studying a two-dimensional system map overlaid on the main display. "Admiral, they must have learned at least that much about our capabilities. Knock out long-range communications before moving on the inhabited world." He considered it a moment longer, growing increasingly certain. "Helm, bring the mains online and stand by to break orbit," he ordered. "Communications, inform whoever is on duty planetside on Fadaria that we have a potential hostile vessel in system and we're moving to engage. Nav, plot the most efficient course that takes us out to the communications platform." "We're actually going to attack?" Ensign Foster asked. "Given our condition?" "Our condition, Ensign, is that we're the only human warship in this system with any capability to fight," Daniel said with more confidence than he felt. "I'm not prepared to leave these people to face certain annihilation just because we took some hits in our last encounter with this thing." "Course plotted and mains are online, sir," the helmsman announced. "Very well," Daniel said, settling into his seat to avoid fidgeting. "All ahead, full?" "Ahead, full, aye," the helmsman confirmed, pushing the throttles smoothly to maximum. Harsh vibrations rattled the bridge as the mains drove the red cloud forward, building toward breakaway velocity. "OPS, I need all weapons, systems charged and operational," Daniel said. "Notify engineering. I want all 4 reactors at 80% output and full charge on all capacitor banks. Tactical, confirm weapon readiness as systems come online. Load the forward tubes with Shrikes." "Shrikes, sir?" the tactical officer asked, confusion evident. Not Avengers?" "The Avengers pack more punch, true, but the Shrikes offer superior speed and range," Daniel explained, reminding himself they lacked experience as he fought the urge to chastise the junior officer for questioning orders. We'll have opportunity to reload with the heavier ordnance after we probe their defenses with the lighter missiles. Yes, sir. Requesting strikes for all forward tubes. Daniel studied the display again, noting they'd need to swing completely around the planet before breaking toward the communications platform. At least 9.5 hours would pass before they'd even reach range to scan the damn thing with their backup targeting radar. Shouldn't we have the platform launch warning drones now? Before we lose it? Miranda asked. She appeared as worn as everyone else on the bridge. Ashton and Daniel recalled she'd just finished her shift when General Quarters sounded. Warning whom? He asked, keeping his tone measured. Any communications using our codes are stuck at a choke point. Beyond that, there's always the chance this is a false alarm. You actually believe that? Not for a second, he admitted with a sigh. I led them straight to this system. I may have just condemned every person on Fatoria to death through my carelessness. Communications drone platform has stopped transmitting, Lieutenant Keller reported. They'd been pushing hard toward that point in space for more than 3 hours. The brutal vibrations from the mains at full power, leaving them numb in their seats. Revise our plot, Daniel said. So I assume the enemy is somewhere within a sphere extending 100,000 kilometers from the platform's last known position. Helm, modify your course accordingly. I want our nose pointed at that bastard. Aye, sir. Nav, current acceleration? We're at 5,100 meters per second delta V, Captain. The chief at the nav station answered. Helm, shut down the mains, Daniel said, running calculations in his head. Zero thrust, hold course. Zero thrust, aye, the helmsman confirmed. Mains answering idle. We're not gaining enough velocity to justify the propellant burn, Daniel explained to Miranda. Plus, we're making ourselves visible, like a miniature sun running the engines this hard. We have to figure we've already been detected, Miranda said. Oh, it definitely knows we're here, Daniel said. If it follows the pattern from the limited data we've collected, it should come straight at us once the communications platform is eliminated. That's reassuring, she replied, her tense expression contradicting her sarcastic tone. Tactical, you're authorized to activate the active arrays once we close within 60,000 kilometers of our projected engagement sphere, Daniel said. While I'm certain we were spotted during such an aggressive departure from Fatoria orbit, there's no reason to broadcast our exact position during the entire flight. OPS, informed Chief Engineer Kapoor, I need a status report on all primary flight and tactical systems at my terminal within 15 minutes. The following 2 hours crawled by uneventfully as the ship coasted toward where they believed the communications platform had been stationed. He restrained the impulse to hover over his crew, pace the deck, or issue needless orders or encouragement while they executed their duties. The status report he'd received from Kapoor indicated that, despite the earlier damage, the Red Cloud was likely more combat-ready than she'd been over Uplatom. Contact, the tactical officer announced. Debris field detected along the communications platform's projected course. Density analysis matches the platform's construction, but there's insufficient material to account for the complete structure. Same pattern as before, Daniel noted. At least now we're absolutely certain what we're facing. Switch all active sensors to high power mode. Locate this son of a bitch. Going active. Helm, pitch nose down 7 degrees and engage mains. Short half thrust, Daniel ordered, while examining the debris field dispersion. Let's pass underneath all that before it drifts too close and spreads out. Ahead 1/2, aye, the helmsman said. Helm responding to new course. Daniel observed as the computer populated their revised projected course on the main display, with dotted lines confirming the ship would clear the navigation hazards with adequate safety margin. New contact, the tactical officer said, hesitation in his voice. Well, Daniel said, nearly snapping. Identify it. The computer is struggling to resolve the returns. It's almost like it contains no metal alloys. Just display it, Daniel said. He watched as a ghostly sensor return appeared on the display just behind the station debris, maintaining precise distance and pacing behind it. It was much nearer than their estimates suggested. Daniel had expected more warning time. Target that sensor anomaly and launch the strikes, he ordered sharply. His outburst seemed to rattle his tactical officer, whose hands froze over his terminal, panic written across his face. Fire, damn it! Daniel practically shouted. When the officer showed no response, Daniel lunged toward the tactical station and seized him by the shoulders. You're relieved. Get out of that seat, now! The flustered officer practically tumbled from the seat as Daniel slipped into it and began bracketing the anomaly with the Shrike's targeting system, overriding the computer's objections that it wasn't a valid target. Less than 10 seconds elapsed before he flipped open the protective red cover over the hooded fire control switch and flicked it upward, authorizing weapons release. 4 high-velocity, low-yield Shrike missiles rocketed from the lateral launch tubes, 2 per side. Even as the missiles raced toward the target, Daniel initiated the request for Avengers to be loaded into the launch tubes. "Target maneuvering," Ensign Foster said. "It's diving below the debris field and accelerating toward us." "Helm, all ahead emergency," Daniel called while glancing from the tactical console toward the display. "Get us underneath that ship." "All ahead emergency, aye," the helmsman confirmed, overriding the safety lockouts on the throttles and driving the engines past their rated performance limits. The noise and vibration on the bridge became deafening. "Target decelerating and massive thermal buildup detected on its nose," Miranda called out. Having moved to tactical, she'd taken the command chair and was filtering information flow so he could focus on the engagement. "It's going to destroy the Shrikes," Daniel said, while operating the Red Cloud sensor suite, capturing as much data as possible during their pass. As expected, an energy flare washed out their forward sensors, and the status links to their 4 missiles disappeared well before they would have reached the target. "They won't fall for that trick twice," he said, inputting the targeting data for the Avengers. "We'll pass beneath them well outside heavy beam range," Ensign Foster said, doing everything possible from OPS to support Daniel. "Acknowledge," he said. "Helm, monitor the engines closely. If plasma chamber temperatures start fluctuating, don't wait for my order. Reduce power." "Yes, must, sir." "Another plasma discharge building on the target's starboard flank," Foster warned. Daniel checked their range and saw they remained nearly 70,000 kilometers apart. With the red cloud under emergency acceleration, they'd pass within minutes at their closest approach point, 48,000 kilometers, before the distance would start increasing again. Even with a reactionless drive, he doubted the massive alien ship could turn and pursue before they established a decent lead. "Hold heading," he said. An alert indicated the forward-facing missile tubes were loaded, but they'd closed range so dramatically he had no opportunity to fire and allow them to track the enemy. The Avengers were interceptor-type missiles designed for head-on passes across an incoming ship's course, and Daniel examined the armament panel and confirmed he had no heavy beams available on his forward starboard quadrant. Whatever the enemy planned, he had nothing to counter with. "Target accelerating tangentially from original course," Miranda called in alarm. "Range closing rapidly." "Helm, fire starboard thrusters fore and aft," Daniel ordered. He wanted to push the red cloud away from the approaching behemoth, but the small attitude thrusters were designed only to reorient the ship, not alter its course. "No effect, Captain," the helmsman reported. "Her inertia is too great." "Cease thrusting," Daniel said irritably. "Commander Ashton, broadcast localized warnings to compartments on the starboard side. Order them to evacuate and prepare damage control teams. Hey, this won't be a probing strike like the last one." "Enemy vessel firing," Foster said, fear tightening her voice. Daniel watched on the display as the high-energy thermal distortion on their sensors marked the destructive plasma charge bearing down on them. He looked on in helpless frustration. The red cloud couldn't alter course in time to evade the incoming fire. "Impact in 7 seconds. Sound the collision alert," Daniel said as claxons began wailing throughout the ship. Several seconds of silence followed before it felt like an angry god hammered the destroyer amidships, the hull screaming and warping from the impact. Alarms erupted on the bridge, and warnings cascaded across every display. "Direct hit on starboard flank," Foster shouted over the alarms. "Hull breaches confirmed in the affected area. Way sections 27 through 35, decks 4 through 7 are exposed to vacuum. Interior hatches sealed and damage control teams notified." "Casualties?" Daniel asked, trying to focus on tracking the enemy ship. 9 crew members unaccounted for," she said. Daniel forced down the nausea rising in his throat. "Verify what the tactical array is displaying," he said. "Is the enemy decelerating and coming about?" "Confirmed," Miranda said from the command chair. "Not only coming about, but accelerating at a rate we can't possibly match. 500 Gs and climbing." That's impossible, the operator at Nav Station hissed. Evidently not, Daniel said grimly. Ensign Foster, contact someone in armament and determine if the aft launch tubes remain unavailable. I'm getting no status on my display. Helm, I-engine status? I had to reduce to 80%, Captain, the helmsman said apologetically. Plasma chamber temperatures were approaching critical, and output on number 2 started fluctuating. Understood, Daniel said. Keep me posted. He knew engineering would already be aware of the engine status, so he didn't bother calling down to harass Kapoor in the middle of combat when the red cloud had just had her hull torn open like a tin can. The pressure of commanding the ship while concentrating on operating the tactical station was taking its toll. The only certainty he had was that this engagement would conclude soon, one way or another. Enemy ship approaching on an intercept angle, placing them off our starboard flank in 2 minutes, Miranda said, monitoring all sensor feeds from her station. Helm, Mach 0 thrust, Daniel said. Rotate the red cloud 180 degrees along her z-axis, then engage engines full astern. Yes, sir, the helmsman said, abandoning traditional command acknowledgments as he frantically executed the maneuver. The red cloud swung around ponderously until she was flying backwards, her nose now oriented toward the pursuing alien ship. The engine pitch changed as they came back online, their thrust now accelerating the destroyer in reverse at full power. Adjust slightly to starboard, Daniel said while selecting his armament. I want to engage them down the port flank if we can manage it. Yes, sir. Enemy vessel will overtake in 70 seconds, Foster said tensely. Daniel selected all the heavy beamers on the port flank, 18-pulse laser projectors comprising a nearly 200 petawatt broadside, sufficient to vaporize meters of starship hull material in seconds. The projectors would drain the massive capacitor bank after 2 volleys, after which the red cloud would attempt to disengage and use other armament to keep the enemy at bay while the reactors recharged them. Unfortunately, the capacitors were as ancient as everything else on the ship, and just as neglected as the weapon systems, so he was counting on a single partial volley before the system failed catastrophically. Nevertheless, it was his most potent weapon, and he intended to employ it. He selected cascading fire mode, designated the incoming target, and specified the area along the port flank where the plasma discharges seemed to originate. I'll attempt to hit them during the flyby, Daniel said. Be ready to reverse thrust and begin braking. Sir, the alien ship is decelerating, Miranda said. He checked his own display and observed the ship slowing violently at a rate that would bring it to a relative stop only 1,500 meters off their port side. I have a very bad feeling about this, and he said. They may be attempting to capture the ship. Why? We can analyze enemy tactics during the debrief, Commander, Daniel said curtly. Stand by for a shoot-and-run maneuver, and you'd better alert Major Flores. He may need to repel boarders. He waited silently as the enemy edged into range, watching it advance carefully, Torna maintaining position just aft of the missile launch tubes. Helm, 0 thrust, Daniel said. Hold steady and prepare for hard braking maneuver. Yes, sir, the helmsman croaked, staring in horror at the display as they could actually observe the alien ship looming out of the darkness toward them. Sir, Miranda whispered, as though irrationally concerned the enemy might hear her. Firing, Daniel said, flipping the switch again to unleash a massive broadside. A flash appeared on the leading edge of the enemy ship, followed immediately by a fresh cascade of alarms. Rapidly checking his terminal, he realized only 2 projectors had discharged 1 pulse each before the power system failed. His heart plummeted as he examined the feed from the optical sensors trained on the target and saw the shot had barely gouged a small crater in the oddly textured material. Engineering reports the power trunk to the port side capacitor bank has failed, Miranda said quietly. 15 capacitors detonated, and an arc from another was powerful enough to kill a technician and destroy the amidship's thruster control system. Daniel stared at the ship hovering off the Red Cloud's port flank before slamming his fist into the tactical console in such an uncharacteristic emotional display that everyone on the bridge actually flinched despite the danger lurking just outside. Suggestions? He asked his crew, rotating the seat to face them. Nobody spoke for an extended moment. Don't allow them to capture us alive. Captain, the chief at the navigation console said. We can't even scuttle the ship, Miranda argued. We have no nuclear devices, nothing capable of destroying her. That may not be accurate, Daniel said, bringing up a sub-menu on his display and entering all the credentials required to access the system only he knew about. Sir, the enemy is moving again, Ensign Foster said. They're closing in on us. 10 meters per second closure rate. The arrogant bastard knows we're helpless, Daniel ground out. As he began methodically entering a command sequence, ignoring the questioning looks from his crew, he noticed a green indicator illuminate on the display to his left. He stared at it in disbelief. Why the hell not? He muttered, pausing the script he'd been entering on the right terminal. Sir? Ensign Foster asked, her voice strong and controlled, but her eyes wide and hands shaking. Helm, stand by, Daniel said. I'll be feeding you course corrections rapidly in a few minutes. Standing by, Captain. He selected the blinking green indicator on his armament panel with considerable skepticism. He doubted the system would actually function, and if it did, that it would inflict any real damage. Glancing up through the window of the main display, he could observe the two barrels of the upper mag cannon turret twitch as power flowed into the system. It was an encouraging sign he hoped was replicated by the ventral turret. He selected deep penetrator, high explosive rounds for all four cannons, and designated the spot on the enemy ship he wanted targeted. So the enormous ship continued drifting in at its casual rate, and tendrils could be observed beginning to separate from the hull. Daniel figured they were grappling mechanisms that would be seizing the red cloud in a few minutes if his plan didn't work. Say a prayer to whoever you believe in, everyone, Daniel said, his finger poised over the execute button. He pressed it firmly and watched as the upper turret swung rapidly to the left and the barrels adjusted downward slightly. Brilliant flashes erupted and the ship shuddered with tremendous concussions as the 1,500-millimeter cannons hurled hardened shells at hypersonic velocity directly into an enemy ship far too close to evade or intercept them. The damage was spectacular. Each shell punched into the ship, leaving a neat, circular entry hole as the four cannons hammered the port side of the target with over 16 rounds before the first shell's time fuse expired and the high explosive charge detonated. This initiated a cascading series of explosions, visible rippling beneath the ship's hull surface, the light from the blasts actually shining through it. 20 shells fired in total before the cannons fell silent and the power plant ramped up to recharge the capacitors. Despite the devastating assault, the affected area remained relatively small compared to the vessel's overall size. It was apparently sufficient to reconsider its approach, however, and it lurched away from the red cloud, streaming some kind of viscous material that froze upon exposure to vacuum. Target withdrawing, Ensign Foster nearly shouted in relief. Are no detectable plasma charges on its surface. I don't believe they're going to return fire. Stay alert. Daniel cut off the few small celebrations beginning to break out on the bridge. Where's it headed? Tracking, Miranda said, analyzing the sensor data. The enemy had already established considerable distance from the destroyer and continued accelerating. It appears they may be heading back to Fatoria. You're certain about that? Daniel asked, extracting himself from behind the tactical station. Not completely, no. But that's the only object along that trajectory, she said. If they simply wanted distance between us, it would have been easier to continue accelerating along our existing course. They must know we can't match their acceleration. Helm, bring us back around, Daniel ordered, gesturing for Miranda to vacate his seat with a wave. Nav, plot a course back to Fatoria that takes advantage of our current velocity. We can't afford to decelerate and then accelerate back toward the planet. Course plotted, Captain, the chief said. We'll need to accelerate along this arc and use the fifth planet for a gravity assist. That will swing us back around on an intercept course with Fatoria. Understood. Helm, execute that course, ahead full. Ahead full, aye, the helmsman said as the red cloud completed her rotation, so her nose pointed back in her direction of travel. Confirm target position, Daniel ordered. Target confirmed at 70,000 kilometers and increasing, Ensign Foster said. Their acceleration profile is only 15% of what we've observed previously. Why, but they're turning directly toward the planet. That will still get them there before us, but not by much, Miranda said. Do you think we damaged their drive? I wish I knew, Daniel said, feeling lightheaded as he came down from such a massive adrenaline surge. Those shells appeared to achieve significant penetration at that range. The fact it didn't return fire suggests we disrupted something critical. Perhaps their power system. That was quite the last-second tactic, Miranda said quietly. But that wasn't what you were originally working on at the tactical station, was it? We'll discuss it later, Daniel said, cutting her off. Since we're establishing some distance, let's begin rotating people out for breaks. It will be quite some time before we're back at Fattoria. Holy shit. That was lucky, Specialist Ormond remarked as they rotated out of their work area for a brief break. More than a few dead spacers would disagree with you, Chief Cullen said beside him. The pair had managed to evacuate the starboard engineering compartments before the first blast opened the ship to space. That incompetent Terran has allowed this ship to engage a superior enemy at close range twice now. If you ask me, he's pursuing this thing. He seemed to handle it pretty well, Ormond said without much conviction. He'd been awake for nearly 36 hours, most of that spent under the tension of potential combat. He'd never imagined how terrifying it would be. Trapped in the lower decks, hearing the ship take hits and sustain damage without being able to know what was actually occurring. Cullen grabbed him roughly by the shoulder and steered him forcefully into a small alcove in the work center lined with lockers and containing a single bench. You can't seriously believe that? He asked, staring intensely at Ormond. All I know is I'm exhausted, Chief, and I could use some food, Ormond said, wanting to escape. You know Garrett had Chief Kaczynski in prison, right? Cullen asked. Yeah, for attempting to incite. He wasn't inciting anything, Cullen snapped. He was performing his duty. If you have a rogue commanding officer endangering the entire ship, not to mention our lives, it's his responsibility to act. Isn't that correct? I suppose, Ormond said, glancing around and hoping nobody would overhear this conversation. Well, damn straight, Cullen whispered so ferociously that saliva sprayed from his mouth onto Ormond's cheek. Listen, there are some of us who aren't particularly eager to die, so our token Terran CO can prove he deserves his position. We have a plan where nobody gets injured, nobody gets in trouble. Can we count on you? What would I need to do? Ormond asked. I asked a yes or no question, Cullen said. Yeah, Chief, Ormond said, feeling completely helpless. You know you can always rely on me. That's what I told the others, Cullen said with a sudden smile. Since you work in the MX control room, we have a special assignment for you. But don't worry. With the damage we've sustained, sure hopefully even someone as dense as Daniel Garrett will recognize it's time to fly us back to Meridian and summon the larger ships to handle this thing. Cullen departed the alcove without another word, leaving Ormond standing there with the weight of a terrible decision on his shoulders. Chapter 16. Sit down, Lieutenant Collins, Daniel said when his visibly rattled tactical officer entered his office. He waited for the young officer to settle into the chair before proceeding. I don't believe in dancing around issues. So what in the hell went wrong out there, Lieutenant? Captain Garrett, Collins said, meeting Daniel's gaze directly. I can only offer my apologies for how I performed, but I won't make excuses. I failed you and I'll accept whatever consequences that brings. Daniel had begun this meeting furious at Collins, but he had to grudgingly acknowledge he was impressed the young man wasn't arriving with a prepared list of justifications for freezing up. That kind of honesty was something he valued. Michael, I've been reviewing your drill scores and training records, Daniel said, casually scrolling through the file on his tile. You've been consistently my highest performer and maintained an exemplary record during your service aboard the Red Cloud. Just the absence of any disciplinary incidents makes you exceptional. Unfortunately, that observation wasn't meant as humor. Let me be frank with you. I have no one else available to take your place. We're pursuing this thing across the system, hoping we can reach it before it annihilates Fattoria the way it did Nanjing and Oplatam. I can't be stuck at the tactical station, and Commander Ashton hasn't learned the system well enough yet to operate it during combat. I can perform my duties, sir, Collins said with determination. I won't disappoint you again. We're all frightened, Lieutenant, Daniel said. Normally, this is where I deliver some inspiring speech about overcoming your fears and rising to meet the challenge. But I suspect that would only make you feel worse. All I'll say is this. Return to your station, Lieutenant, and analyze the previous engagement. Absorb everything you can from it, and you damn well better not freeze on me again. Do I make myself clear? Crystal clear, Captain, Collins said crisply. Daniel held his gaze for another moment. Dismissed, he said at last. Tell Commander Ashton and Ensign Foster to come in when you leave. He observed Lieutenant Collins exit quickly and felt confident he was making the correct decision. At least he hoped so. Ensign Rachel Foster, reporting as ordered, his operations officer announced, snapping to attention before his desk. Ensign Foster, he said, noticing as Miranda entered the room and positioned herself against the rear bulkhead as the hatch sealed. Quite a day we've had, wouldn't you agree? He asked, not offering permission for her to relax or sit. It certainly was, sir, she said, her eyes fixed on the point directly above his head. Some of us handled it better than others, Daniel said, settling back in his chair. You just witnessed Lieutenant Collins departing. Did he appear pleased? No, Captain. He did not. That's because when put to the test in actual combat, he broke, Daniel said, his tone level. Not everyone is suited for service on a warship, wouldn't you agree? I would have to concur, sir, Foster said with some hesitation in her voice. Remove that ensign bar from your uniform, Foster, Daniel said with an exaggerated sigh. To her credit, how she reached up and pulled off her rank insignia without so much as a flinch, though Daniel observed the red flush climbing up her neck. Commander Ashton, did you obtain what I requested? Daniel asked. I did, she said simply, placing a silver bar in his extended hand. He moved around the desk, positioning himself beside Foster as she maintained her attention stance, eyes still forward. For outstanding performance of duty and courage in the face of the enemy, you are hereby promoted to Lieutenant Junior Grade, Daniel said, attaching the bar to her right collar. The ship's crest remained on the left. XO, record the time and date in the ship's log. Yes, sir. At ease, Daniel said, allowing a slight smile as Foster reached up to touch her new bar. Congratulations. Lieutenant Foster. She appeared on the verge of attempting to embrace Daniel before her military discipline reasserted itself, and she straightened up. The gesture didn't escape Commander Ashton's notice, as her right eyebrow rose slightly. Thank you, Captain, Foster said, shaking his hand instead. I won't disappoint you. I'm confident you won't, he said, smiling indulgently. Now return to your station and examine the sensor logs. Find me something I can use. Dismissed. Lieutenant Foster executed a sharp turn and departed the office with a noticeable spring in her step. Interesting timing for field promotions, Miranda remarked, complete with a touch of hazing included. To be frank, Commander, we'll likely all be dead within 24 hours, so I figured it wouldn't hurt for at least one person on this ship to experience happiness, he said, dropping back into his chair. Not feeling very optimistic? Even after the mag cannons inflicted such damage, she asked. Realism beats optimism every time, he sighed. The mathematics aren't in our favor. Even if we emptied every remaining shell in the magazines into that monstrosity, we simply don't have enough destructive capability aboard to destroy it. It's just too massive. There's also the reality that it's been adapting after each engagement, even evolving. I doubt we'll have the same fortune if we encounter it again. Which raises the question, why are we continuing to pursue it? As long as we can offer some protection for Fatoria, I'm prepared to stay, Daniel said. If it attempts to exit the system, we'll reassess our position. She made no movement to leave despite having no additional objections to voice. Was there something else, Commander? What were you working on before the mag cannons activated, sir? Daniel attempted to outstare her, but when she refused to yield, he shrugged in resignation. I may not have been entirely truthful when I claimed there weren't any nuclear weapons aboard, he said. There are, in fact, four extremely large ones. You're referring to the main reactors, she said, narrowing her eyes. Very perceptive, Commander, he said with a nod. There's a procedure that doesn't appear in any force manual or technical documentation for the Raptor-class ships. It's something transmitted verbally to each captain when they assume command. Or it's a backdoor the designers left to be employed only in the most desperate of circumstances. There's a method to override all the safeties on the reactors and force them into a critical state. It occurs quite rapidly if you simultaneously shut down the cooling jacket pumps. I understand, she said, her expression neutral. And you would have been prepared to destroy the Red Cloud to stop that ship? Yes, he said without hesitation. Good, she said, pushing away from the bulkhead. I'll confess to worrying you might have been pursuing this for questionable motives before. But not anymore, Daniel asked. Not anymore, she confirmed. I'll see you on the bridge, Captain. After she departed and the hatch sealed, he stared at the ceiling for a moment, somewhat puzzled by the exchange. Before the mag cannons had been a complete stroke of fortune, but he couldn't deny the satisfaction he'd felt watching those shells tear into the port side of the ship. They remained 7 hours from Fatoria, but the enemy ship was only 4 hours away. He wasn't certain how it had actually been destroying planets, but he hoped it wasn't something achievable in just a few hours. With the brief lull in combat, he'd ordered the crews to rest and eat, and handled some light administrative matters like promotions, to keep himself occupied and attempt to boost crew morale. Miranda had taken the initiative to broadcast the sensor feed of the mag cannons ravaging the enemy ship to all departments. The more he considered it, the more he approved of the decision. At least it gave the technicians in the lower deck some reason to hope they'd survive this, even if their captain harbored no such hope for himself. Captain, I may have discovered something for you, Lieutenant Foster said the moment he returned to the bridge. Is it good news? Daniel asked. It's news, she said evasively. He moved behind her station to see what she'd found, disregarding the obvious regulation violations in the form of personal photographs arranged along one side of the console. Show me what you have. I started examining all the high-resolution optical data we gathered on the enemy ship between engagements, she said. Here's a still image after the Avengers tore open its nose during that initial pass. Right, Daniel said impatiently. And? Here's another image of that identical area, she said, displaying another picture. This was captured as it approached during the last engagement. What in the hell? Daniel muttered, squinting at the image. That hasn't been repaired, Captain, she said. It was healed. The ramifications of this are fairly profound. And disturbing, Daniel observed. I would certainly say so, Foster said. This ship, or at minimum its hull, is an organic material that exhibits signs of being alive. This mission grows more bizarre by the hour, Daniel grumbled under his breath. Document this data and store it on the secure server. This alters nothing, so keep it confidential for now. I don't need a philosophical discussion erupting in the middle of combat, and regardless of whether that ship is alive, it has still exterminated millions of humans. Yes, sir. Ensure you tag the data so you can locate it rapidly, he said, still maintaining a low voice. I'm going to have you deploy another communications drone immediately before our next encounter with this thing. The data is going to a particular address that I'll provide you shortly, not to FleetCom. Sir? It's complicated, he said. Just trust me when I tell you that if we're going to receive any assistance with this, we need to avoid the main channels for now. Yes, sir. One more thing, Daniel said, straightening away from her console. Complete your analysis of the ship, but then I need you to apply that information practically. Assemble a targeting package and transmit it to tactical. Even with the unusual characteristics we're observing in this hull material, I would expect that port side is still torn open. And we need to concentrate more shells into that area if it allows us. They were still 2 hours from Fatoria when the situation deteriorated dramatically. We're receiving a surge of communications traffic from the planet, Lieutenant Keller reported. Some attempting to reach the communications drone platform, 2 directed specifically at us, and a chaotic stream of distress calls over the general band. Is the alien ship bombarding the surface? Daniel asked. No, sir, the officer said, the dread obvious in his voice. If I'm interpreting this correctly, it's deploying ground forces at every major settlement in the Eastern Hemisphere. Helm, full emergency acceleration, Daniel called out. Tactical, begin loading your targeting scripts and verify the mag cannons are prepared to fire. Following a pair of acknowledgments, the ship began trembling violently as she strained beyond her design specifications. OPS, provide the helm with real-time position updates on the target as we approach, Daniel said, swaying somewhat on the harshly vibrating deck. We may only get a single pass at this, and the targeting window will be narrow. We can't spare the time required to decelerate enough to achieve orbit over Fatoria, so you'll need to engage during a high-velocity flyby. He returned to his seat and pressed the intercom button. Engineering, Lieutenant Commander Kapoor. I need more velocity, Rajesh, he said. If I increase output any further, the engines will literally rip free from the pylons, Kapoor said, his voice nearly overwhelmed by the machinery, noise, and engineering. She's delivering everything she has, Dan. Odi, Kapoor, out. Daniel tapped his fingers against his chin, staring out through the main display. It had nothing to do with his chief engineer's curtness over the intercom, and everything to do with the knowledge that Fatoria was being attacked at that very moment, and there was virtually nothing he could do to prevent it. Chapter 17. She's delivering all she has, Dan. Kapoor out. Rajesh Kapoor stood at the center of the engineering department's operations hub, his appearance harried and stressed. The ship's power plant and propulsion systems had answered the demand so far, and the sustained high output they'd maintained over recent days showed no signs of taxing any individual components. The technicians even insisted the ship perform better than it had in years, now that they were pushing her harder than anyone could remember. Chief Cullen, Kapoor shouted, head over to Reactor 1 and verify they're installing that water jacket bypass properly. They've never performed this procedure, and I don't want someone getting scalded by high-pressure steam because the valve configuration is wrong. Yes, sir, Cullen responded, scarcely believing his luck. He summoned a specialist first class and instructed him to take over the instrument monitoring station. Just watch these parameters, he told the young spacer. If they begin to climb, notify the chief engineer immediately. Cullen patted the specialist on the shoulder and hurried from the room before any questions could be asked. He nearly sprinted down the corridor, dodging aside as clusters of personnel rushed past to various tasks. Retrieving his comlink, he transmitted a batch message to a list of 38 recipients that read simply, Check Junction 117-3B. The seemingly innocuous message, which appeared to be engineering terminology, was actually a prearranged signal. That damn Terran was chasing the alien ship once more, after they'd barely made it through the last encounter. Cullen wasn't deceived by that manipulated video clip they kept broadcasting on repeat, showing the mag cannons tearing into the alien at close quarters. If anything, he felt offended they would try such a pathetic deception. How could weapons so antiquated, even when first manufactured, possibly inflict such damage on something capable of consuming entire worlds? Ormond, he said, leaning into one of the primary work centers. You're still ready down here? Yes, Chief, Specialist Ormond said, his face going slightly pale as he understood precisely what Cullen meant. Good, Cullen said, disregarding the other spacers in the compartment. Don't screw this up. He withdrew back into the corridor and climbed a ladder up one deck, then moved forward toward one of the security checkpoints to speak with a Marine corporal who was also critical to their scheme. He hoped those fools working on the number 1 bypass wouldn't kill themselves or vent the room before he could return down there. Captain, I believe we may have an opportunity here, Lieutenant Collins announced from the tactical station. Daniel moved over to stand behind the chair, placing his hand on its back. What do you have? If you examine this, the target has assumed a stationary position over the region where it's been deploying ground forces, Collins said. Given Fatoria's rotation, that will place it in our direct line of sight within the next 45 minutes if we adjust a few degrees to port. I'm listening, Daniel said, curious where this might lead. Only I suggest we purge the mag cannon loaders and reload with solid core rounds, Collins continued, speaking more rapidly as his excitement for the concept began to show. If we fire them straight ahead while the red cloud is still at full power, the rounds will approach relativistic velocities when they strike the target, Daniel completed for him. Can you strike it at this distance, even if you know where it will be? It will be tight, Collins conceded. The system wasn't designed for this kind of long-distance shot, but if we launch a full spread and distribute the shots along this line, his finger traced an imaginary line across the screen to demonstrate his point, which we won't risk striking the planet and will still have sufficient time to reload the high-explosive rounds and recharge the capacitor banks. Contact armament and have them modify the loadout for the mag cannons, Daniel said, reaching the decision rapidly as the clock ticked down. You remain here and verify, re-verify, and then verify once more to ensure your firing solutions are perfect. One stray round at that velocity could obliterate an entire city on Fatoria. Yes, sir, Collins said, turning to his console and starting to input the parameters so the computer could process the calculations for his scheme. This is an intriguing plan, Miranda said quietly as he returned to his seat. It's sound, Daniel said more defensively than necessary. Kinetic weapons have been a proven and reliable staple for human combat. They're just difficult to aim at these distances. The mag cannon targeting actuators were engineered to be capable of targeting a reasonably large ship at a relatively close distance. Striking something even as massive as the alien ship at the ranges and velocities they were confronting would on its face appear impossible. But Daniel was hoping they were overdue for some good fortune, ideally a miracle, somewhere in this mission. I'm not criticizing the concept, she said. If it fails, we haven't sacrificed anything except a few tons of worthless solid core rounds. If it succeeds, this could be extremely spectacular. Yeah, Daniel said, considering it in his mind. 20 rounds. That's not many opportunities to strike this bastard at this distance, even as massive as it is. If it detects them approaching and simply shifts itself to a higher orbit, they all miss. Like I said, no damage done, she maintained. Perhaps, Daniel grunted. It does feel satisfying to seize the initiative, though. Another 30 minutes elapsed before the armament crew had completed the loadout swap, and Collins had complete confidence in his calculations. Daniel discreetly had Lieutenant Foster verify them to ensure there wasn't any glaring error. He appreciated the effort Collins was making to prove himself, but his earlier performance earned him a trust but verify approach until he demonstrated otherwise. Helm, adjust 2 degrees to port and pitch down 3 degrees. Maintain engine power, Daniel said. Aye, aye, sir, the helmsman said, adjusting to port and pitching down. Tactical. Only the stage is yours, Daniel said, activating a switch on his own console. You are authorized for weapons release on upper and lower mag cannon turrets at your discretion. Aye, sir, Collins said, aligning cannons now and transferring fire control to the computer. Daniel stood and observed the barrels of the 2 upper cannons, making minute adjustments as the precision correction motors aligned the weapons 1,000th of a degree at a time. There would be an optimal moment where the red cloud would align with the moving alien ship, and the computer would initiate the firing sequence without awaiting authorization from him or the tactical officer. Most of the bridge crew observed, mesmerized by the barrels of the guns illuminated by the ship's external running lights. The near trance was shattered when the first gun discharged with a tremendous boom that rattled the ship. The remaining 19 shots followed in rapid succession, the recoil of the weapons shaking the vessel. The bridge crew protected their eyes as the trace amounts of trapped gas in the system combusted while escaping the barrels and flashed brilliantly on the main display. All shots deployed, Lieutenant Collins reported, all business as he examined his displays. Reloading with high explosive rounds. All 4 mag cannons still indicate fully operational. Very good, Lieutenant, Daniel said. Prepare for your next volley as we approach the target. OPS. Track the enemy ship and verify impacts. How long? Rounds will reach the enemy in 33 minutes, Foster said. Daniel simply raised an eyebrow. If the red cloud could reach those velocities, at least without killing the crew during acceleration, he could have arrived at Fatoria before the enemy ship and established his position there. Daniel compelled himself to exit the bridge and proceed to the wardroom to grab a quick meal and refill his mug with water. He'd consumed so much coffee over the past few days, his hands were trembling, and he felt like it was corroding a hole through his stomach lining. Although both of those could be credited to stress. After the initial wave of panic had diminished when they first encountered the alien ship over Aplotum, he was somewhat astonished that he'd been able to maintain composure as well as he had. While he would never voice it aloud, he had always presumed that, save for a few exceptions, his crew was a collection of misfits and failures. In those same moments of honesty with himself, he would also have to acknowledge that there was some validity to the rumor that he'd stumbled into a command position that he possibly didn't merit. But they were now advancing towards their third encounter with the enemy, after inflicting damage on it, and despite the reality they would almost certainly be annihilated if the thing pursued, he felt remarkably good about it. It'd been a considerable time since he, and probably any of the crew, had felt anything to be genuinely proud about. The Red Cloud may have departed the Sierra shipyards over 40 years ago with significant fanfare, but she'd been little more than an elevated courier in a slowly deteriorating relic of an era nearly all humans believed long past. Daniel refilled his water again after that sobering reflection. Humans had, by and large, abandoned warfare in all its manifestations over the last 250 years or so. As a species, they praised themselves on achieving the next stage on their path to enlightenment and sat around reopening old wounds as they discussed the savagery of their ancestors. That, more than anything else, was likely why Terra was excluded from the dialogue. Her citizens regarded as outcasts when they dared venture into the more civilized domains of man. Terra still carried the scars of past conflicts, and the old recognizable landmasses reminded everyone that it hadn't truly been all that long ago that the species had been slaughtering each other by the thousands over reasons so obscure they no longer held meaning. That was all nonsense, of course, ending at least in Daniel's perspective. The enclaves had largely been divided along the ideological and ethnic boundaries that had existed when the serious colonization had commenced, and they had remained isolated from each other for the most part for all this time. Hell, Terra was now the most diverse location in the galaxy, but either way, the rules had fundamentally changed when that alien ship had achieved orbit over Nanjing and initiated an attack. He held no illusions that this could be some isolated occurrence. This was a probe by a single scout vessel to test the waters. The fact it had played cat and mouse with the Red Cloud and even attempted to capture it only validated that conclusion in his mind. He hoped his species was prepared for what was approaching. No matter what the result with this single ship intrusion the die had been cast, humanity would have to fight for its survival, or at least its right to exist among the stars. "Report," Daniel said as he returned to his chair. 11 minutes to impact, Lieutenant Foster said, her eyes remaining fixed on her screens. "New firing scripts are revised and loaded, Captain," Lieutenant Collins said. "Armament crews are reloading the turrets now." "Excellent," Daniel said, settling down and forcing himself to stay seated. He occupied the remaining minutes by casually scrolling through status reports from his department heads, contemplating what would happen to him should they actually survive the approaching battle. He'd openly defied Admiral Bradford, and so had Miranda Ashton. No matter how warranted it had been, he had no doubt that they would both face consequences from a Fleetcom Board of Inquiry. The prospect nearly made him hope the alien would dispatch him quickly. "Impact +1, Lieutenant Foster said, signaling that it was 1 second past the anticipated time of impact. "Awaiting the light to reach us." When it arrived, they didn't require her instruments to inform them. A brilliant flash illuminated visibly on the main display from the direction of Fataria. "Holy shit!" Lieutenant Collins exclaimed, before glancing at Daniel sheepishly. But the captain was out of his seat, staring in awe at the diminishing point of light. "Analyze all that for me, Lieutenant," he said to Foster. "2 impacts, she said, squinting at her display. "One round removed a substantial chunk off the tip of the nose. The other, what's the other?" She trailed off as she replayed the optical data several more times and examined it again. "Lieutenant," Daniel said impatiently. "The second round penetrated completely through," she said finally, displaying the video on the main screen. "Significant entry damage at the impact point, and then, as you'll observe as she rotates from the hit, there's a massive area blasted out on the opposite side. The enemy ship is still rotating. Appears to be starting to stabilize." "Holy shit," Daniel said matter-of-factly, echoing his tactical officer. "OPS, continue updating tactical with the revised course projections for the target. Tactical, modify your firing sequence to exploit the massive hole you just created. Ilu, arm up the Avengers too." There was some subdued cheering and celebratory gestures happening around the bridge, and Daniel allowed them their moment. "Captain," Lieutenant Keller said, "we're receiving some transmissions from the surface. They want to know what we accomplished. Beyond the flash in the sky, they report let's just call them troops, on the ground are being gathered and transported back up." "What are they calling them?" Daniel asked. "They keep referring to them as worm," she shrugged. "But it's apparent the worms were deployed from smaller landing craft that originated from the enemy ship. Either way, now they're departing." "It's a recall," Daniel said. "They're abandoning this system. I hope we damage their propulsion or we're not." "Enemy ship is departing orbit," Lieutenant reported. Acceleration profile is barely a tenth of what it demonstrated when it withdrew from our last engagement. I believe it's damaged, but still mobile. Lieutenant Foster, transmit an intercept vector to the helm and continue tracking, Daniel said urgently. Helm, adjust to pursue target, ahead, full. They'd reduced the power on the engines after their slingshot around the fifth planet. The mains had accelerated them as rapidly as they could, and they were already caught in Fattoria's gravity. Helm is not responding to new course, sir, the helmsman said. What? Daniel asked in disbelief. His mind raced as he attempted to determine what would cause the computer to disregard a course correction. They weren't about to do anything it would prohibit, and there were no related warnings. Even as he was weighing what to do, the sound of the engines abruptly ceased, leaving an unsettling silence on the bridge. Captain, I can't contact Chief Engineer Kapoor, Miranda said. In fact, all the ship-wide communications are down. Son of a bitch, Daniel said, comprehension dawning on him. Nav, will we clear Fattoria with our current course and speed? He asked. Yes, sir, the chief at navigation said. No problem. Sentry. Yes, sir, the Marine corporal said, entering the bridge. Nobody is to be granted access to the bridge, Daniel said as he rushed to the hatch. Shoot anyone that approaches down that corridor who isn't authorized. Sir? The response came from multiple people, including the XO. Isn't it clear? Daniel spat. We've been sabotaged. There's a mutiny underway. Chapter 18. OPS, display the internal security feed, Daniel said. Main screen. I want to see the Engineering Operations Center. Lieutenant Foster mechanically input the commands and the video materialized on the main screen. The scene displayed complete pandemonium. Two opposing groups were clearly visible as some spacers struggled to prevent the mutineers from entering the compartment, but they faced overwhelming odds since the attackers possessed weapons. They've either seized the armory or some of Major Flores' personnel are complicit in this, Daniel said, indicating the infantry carbine one of the specialists wielded. There's Lieutenant Commander Kapoor, Miranda said beside him, pointing to where Rajesh was sprawled on the floor, his limbs extended as though he'd been unconscious or deceased before collapsing. And a moment later, the video feed went dark. I'm being locked out of some of the internal systems, Foster said when Daniel looked toward her. Which systems? Internal video feeds, shipwide communications, and remote hatch control, she said. They're approaching, Daniel said, preparing to leave. Where are you headed, sir? Miranda asked. I'm going to balance the playing field a bit, Daniel said. You remain here and try to regain control of this ship. He rushed over to the Marine sentry, who now appeared very uneasy. Lock this hatch after I exit. Nobody enters here except me. Clear? Clear, sir, the Marine said, considerably more comfortable now that he'd received orders from a superior officer. When he'd lost communication with his own chain of command, he'd been uncertain about the situation or his proper course of action. Daniel sprinted to his office and sealed the hatch behind him. He accessed his terminal and started executing a series of subroutines that would grant him computer access, despite the mutineers' attempts to prevent it. This was another feature of the Red Cloud system architecture that few knew about. He went in and verified that, above all else, the ship remained safe. All reactor readings were within normal parameters, and there appeared to be no problems with life support or gravity, so he set that aside for now. Accessing the security feed, he observed that a team of 6 men, commanded by a chief petty officer he didn't recognize visually, were all advancing toward the bridge, all carrying Marine carbines. As he opened another menu, he could see how they'd executed it so rapidly. Most of the principal access corridors had been blocked by engaging the airtight hatches, effectively trapping the crew in their work centers so they couldn't intervene. He interpreted this as a positive sign. It suggested this was probably a small group of individuals and not half the entire ship. On impulse, he accessed the feed for the brig, and predictably, Ed Kaczynski wasn't in his cell. The Marine on duty was sprawled on the ground, and blood was accumulating beneath him. Daniel hoped he could re-establish control in time to secure him medical treatment. Time for a minor surprise, he said darkly, entering 3 commands into a separate window. He then approached his wall safe and rapidly opened it, extracting an antique weapon that, while relatively primitive, would be more than sufficient. It was identical to the one in his desk drawer, but this one functioned. There was also a modern Force-issued sidearm in his safe, but he knew it would be ineffective. He examined the smooth sides of the slide, running his hand across it. It was a precise replica of a Colt 1911.45A CP service sidearm that Kapoor had meticulously crafted for his friend from drawings he'd discovered in an archive. He'd created the weapon after learning of Daniel's fascination with the Second Great World War, and in particular the weapon designs of John Browning. It was intended to be a display piece, but on some shore leave they'd proceeded to manufacture ammunition and had tremendous fun shooting at empty beer bottles out in the desert. Daniel rapidly loaded the 2 magazines he possessed, each containing 7 rounds, and inserted one into the pistol's grip. He manipulated the slide to chamber around and engage the safety, maintaining the hammer back so the single-action weapon would be ready to discharge quickly. Exiting his office, he reflected on how bizarre the entire situation was, an actual mutiny on a United Colonies starship. He moved cautiously around the corridor and observed the armed party was already at the hatch accessing the bridge, debating about how best to bypass the barrier. "Didn't quite account for that part, did you?" Daniel asked casually, his voice calm, despite the seething fury he was experiencing. He held the point 4-5 down along his side. "Stay right there, Terran," the chief said. Daniel could now read Cullen on his utility name tag. "Okay, tell your Marine to open this hatch." "Why would I do that?" Cullen advanced to within 3 paces of Daniel and directed the carbine at his head. "Because I'll blow your goddamn Terran brains out if you don't," he said. "A rather foolish tactic in hostage negotiation." Daniel shrugged. "But do what you have to do, I suppose." Cullen shut his eyes and actually recoiled before pulling the trigger. Nothing occurred. Cullen examined the carbine and pulled the trigger several more times, regarding it in confusion. "It functioned when you shot Kaczynski's guard, no doubt," Daniel said, observing as the other 5 began to advance. "But I deactivated all handheld weapons on the ship. They're connected to the main computer, you stupid bastard. But this one functions just fine." Before Cullen could respond, one of Daniel disengaged the safety off the .45 and shot the chief directly in the forehead. The thunderous report of the gunpowder-propelled shot achieved the intended effect on the other 5. That and being splattered with what used to be inside Cullen's head. Daniel maintained the weapon aimed at them as the chief's body collapsed to the deck, blood spreading from the horrific wound the .45 round had created. "Any more of you traitors want to attempt your luck?" Daniel asked the now terrified group before him. They all released their rifles and raised their hands. "Lie face down on the deck and place your hands over your head. Marine, get out here and secure these vermin." The hatch to the bridge opened and the Marine jogged out, recoiling at Cullen's body. To his credit, he retrieved flexible restraints from a cargo pocket in his fatigue pants and started securing their arms behind their backs. "Now that this mutinous traitor can't provide any answers, which of you wants to be the one who starts to make things right?" Daniel asked as Miranda emerged from the bridge, her hand flying to her mouth at the sight. "I'll cooperate, sir," came a muffled voice from the floor. "Turn him over," Daniel told the Marine. The sentry seized the spacer by the ankles and twisted quite roughly until Daniel was looking down into the face of a terrified spacer. "Your name?" "Specialist Orman, sir." "I don't think you need to worry about your rank anymore," Daniel said, gesturing with the pistol and causing Orman considerable anxiety for it. "Start talking." "Master Chief Kaczynski set it all in motion," Orman said. "Chief Cullen contacted me and said I was critical since I work in the primary MUX control center. He said you'd gone rogue and we were pursuing an alien ship for a personal vendetta of yours. He told me that we needed to halt the ship to keep us all alive." "You do comprehend that the alien ship is still out there, right?" Miranda said, her eyes cold and completely devoid of compassion. "You cowards have disabled us precisely as we are making a high-velocity approach toward a hostile, powerful ship." Orman went pale as the reality of what they'd initiated sank in. "You and your friends may have doomed us all, not to mention every living human on Fatoria," Miranda finished. "How many were involved?" Daniel asked him. 38 force personnel, Orman said. "I don't know how many Marines." "Major Flores?" "No, just the sentries from the armory. We sealed the hatches close to the Marine garrison before starting." "What did you do to the ship?" "Deactivated steering and manually closed the valves to the primary propellant manifold to begin with," Orman said. "We started shutting down individual subsystems after that." Who can restore all ship functions? Daniel asked. When Ormond hesitated, he pressed the barrel of the .45 into his nose. Who? Lieutenant Peters, Ormond said, tears starting to stream down the sides of his face. He was our man in the CIC who could reroute command functions from the bridge. Other than the propellant valves and the breakers for the attitude jets, he can restore everything. He was going to assume command after we secured the bridge. Daniel stood up, looking down at Ormond in disgust. Yes, you know I'd be on the right side of the code of conduct if I blew your brains out, right? When Ormond nodded, Daniel continued. For your sake, you better hope I can recover control of my ship before that alien bastard realizes we're adrift. I'm going to the CIC. You and you, with me. He indicated Miranda and the Marine sentry before turning and departing for the lifts. If Peters has control of all internal systems, he knows we're approaching, Miranda said, indicating the security camera in the corner of a hatchway. I've deactivated all the cameras, Daniel said. There were some back doors into the system Peters wasn't aware of. Another captain's secret, Miranda said, nodding. Could those have proven useful? I hope to keep us all alive long enough for you to acquire some of your very own one day, Daniel said as the lift doors closed. Lieutenant Peters, I'm still not receiving anything from the bridge. Should we dispatch a runner? As you were, Specialist, Peters said. His face was crimson and he was perspiring profusely. It had been 20 minutes past when Cullen was supposed to report in, telling him Garrett was in custody or dead. He'd observed the captain sprint from the bridge to his office alone and couldn't believe his fortune. But when he'd attempted to contact Cullen, he discovered he couldn't reach the chief's comlink despite entering the address as an exception to the communications blackout in the computer. Once all the internal camera feeds dropped simultaneously, he started to feel the first stirrings of a panic attack coming on. He looked to the two armed Marines guarding the entrance to the CIC for some reassurance. It hadn't been simple to persuade the two to participate in the plan, but Kaczynski was able to recruit them and even got them to unlock the small arms locker at one of the checkpoints. Sir, I can't reach engineering, another specialist said. In fact, I can't access anything. It's a temporary glitch, Peters said loudly. Everyone remain at their stations and be quiet until it's resolved. He heard one of the guards shout something unintelligible before an explosive roar just outside the hatch made them all jump, and one of the Marines collapsed onto the floor, blood spreading across his fatigues. Release that weapon, Marine. Or I'll put you down too. He heard a familiar voice outside and nearly fainted. Before he could respond, he observed Daniel Garrett and Miranda Ashton stride into the CIC, the captain holding some sort of blocky sidearm with smoke curling out of the barrel. Francis Peters, you are under arrest for mutiny, treason, and whatever else I can find that will stick, Daniel said, approaching the trembling officer. The sentence for such crimes during combat is a summary execution. He raised the pistol. I'll postpone sentencing and just throw your ass in the brig for now, if you turn around and restore control of the ship to the bridge. I'm not sure I know what you're... You have 5 seconds, Daniel said, cutting him off. The rest of the crew in the CIC was sitting and staring at the interaction in open-mouthed shock. Wordlessly, Peters moved over and started entering commands into his terminal. Daniel observed and could see at once how the operations officer had circumvented the normal failsafes. They were designed to protect against a technical failure, not a deliberate act of sabotage. Once the scripts to counter those commands had executed, he shoved Peters out of the way, and not gently, so he could use the terminal and enter his own command codes to fully restore ship functions. Bridge, he said after a moment. This is the captain. What's your status? Captain, Foster's voice came over the intercom. Everything is coming back online up here, but that ship has decelerated again and is turning toward us. Range? Daniel asked as he keyed in the commands to unlock the Marines still trapped in their garrison 2 decks below. 250,000 kilometers in closing, Foster said. It's still damaged, but it's approaching. I'll be up shortly, Daniel said. Tell Tactical to get the mag cannons ready to fire. CIC out. You need to get back up there, Miranda said. I'll go retrieve Major Floors and get steering and propulsion back. Very well, Daniel said. Restrain this scum along with that other Marine outside. Once you're with Floors, inform me, and I'll reactivate his weapons. Let him know what's occurred, and get Rajesh to sickbay. Yes, sir, she said, motioning for the bridge sentry to bind Peters and the remaining guard who was still lying face down. Daniel raced back to the lift that would take him back into the superstructure so he could be on the bridge as the alien approached again. He held the .4, 5 at low ready, and attempting to remember the limited tactical training he had received with personal weaponry. Even with recapturing the CIC, he wasn't certain if there were collaborators still roaming the corridors who wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. The only way he'd obtain the names of everyone involved was to capture Kaczynski alive, wherever he was hiding. Chapter 19. "What's the range?" Daniel shouted as he rushed back onto the bridge. He engaged the safety on his pistol and shoved it into his pocket while moving to his terminal and starting to input commands. 190,000 kilometers, Lieutenant Collins said. Cannons are armed and locked on the target. Capacitors are fully charged, so we're prepared to fire on your command, sir. Excellent, Daniel said, relief flooding through him as he discovered his ship could at least mount a defense. I'm working to restore maneuvering and propulsion. There's still a group of mutineers occupying the engineering spaces. I can't believe we're handling this on top of an alien ship in human space, Lieutenant Foster remarked bitterly. That makes two of us. Sure, Lieutenant, Daniel said distractedly as he navigated through the menus to reactivate the ship's internal security systems. Captain, XO, Miranda's voice transmitted over the intercom. We've freed Major Flores and his men. They're armed and prepared to proceed. Reactivating their weapons now, Daniel responded. Get the mains back operational as quickly as you can. Maneuvering jets take less time once power has been restored to that system. Yes, sir, she said. I'll update you as soon as we have anything to report. XO out. Daniel had hesitated about enabling all the small arms on the ship. He was confident the Marines could storm in and overwhelm a bunch of force techs without weapons. But the mutineers were clever and committed. There was no method to determine what kind of improvised weapons or traps they'd been able to construct. He also didn't want to brawl down in engineering. Better to trust Major Flores to do his job and provide him all the tools he required to secure the ship. Lieutenant Foster, I assume you've been using this opportunity to capture detailed recordings of the enemy as it performs its slow approach? Daniel asked. Yes, Captain, she said. Good, he said. Package that data up and combine it with what I've already provided you. Load it all to a communications drone and launch it as soon as you're ready. He settled back in his seat and attempted to relax and refocus as the enemy drew closer. They didn't know the full range of that damn plasma weapon, but he had to presume the giant tunnel they'd blasted through the ship had to adversely affect it. There was nothing he could accomplish until the Red Cloud could maneuver under her own power, so he compelled himself to sit and wait while his crew attempted to rectify the situation. Commander, we have a group in the compartment ahead, Major Flores said as he examined the security feed on a small tile he was holding. 3 of them are armed. How do you wish to proceed? Are any of them Master Chief Kaczynski? Miranda asked. No, ma'am. Secure the compartment however you deem best, Major, she said, swallowing hard. Lethal force is authorized. Yes, ma'am, Flores said, also not appearing pleased about the situation. Alpha Squad, you're up. 3 targets. No hostages that I can see. We breach the compartment and eliminate all 3 hostiles. Do not damage any of the equipment in there. The 8 Marines that comprised Alpha Squad rapidly deployed around the entry hatch to the compartment, producing almost no sound. The hatch was standing wide open, but the ambient noise of the ship would have concealed their approach. On a signal from their squad leader, the 2 on either side of the hatch stepped back and angled their weapons into the room, each neutralizing a target on the opposite side of the room. 2 more Marines rushed in past them, the first eliminating the last hostile standing, while the second swept the room for anyone who may have been overlooked. Clear! The shout came after less than 10 seconds. Miranda and Flores rushed into the room as the other members of Alpha Squad grabbed and detained the other 3 spacers who had been in the compartment. They'd just secured the engineering operations center, and from there would be capable of reinitializing the remaining systems the attempted mutiny had knocked out. Major, check on Lieutenant Commander Kapoor, Miranda ordered as she started checking to see precisely what they'd done. Attempting to decipher the information without Rajesh Kapoor was somewhat frustrating, as she still wasn't entirely familiar with the systems. And find out where they put the second engineer, Lieutenant Caldwell. He should be here to help get everything back up and running. As she continued to work her way through the process of restarting their maneuvering systems, she heard a Marine roughly interrogating one of the restrained techs. All the crew that weren't part of this are being held in a storage compartment one deck up, ma'am, the Marine reported after he'd slapped around a blubbering specialist second class. Go retrieve them, Flores ordered. Ma'am, we need to advance to the shut-off valve to get the engines running. Lieutenant Commander Kapoor is still alive. I'll have him transported to Dr. Owens. Right you are, Major, Miranda said, stepping away from the console. Let's move. Bravo, squad, let's go, Flores bellowed as he exited the operations center. Captain, propellant pressure is returning in the mains, Lieutenant Foster said. We should be ready for engine start in less than 5 minutes. Not a moment too soon, Daniel said tensely. They'd been observing the enemy inch closer and closer. It hadn't been accelerating, which was favorable. After the initial burst of energy to alter its direction, it had just been drifting toward them. How's its wound looking? It's still exposed to space, but it's closing rapidly, Foster said. Daniel swore under his breath. They'd had a genuine chance to destroy it when Collins's Hail Mary shot had punched a hole clean through it. But whatever mechanism performed the extraordinary damage control on the strange ship had already started to work its magic. Lieutenant Collins, he said, go ahead and fire the Avengers. Let them cold coast most of the way and then accelerate into the opening on the starboard side. Yes, sir, Collins said. Updating missile programming now. Iker firing. Daniel could just observe the 4 points of light as they raced away from the destroyer before they went dark to cover most of the distance on inertia. He was glad he'd taken another chance on his tactical officer. After his bout with near-crippling panic, the young lieutenant had performed flawlessly, not only proficient at his job, but devising successful strategies with what little he had to work with on the damaged destroyer. Engines are coming online, sir, Foster said. Plasma chambers are all heating up within limits and magnetic constrictors are fully engaged. OPS, provide the helm with an updated course that will allow us to bring our guns to bear on the most heavily damaged side of the target, Daniel said. Helm, as soon as you have engines, I want 1/4 thrust until we clear around the target's nose and then go to full power. Aye, aye, sir, the helmsman said, shifting around in his seat and adjusting his controls now that he was back in business. The familiar rumble of the mains igniting vibrated the deck, and to Daniel there could have been no sweeter music at that moment. She was battered, but the red cloud was ready to go one more round. The helmsmen increased the throttles and angled their course over to come across the target's nose and bring them up on the more damaged starboard side. Daniel looked up at the information Foster had projected onto the main display and saw that they were only 40,000 kilometers from each other. Once the helmsman accelerated her, the red cloud should be able to cover that distance in a relatively short sprint. Target is maneuvering, Foster said. It's reversing course and coming about. Shit, Daniel said, standing up. It's running now that we're underway again. Tactical, transmit a signal to the Avengers, strike that ship wherever they can land a hit, and get ready to unleash the mag cannons. It's too far out of range, Foster said. We can't land a cannon shot at this distance. Not for long, Daniel said through gritted teeth. Helm, run that bastard down. Yes, sir, the helmsman said with enthusiasm as he drove the throttles all the way to the stops. The red cloud responded with a roar as her mains ran up to full power and she leapt ahead, pursuing the fleeing ship. We're closing the gap, Foster said. Helm, come starboard 4 degrees and you'll have the inside line to come up alongside. Adjusting to starboard, the helmsman confirmed. Rate of closure is decreasing, Foster said. The target is now almost matching our acceleration. Daniel frowned at that. Where is it headed? Unknown, she said. It's not angling back toward Fatoria. Looks like it may be running for open space. Or it's preparing to go FTL and exit the system so it can heal its wounds and return, Daniel said. Status on our missiles? They expended their fuel before they could catch the target, sir, Collins reported. I ordered them to detonate so they weren't a navigation hazard. Good thinking, Daniel said absently as he observed the target's acceleration creep up to match theirs, creating a stalemate. He glanced over as Miranda entered the bridge. 80 all guilty parties have been rounded up and detained, she said. The ones left alive anyway. Lieutenant Commander Kapoor is in sick bay, and Commander Owens said his injuries were non-life-threatening. All good news, Daniel said with obvious relief. Outstanding job reclaiming the ship, Commander. Thank you, sir, she said, clearly surprised at such a generous compliment from a CO that barely acknowledged when someone went above and beyond, save for Foster's field promotion. Major Flores deserves much of the credit. He and his Marines minimized loss of life and avoided damaging the ship while suppressing the mutiny. I'll make a note of that, Daniel promised. If we ever make it back to Meridian, I'll do what I can to see he's recognized. Miranda nodded. Our knowing the part he left out was that the both of them might not be in a position to recognize anyone, as they were likely to be arrested as soon as the Red Cloud was dragged into port. Sir, Foster interrupted both their internal contemplations. There is something up ahead on this course. It's the jump point from Fattoria to Nova Firenze. That's one of the oldest colony worlds in the Alliance, Miranda said. There are tens of millions of people there. Could this thing really be attempting its luck in another system after all the damage we've inflicted? Daniel asked. I would have thought it'd attempt to run for home, not push deeper into human territory. Depends on what its mission is, Miranda said. However, perhaps it was sent to test our resolve and see just how much destruction and death it could inflict before we mounted an effective defense. A suicide bomber strategy? Essentially. Let's see if the old girl has one more left in her, Daniel said. Helm, full emergency acceleration. Aye, aye, sir. As the Red Cloud strained with everything she had to catch the fleeing alien, Daniel could see they were starting to close the gap again. If you two are correct, we have another problem, Daniel said to Miranda and Lieutenant Foster. Our jump points are just arbitrary points in space. They don't signify anything other than we know the warp lane is clear to the destination point. The lanes are created by sending automated ships to make short hops all the way to the target and document or clear any hazards. If this thing knows about the warp lanes, it knows a lot more about us than it should. It did just destroy 2 planets by landing ground forces, Foster said. It's possible it was able to access the computer networks. Perhaps, Daniel grunted. It'll all be academic soon. We're closing the gap quickly. We'll be within firing range in less than massive thermal buildup on the starboard rear quadrant. Foster's shout ran right over Collins. They're going to fire. Hard to port, Daniel yelled. Break off! Break off! It was too late, and a blinding flash of light streaked toward them, filling the entire main display as the Red Cloud had just started to swing her nose over. There was a horrific impact, and everyone was thrown from their seats. Daniel had been standing, so he was launched airborne until he collided with the row of consoles next to OPS. Alarms started blaring loudly, accompanied by red strobes. Report! Miranda struggled to get out as she saw Captain Garrett was not getting back up. Damage reports coming in, Foster said in a shaky voice. Massive damage along the starboard side. 2 hull breaches along the rear quarter and outer hull damage on the entire flank. Engine 4 is gone. What? Engine 4 has been blasted clean off the ship, Foster confirmed. Half the pylon was taken with it. Emergency shut-off valves engaged and saved most of our propellant. We're in a tumble, ma'am, the helmsman reported. I'm trying to straighten us out. Where's the target? Not showing up on our sensors, Collins said. Urena radar shows it disappearing right as we were hit. I can't confirm with optics because they were washed out by whatever struck us. It jumped to FTL, Daniel said, struggling to get to his feet. Blood was flowing freely down the left side of his head, and he appeared to be in considerable pain. Helm, straighten this damn ship out. Nav, set course to take us back around the system toward Vittoria. OPS, prepare a communications drone for Nova Firenze. We need to warn them about what's coming. Communications drones are unavailable, Foster said apologetically. The hit on the starboard side partially liquefied the upper armor of the hull. The hatches for the communications drones are welded shut. Can we cut through them? Miranda asked. I'm receiving no status from many of our remaining drones, ma'am, Foster said. Mori, have Commander Juarez deploy a crew and EVA gear to the internal maintenance hatches for the drones, Daniel said. If they're still viable, we'll worry about cutting the hull away then. Am I to understand we're down to 3 engines? Yes, sir, Miranda said. Daniel went to run his hand over his head and winced, pulling away a hand covered in blood. You need medical attention, sir. No argument there, he said. I don't think a compression bandage will help with this. Commander, you have the bridge. I'll be in sick bay and then we'll figure out what we're going to do to unfuck this mess. He turned before he could see Miranda's jaw drop at his profanity. As the prolonged battle continued, the enforced professionalism of the captain in front of the crew was starting to crack and peel. Or the mutiny had disturbed him more than he was revealing, and he wanted nothing more than for this nightmare to be over. Unfortunately, a happy ending didn't seem to be in the cards. If he could only catch a break on this cursed cruise, he'd give anything for just one thing to go right. "Captain, are you okay?" Commander Owens, the Red Cloud's chief medical officer, just happened to be walking by the entrance to sick bay as Daniel walked in. "I've been better," he admitted. "Can you get one of your techs to patch me up?" "Of course," Owens said. "This way, sir." The doctor led him back into a room and indicated a chair for him to sit on. He started inspecting the wound and pushing around the affected area, causing Daniel to grit his teeth. "It's deep, but nothing a new skin bandage can't take care of," Owens said. I'll have Specialist Kai come in and take care of it, and then we can talk." "Thanks, Doc," Daniel said. Specialist Kai, a woman so youthful-looking he would have sworn she was too young to wear the uniform, gave him a shy smile as she entered the room and started cleaning the wound and getting it ready for the bandage coated in an organic substance that would promote healing. For so much blood, the cut was actually fairly small, barely an inch long, and not especially deep. The medtech had him patched up and out of the room within 20 minutes. He hadn't heard any klaxons or announcements indicating the enemy ship had returned to finish them off. He debated just leaving, but he'd sort of agreed to talk to Commander Owens. When he found the doctor and who he was attending to, he was glad he had stuck around. How are you feeling?" "Good, Captain," Rajesh Kapoor said. "They're just keeping me here as a precaution. I heard you lost one of my engines?" "I'll get you a new one," Daniel promised. "So what's the plan?" Kapoor asked, trying to prop himself up. "Right now, we're simply trying to staunch the bleeding," Daniel admitted. "We're beaten up, missing an engine, and streaming atmosphere from about 100 places. Currently, we should be back on course for Fatoria to check on the population there." "Starships are always leaking atmosphere," Rajesh said, waving him off. "That's why we carry so much oxygen and nitrogen on every cruise to replace it. I heard a rumor that ship may have jumped to FTL, heading for another Alliance planet." "How the hell are you hearing all these rumors?" Daniel asked, only half joking. "I still have my comlink," Rajesh said. "You gave me access to the ship's log last year, and I've been reading the entries. That's not the point. What are we going to do about that ship going after another human planet?" "I don't know what we can do at this point," Daniel said, spreading his hands helplessly. "The warp drive is still functional, isn't it?" Owen said, speaking up for the first time. "I'm under the assumption it is," Daniel said. "Then I think you know what has to be done," Kapoor said. "We need to loop back around and hit the Nova Forensi jump point and try to get there before this thing does." "So you two called me in here for a pep talk and to encourage me to continue on with this suicide mission?" Daniel said, rising from the seat. "I'll keep what you said in mind. When we pass by Fatoria and are lined up for a run, assuming the Red Cloud can even achieve transition velocity at this point, I'll make my decision." He nodded to them both and walked out of sick bay. As he walked down the corridors, his utilities caked with dried blood, he passed a score of crewmen hustling about their duties. Each gave him a respectful nod as they rushed off to perform some tasks to keep the destroyer flying. He didn't see panic or sullenness. He didn't even really see much fear. If he had to put a name on it, he would have to say the faces of his crew were set with a grim determination as he passed them. He felt his resolve begin to harden as he watched them, nodding back to each in turn but offering no empty words of encouragement. They didn't need it. They may have started this cruise as a collection of castaways that were just waiting out their time or looking for the easy road, but now they were the most battle-hardened crew in the force. A cynic would point out that fact was true when the first shots were fired in anger, but Daniel could see the truth of it while walking through the lower decks. Despite the mutiny and the horrific damage the Red Cloud had suffered, the crew would follow him no matter what he decided. As the lift doors closed to whisk him back up to the bridge, he knew exactly what it was he had to do. Chapter 20. "OPS, provide me with a status on the warp drive," Daniel said as he entered the bridge. "Requesting a diagnostic on the drive components now," Foster said, yawning enormously. "But I can confirm for certain the starboard hatches are welded closed over the emitters. Also, Commander Juarez confirms all our remaining communications drones are damaged beyond repair." Have engineering assign a detail to it, Daniel said, dismissing the news about the drones. It doesn't need to be pretty. Just cut the damn hatches off and jettison them if necessary. Just expose the emitters. Yes, sir. The warp drive, sir? Miranda said. Are we making a trip to Nova Forensi? We are, Daniel said. It would probably help if you spoke to the crew now, she said. I was thinking the same thing. Commander. Hello. Captain Garrett's face materialized on every non-essential monitor shipwide, causing everyone to pause what they were doing and pay attention. As you all are well aware, we have been in a prolonged and costly battle with an unknown alien ship that has invaded the United Colonies, leaving a path of unimaginable destruction through the Asiatic Union and into the Warsaw Alliance. We've lost crewmates along the way, friends. The Red Cloud has been battered and is limping across the Fatoria system now, barely able to defend herself. The logical thing to do would be to make orbit over Fatoria and wait for help, or possibly push on to Meridian ourselves. But there's a problem with that. The enemy ship has left the system on a course that will almost certainly take it to Nova Forensi. We're an Alliance planet with over 30 million people living on it. It might run into the 8th Fleet there, it might not, and we have no way of warning them what's coming. Things have not gone our way in this battle. We've had to fight outdated systems, fight poorly maintained weaponry, and even fight ourselves. But I've watched this crew rise to the occasion in spite of all that. I've watched spacers swallow their fear and do their duty in the face of an implacable and terrifying enemy. I have no right to ask any more from you than what you've already given. But I'm not asking. The people of Nova Forensi are asking. The people of Fatoria are screaming for justice as they pick through the ruins, and the memories of Nanjing and Oplatom are demanding vengeance. It doesn't matter that we've had more than 2 centuries without armed conflict. It doesn't matter that most of you joined with no expectation or desire to see combat. Despite all of that, this is still a warship, a ship of the line, and the fight has been brought to us. We will not shrink from our duty, and we will not fail in our mission. His voice had been rising as he spoke, and every officer, every enlisted spacer could feel the will of their captain emanating from the monitors and speakers. We will be coming around for a pass of Fatoria to gain velocity for a warp transition, Daniel said, calming down as he began the details portion of his briefing. We'll hit the Nova Forensi jump point and hopefully get there in time to stop the enemy. And we've already done significant damage, and I'm fully confident we can disable or destroy it during the next engagement. Listen to your officers, get the ship and yourselves ready to finish this mission. Your names will be talked about for generations. The crew of the TCS Red Cloud, the destroyer that stood alone against an alien juggernaut. Let's get to it. CO out. How was that? Daniel asked after the camera light winked off. Very good, sir, Miranda said. It set the right tone, I think. We'll see, he groused. If they storm the bridge again, we'll know it wasn't all that inspirational. Communications has been pulling in messages from Fatoria, she said, steering the conversation into a different direction. 3 cities are a total loss. But they've gotten some good data on what it was that turned all those other cities into the slicks we found on Nanjing. That's something, I suppose. That was beyond luck that the aliens pulled their ground troops before breaking orbit. We have nothing on board to try and rout out an enemy on the surface, and Fatoria has no standing army. Luck had to break our way sometime, she shrugged. Do you want to respond to Fatoria? No, Daniel said after a moment. We've got enough problems as it is without trying to deflect some regional governor's plea for aid. If they have a smart one, he'll invoke a little no-treaty clause that would more or less force us to stay and help out. I think we're well beyond playing by the rules at this point, she reminded him. True, he conceded. Even if the Red Cloud survives, the 2 of us are screwed. That's the way I see it as well. Go get some sleep, Commander, Daniel said. You can relieve me in 4, and then we'll both be fresh for the transition. After that, we have a 52-hour warp flight, assuming the drive and power plant can sustain our highest velocity. The crews are almost done cutting the hatches off the starboard drive emitters, Kapoor said, slowly stirring his tea. The emitters themselves, along with the deployment arms, look completely undamaged. I had been worried that heat great enough to liquefy our hull armor would have fused the joints on the arms. But we appeared to be in business. How much longer? Daniel asked, his eyes feeling gritty from being up so long. He was on the bridge by himself until Miranda and Collins came back on duty. He had ordered Foster to her quarters despite her strident protests that she was fine. With Peters in the brig, she had been on shift for nearly 36 hours. A few hours, Kapoor shrugged. We're not even near the jump point yet. What's the hurry? I can't begin to accelerate to transition velocity until they're off the hull, Daniel said. Why are you accelerating so soon? We're missing an engine, in case you forgot, Daniel said, slightly exasperated. 3 main engines is more than enough, Kapoor said, still unconcerned. Even if another drops off, we have the auxiliary boosters. I'm not sure I trust a 50-year-old rocket booster to fire when I need it, Daniel said, his vision beginning to blur from the fatigue. Hey, how short-handed are you after we rounded up that mutiny? Unfortunately, there were a lot of my people involved, Kapoor said, wincing as he did. That doesn't say much for my ability as a Defense Force officer, I'm afraid. You really shot Chief Cullen in the head with that 1911? Yes, Daniel said. That's not something I'm especially proud of. But I'd have been less proud to have millions die because I let 6 traitors bludgeon me to death in the corridor. True, Kapoor said. Well, as much as I'd love to keep you company, I'm afraid this is where I must leave you. I'd like to at least get a few hours of sleep before we see if the warp drive will transition us or shred the ship to individual molecules. I'm not really sure which is the worst option there. Good night, Dan. Sleep well, Rajesh. Here goes nothing, Daniel said, settling into his seat and feeling immensely better after a shower and a hot meal, despite only getting a couple hours of sleep. As Kapoor had said, the red cloud easily surged to transition velocity on her 3 remaining engines. The warp emitters had successfully deployed and were beginning to glow a bright blue, going on pure white. 5 seconds to transition, the chief at nav said far more loudly than necessary. Daniel watched as the distortion ring began to form around the front of the ship, and a few seconds later he felt the violent buffeting as the red cloud transitioned out of the Fataria system. We're on our way, everyone, Daniel said, standing up. Continue what repairs you can while we're at warp. XO, when let the department heads know that I favor resting the crew over any heavy maintenance or repairs they may want to make. I'd like to be on normal watches by the time we hit Nova Forensi. I'll let them know, Captain, Miranda said. Captain, I don't have a relief watch anymore, Lieutenant Foster said. You and Lieutenant Collins will alternate watches with each other until we're ready to transition back into real space, Daniel said. When we arrive, I obviously need you both on duty. You have first watch, Foster. Collins, take a walk with me. XO, you have the bridge. Lieutenant Collins rose out of his seat with a concerned look on his face and hustled off the bridge to catch up with the captain. Yes, sir, he said, falling in beside Daniel. I just wanted you to know that your performance after our last talk has been exceptional, Daniel said. I held off entering the previous incident into your record since you accepted full responsibility, and I figured that alone earned you a shot to prove me wrong. You've done that, and then some. He stopped in the hallway and held out his hand to the young lieutenant. Collins shook it with a bit of a shocked look on his face. I've never been so happy to be wrong about a junior officer, Daniel said. If we make it through this, I'll be putting you in for a promotion. Thank you, sir, Collins said. When this is over, I hope I have the opportunity to continue to serve under you. I would like nothing more myself, Lieutenant, Daniel said, keeping his face neutral. Carry on. Chapter 21. The destruction is beyond words. We carry no landing craft aboard, leaving us unable to confirm if any survivors remain, but the destruction appears total. As of this moment, I'm declaring Nanjing a complete loss. There are no indications of any other vessel in the vicinity, and the orbital debris doesn't match a Raptor-class destroyer. We will continue our survey before proceeding to Oplotom. We are using our only communications drone to transmit this message, so we will be out of contact until we reach a world with a drone platform still operational. Captain Jeg of the TCS Constantine, out. The ball of ice that had been growing in Admiral Helena Bradford's stomach performed a slow roll as the images from the cutter, Constantine, scrolled across her monitor after the captain had concluded his transmission. With trembling hands, she accessed the operational reports filed by the Red Cloud over a week ago and compared the images. Not surprisingly, they were a perfect match. The only distinction was that Captain Garrett had been far, far more meticulous in his investigation than Captain Jegg had been. The nausea climbed in her throat, and she felt her temples pulse with the rapid onset of a tension headache. She would like to claim it was because of the scale of the tragedy she was witnessing, but that would largely be a lie. She was screwed, completely and utterly screwed. So certain that Garrett had either gone entirely rogue and lost his mind, or was engaged in some kind of bizarre game. She hadn't even considered examining more carefully through the Red Cloud's reports before archiving them. She'd preserved them in a concealed file on her personal computer, savoring the fact that the incriminating documents would be all she'd required to ensure the disgusting Terran would never set foot on a starship again, and would probably be sent back to Terra with a no-travel restriction hanging around his neck. Now it appeared she would be the one facing some uncomfortable questions, as evidence of an attack on no less than 2 United Colonies planets had been suppressed by her hold order on any communications from the destroyer. Now that the Constantine had confirmed that something had probably attacked and annihilated Nanjing, there would be no method to keep a lid on it, since the Senate Intelligence Committee was awaiting word from the frontier regarding rumors of unrest along the AU/Alliance corridor. And what were the chances Garrett would emerge victorious against such an overmatched opponent? She scrolled through the reports and observed how much damage the old Raptor-class ship had sustained in a single pass against the alien ship. The damn fool appeared to be chasing it across the Alliance. In fact, she hadn't heard from the ship for nearly 5 days. It was conceivable, even probable, that the Red Cloud was nothing but wreckage by now. She closed all of Garrett's reports, purged the data from her machine, and then rapidly went into the data archives and removed all the exceptions she had placed in when the Red Cloud had departed. Bradford had been a data clerk herself, never having actually left Meridian her entire career. She'd never commanded a starship, nor had she served as an actual mission analyst. But she did know precisely how to retrace her footsteps and eliminate any evidence she'd ever been in there. In fact, she was accessing the system using generic administrative credentials that would be difficult to trace. When everything came to light after the Constantine returned, it would simply appear that Garrett had neglected to file regular operational reports. Given the man's past, it wouldn't be much of a stretch for an inquiry board to conclude it had been negligence on his part. Daniel walked the corridors of the Red Cloud, pausing to talk to crew or check in on a department that seemed to be having a particularly difficult time under the circumstances. Even though the mutiny had been suppressed, he still felt somewhat exposed, even with the Marine sentry following along behind him. He was still carrying the .45 under his utility top since the weapon's thin profile was easily concealed. The modern sidearm in his office was somewhat more unwieldy, would have to be worn in an external holster, and could be disabled in the same way he deactivated the weapons the mutineers had been using. From what he could observe, the ship was in terrible shape. The fact she was still operational and had a little bit of fight left in her was a testament to the designers at the Sierra shipyards and the builders who'd assembled her. They were less than a day from arriving in the Nova Ferenzi system, and he knew that if they encountered the alien again, there it would be the final time, one way or another. The destroyer simply couldn't endure another beating, and if their high explosive shells failed to disable or destroy the enemy, they were out of ammunition anyway. "So the portside lasers are completely inoperable?" he asked as he walked alongside Rajesh Kapoor. They were in a large chamber that housed Reactor 3 while the chief engineer inspected some maintenance that had been performed on the fuel system. "Total loss," Kapoor confirmed, "at least not without being in a shipyard with months of downtime." "That's unfortunate." "We were actually fortunate that when the power trunk exploded, it didn't cause serious damage to the MUX and the subsystems located in that area." Kapoor shrugged. "As it is, we don't even have enough raw material to attempt repairs on the system, and even if we did, there's no guarantee it wouldn't just happen again." "Do we know what caused it?" Daniel asked. "A design flaw," Kapoor said confidently. "For the laser projectors on our flanks, the power is distributed in such a way that if the main feed breaks, it kills power to the entire side. My guess is that, other than in testing, the system has never been up past 10% capacity for the entire life of the ship." "So we're down to a single salvo with the mag cannons," Daniel said, shaking his head. "Not a scenario I had envisioned when I thought about deep space battles." How's that? Kapoor asked disinterestedly as he continued to examine the work his crews had done earlier. Daniel answered him anyway. I always figured we would stand off hundreds of thousands of kilometers and lob long-range missiles at each other until someone got lucky, he said. Despite the size and the velocity of the shells they can spit out, the mag cannons are still basically 13th century tech. You have to get in very close and you can't guide the weapon once it's fired. I agree there, Kapoor said, straightening up. When I was first assigned to the Raptor class, I always thought the cannons were absolutely absurd, although they would make a hell of a ship-to-surface weapon. A little like using a sledgehammer to kill an insect. But true, Daniel said. I've had crews inspecting the cannons and the turrets while we've been in warp, Kapoor said. They'll hold up for this last fight. I can't promise the same about the rest of the ship. That bad, Daniel said with a wince. Missing engine, leaking air from a few dozen hull breaches, power system fluctuating wildly, and significant structural damage just for good measure, Kapoor said. No matter what happens at Nova Forense, this will be the old girl's last cruise. It already was, Daniel said, no longer seeing any need to keep the secret. 12th Squadron is being stood down. The Cornstalk and the Geronimo are already heading to Sierra to be dismantled and scrapped. I guess we'll go out in style at least, Kapoor said. Stand by. The red cloud bucked and shuddered under Daniel's feet as she transitioned back into real space. Just as Daniel was about to order Nav to verify their position, a flash outside blinded him. Before he could blink his eyes clear, there was a tremendous boom felt throughout the ship, and alarms began blaring. Are we under attack? He demanded. Negative, sir, Lieutenant Foster shouted over the alarms. One of the forward warp emitters broke loose from its mount and impacted the ship. We have breaches in the upper hull, outer and inner. Pressure hatches have failed, and we're losing atmosphere on decks 14 and 15. Seal off all pressure hatches on those decks, Daniel snapped. Try to contain this before we lose the whole damn ship. Pressure hatches closed, Foster said. We could only save 7 compartments out of 19. How many crew? Daniel asked, dread in his voice. 27, Foster said quietly, her voice barely audible, even with the alarms silenced. 6 were blown out of the ship when the hull was compromised. Rajesh, what the hell happened? Daniel practically screamed into the intercom. The forward dorsal emitter broke loose from the arm sometime during the flight. Kapoor's voice came through the speakers. It was held in place by the distortion ring created by the drive and was released when we transitioned back to real space. It was still charged and exploded when it impacted the hull. There's more bad news, however. The emitter still had the power cable attached. When it hit the hull, it blew out 4 main power junctions. The dorsal mag cannons are inoperable until we repair or bypass the affected junction. Get to work on it now, Daniel barked. Get your crews in pressure suits if you have to, but I need those cannons online as fast as you can possibly manage it. Coordinate your efforts through OPS. Bridge out. He leaned back and rubbed at his eyes before looking at his bridge crew. Eek, does anyone have any good news? I've verified our position, sir, the spacer at Nav said. We're on target, 17 kilometers away from our intended entry point. That's good, Daniel said. Communications? We're getting normal communications chatter, Captain, Lieutenant Keller said. Drone platform, ships in orbit. Everything looks quiet. There's even an 8th Fleet cruiser in orbit over Nova Forense. Send them a flash message and warn them we may have an enemy combatant arriving soon, or hiding already in the system, Daniel said. Don't be too detailed until they ask. It'll be nice not to be the only ship in the fight this time, Miranda remarked. Don't count on it, Daniel said. Odds are they'll run if the enemy ship appears in their sky. Whereas we no longer have that option, Miranda said, gesturing out the window of the main display to the crumpled arm that used to hold one of the 4 forward warp drive emitters. No, we don't, Daniel said. This is where we'll make our last stand. Tactical. Begin scanning the system. If that thing has been here trying to repair itself, I'd rather find it sooner than later. It was the better part of an hour of frenetic activity on the bridge when they received their first communication signal. Captain, Lieutenant Keller said, that cruiser is demanding we fly a specific route down to Nova Forense and prepare to be boarded. There hasn't been enough time for them to receive our signal and send a response, Miranda said with a frown. That they sent that as soon as they had positive identification on our beacon when we transitioned into the system. Tell them we're severely damaged and will not be flying anywhere at the moment, Daniel said. After that, ignore any further transmissions from them. Yes, sir, Lieutenant Keller said, clearly uncomfortable with the order. Could it simply be because we're not scheduled to be in this system on this cruise? Miranda asked. I would normally agree with that assessment, Daniel said, but the request to board is highly unusual. I can only imagine Bradford has sent out standing orders to the entire area. The only thing that does surprise me is an 8th Fleet cruiser skipper actually giving a damn what a FleetCom admiral wants. So what do we do? Nothing, Daniel said with a slight shrug. We press ahead with repairs and stall over the communications as long as possible. I still believe that bastard is on his way here, or more likely, sitting somewhere in the system waiting for us to show up. Could that cruiser be of help if they entered the fray? Miranda asked, raising her voice so that the bridge crew would lose interest in their private discussion. That cruiser is a bit newer, but if a Raptor-class destroyer has been taking such a beating from the alien ship, that smaller ship would likely do little more than slow it down, Daniel said. I'd almost rather they stay out of it than risk their crew to a no-win situation. They fell silent as the soft, almost relaxed murmur of the bridge belied the gravity of their situation and the manic state of the engineering crews that were already entering the damaged forward sections to try and get power restored to the dorsal cannons. Tactical! Where's my update? Daniel called out. Working on it, sir, Lieutenant Collins said. The emitter took out the auxiliary high-power array when it exploded. Slag from the hull took out most of the antennas. I'm working with what we have left. Will we even be able to target the enemy? Daniel asked. Yes, sir, but it'll be a lot closer than we would like before the shorter-range navigation radars pick it up, Collins said. I'm working with OPS and engineering to tie my station into their system now. Keep me updated, Daniel said, fighting to keep the resignation out of his voice. Worry finding out that they had even less warning than they had before wasn't welcome news. Communications, is that cruiser still calling us? No, sir, Lieutenant Keller said. After our declaration of engine trouble, they haven't responded. Very good. Commander Ashton, you have the bridge. I'm going to be checking the damage firsthand, Daniel said, climbing out of his seat. When these compartments were breached, the explosive decompression was enough to get them through the gap and out of the influence of the grav generator, Kapoor was explaining. We had an increase back to 1G after transition, so that didn't help. It wasn't anyone's fault, Dan. It was an accident. An accident? Daniel asked, incredulous. Yes, Kapoor said forcefully. An accident. I've already examined the damage to the truss for that emitter. That's all. It didn't fail from any battle damage. This was a horrible, horrible coincidence. It likely would have happened even if we had flown to Nanjing and found nothing but a disinterested planetary governor and a boring few orbits before moving on. If anything, this was my fault. Daniel only then realized how personally the chief engineer was likely taking the mishap. I didn't mean to imply, I know that, Kapoor waved him off, but I signed off on the drive against my better judgment. I could have insisted and sidelined the red cloud once I realized we were bypassing months of testing and inspections after the clowns at Damascus Station had been climbing all over her. I didn't, and now we know that was a lethal mistake. Sorry, Rajesh, Daniel said. I suppose it's selfish of me to think all the guilt and regrets, since this all started, belong to me personally. There's plenty to go around, Kapoor agreed. I'll let you know when we have a definite plan of attack. My gut tells me to lay new runs from the panel 2 sections back all the way to the turret. But if my guys tell me the lines are all still good and the junctions can be replaced, that would be the quicker route. Thank for the tour, Daniel said, recognizing a dismissal when he heard one. I'll be on the bridge when you determine what we should do. He walked back the way he'd come, skirting around the worst of the damage and staying out of the way by moving back toward the lifts via the port access tube. Since most of the personnel and material were moving forward in the starboard tube, the enormous tunnel was practically deserted. That big bastard was out there somewhere, waiting. Daniel knew that the alien ship had arrived at Nova Firenze before the red cloud had limped into the system. He could sense it in his gut. What he couldn't figure out was why it was waiting. That 8th Fleet cruiser wasn't enough to pose any real threat to it, even as badly as it had been damaged. So far as he knew, the damn thing had already healed itself up and was sitting at full strength. The only conclusion he could reach was that it was waiting for him, or more specifically, the red cloud herself. He guessed that it had torn through two systems, at least two that he knew of, without ever encountering any real resistance. Then their single destroyer had fought it to a standstill on multiple occasions and had even punched a hole clean through it. It was probable that part of its mission profile during its sojourn into human space would be to analyze any potential threats. If it was sitting out there waiting for them, it would only be because it hoped to capture the destroyer and either dissect it or, more likely, take it back to wherever it came from. Neither proposition sounded especially appealing. "That cruiser is beginning to move," Miranda told him as he walked back onto the bridge. "Direction? It's breaking orbit," Lieutenant Collins said. "It looks like they'll pick up some speed around Nova Forensi before coming out to intercept us." "How old is this information?" Daniel asked. "Just over 4 hours," Collins said. "Nana, she's still broadcasting nav data on her transponder, so we're updating the plot as we receive it." "Any messages from them?" Daniel asked over his shoulder to where the communications officer sat. "No, Captain," the officer said. "Still nothing but the automated transmissions from them and the communications drone platform. They're more than a day from getting here at their current acceleration," Daniel said as he looked at the tracks crawling across the main display. "Keep track of it and alert me to any changes. But for now, it doesn't factor into our immediate plans." "Aye, aye, sir." It was nearly 4 hours later when Daniel got the call from his chief engineer regarding the upper cannon turret. He had ordered the red cloud into a wide, lazy arc that spiraled down into the system under minimal thrust. As a courtesy, he kept his transponder fully active so the cruiser would know that he wasn't trying to hide. In a worst-case scenario, the destroyer, even on 3 engines, could easily outrun the smaller ship, and he had the advantage of the high ground, able to use the star's gravity to assist his maneuvers while the smaller ship fought against it. "What's the verdict?" he asked Kapoor over a video link. Both were seated in their respective offices. "As I suspected, the damage to the power junctions was simply massive, far too great to attempt a repair and have any confidence of it holding," Kapoor said, sipping on a cup of tea and wiping the black smudges off his face with a rag. "So you need to lay in an entire run from Section 55 all the way to the turret?" Daniel asked. "Sotasun, do you even have the right size cable and a length that great?" "I do not," Kapoor said. "We're cannibalizing it from the starboard laser banks. There's a continuous run of cable that's actually larger than what we need. It's also not damaged like the run on the port side, since we never got those projectors working." "How long are we actually talking?" "A little over 50 meters would be ideal," Kapoor said. "I don't imagine that this cable will be easy to extract from the starboard side," Daniel said, rubbing his temples again. "I'm throwing manpower at it to solve that particular problem," Kapoor assured him. "It's secured in there tightly, but we'll get it pulled out in the next couple of hours. We should be able to test the cannons within the next 6. Let's hope the enemy gives us that much time." "You still think it's already in the system with us?" Kapoor asked. "I'm absolutely positive that it is," Daniel said. "It probably is, trying to figure out what we're doing skulking along the edge of the system. Once it discovers we're severely damaged, I have a feeling it won't waste any time launching an attack." "Well, here's to hoping you're wrong," Kapoor said, mockingly saluting with his teacup. "I'll let you know once my crews have pulled that cable, and I've had the chance to inspect it. Engineering out." Daniel spent the next few hours consuming coffee and studying the sensor logs from their past engagement with the enemy ship, hoping something would emerge that he'd overlooked before. He was desperate to find some weakness he could exploit. The problem was that he already knew the ship was susceptible to kinetic weapons, and conveniently, the mag cannons were all he had left that was functional on his ship. Given the sheer size of the enemy, however, he wasn't that confident that another full salvo would be able to permanently disable it, even if every shell impacted the same area. Idly, he pulled up another screen and began running the calculations on a plan that was nothing short of insane. As his caffeine-addled mind looked at the results, he knew that it had at least a 60% chance of working, despite how unworkable it was. He saved the program he'd constructed on the secure bridge server and switched off his terminal. Now Lieutenant Foster would be coming on watch, so he only had around 6 hours to grab something to eat and get some rest before he was expected back on duty. With a weary sigh, he hauled himself up out of his chair and shuffled to the hatch. Living on adrenaline and coffee for the last week had taken its toll on his body, and even his joints ached as he walked down the corridor to his quarters. Chapter 22. Tactical engineering has just cleared us to proceed, Daniel said as he returned to his seat 6.5 hours after departing it. Start running a complete diagnostic cycle on the dorsal turret. Have armament load some solid core shells and we'll conduct a test fire of both cannons. Aye, sir, Lieutenant Collins said. Initiating dorsal turret self-test now and requesting solid core shells for both cannons, one each. Sir, that cruiser is accelerating again, Lieutenant Foster said. Still not pushing too hard, but it appears they're responding to our maneuvers. Notify me when they're in range for two-way communication, Daniel said. What ship is that anyway? Who's the captain? The TCS Murmansk, Foster said. No, Captain Agapov commanding. Transmit any other useful information we have on the ship and her captain to my terminal, Daniel said. Otherwise, continue with our current course in weapons testing. Have you heard of Captain Agapov? Miranda asked. No, Daniel said. I haven't had much contact with 8th Fleet. We've only been to Alliance space one other time. Most of our cruises are through Nova Columbia and Caledonia. You? Never heard of him, she said with a shake of her head. We never made it out this close to the frontier, but most 8th Fleet COs I've been in contact with were a prickly bunch. That's been my experience as well, Daniel said as he observed the barrels from the dorsal cannons move left and right, pitching up and down as they did to verify their full range of motion. I'll attempt to talk to him once they're within range, but I have a feeling we're going to be trying to avoid him. Another complication is something we don't need, Miranda said. I couldn't agree more, but unless I want to open fire on a United Colony ship, I don't have a lot of other options, Daniel said. If my hunch is correct, the enemy will eventually come at us, so the more distance between us and the Murmansk, the better it is for them. Lucky them, Miranda remarked before turning back to the test data she had scrolling across her screen. It was almost a full hour later when the rails on the cannons had fully charged and they picked out their test target. An irregular moon with nothing of interest on it orbiting the 10th planet, on another uninteresting lump that was skimming along the very outer edge of the star's influence. The moon was over 200 million kilometers away, so they'd never see the impacts. But the point of the test was just to ensure the operation of the cannons. Firing solution confirmed, and the rails are charged, Captain, Collins said. Fire, Daniel said, averting his gaze from the blast he knew would be coming. Two booms rang through the hull as the two dorsal cannons fired in quick succession. Shots away, Collins said. Analyzing data now. The Red Cloud's navigation radar was tracking the rounds to verify that they were fired at the expected speed and course. Engineering, Daniel said as he held the intercom switch down. How did it look down there? Gun number 2 is pulling a bit more current than it should be. But it's still within acceptable limits, Kapoor said. We can make some adjustments and fire another test round. Negative, Daniel interrupted. Button everything back up. I want that new power cable secured. It doesn't have to be pretty, but it has to stay put. Weld the brackets to the damn deck if you have to. We're reloading the dorsal turret and going hunting. Sir, Foster said, the Murmansk has just gone to full power and turned on to a direct intercept course. I guess they saw our test shots, Daniel said. At least they'll be in communications range sooner, Miranda offered. I can't wait, Daniel said with resignation. Captain Agapov, it's a pleasure to talk to you, Daniel said. Thank you for agreeing to this video communication. Daniel was sitting at his desk and looking at a man who appeared to be in his late 50s and was almost a caricature of what people thought of when they heard the name Warsaw Alliance, even down to the thick, well-manicured beard, something that was completely against force regulations. He had to wait for a few minutes for the signal to reach the Murmansk, and then another few for the response to come back. Captain Garrett, Agapov said, his Slavic accent quite thick, we have much to talk about. Let us set aside the fact that you have appeared in the system unannounced and unscheduled, apparently to savagely attack one of our moons, and discuss the standing order from FleetCom to apprehend you on sight. In fact, I shouldn't even be talking to you. My orders state the only command personnel on the red cloud I should be talking to is a Commander Ashton. I suspected as much, Daniel said when it was clear the other captain had finished speaking. I'm guessing your orders come directly from an Admiral Bradford. There are obviously some issues with fleet comm I need to have straightened out, but none of that matters right now. I have strong reason to suspect that a powerful alien ship is in this system as we speak and has definite hostile intentions. We've been fighting it since we discovered its trail of destruction beginning in the Asiatic Union. I would respectfully suggest that you return to orbit over Nova Firenze and stand ready to fend off any attack on that planet. Yes, Ari, the communication from FleetCom indicated that you may have suffered a break from reality, Agapov said slowly. Trust me when I say that the only surprising thing to arrive in this system in the last week has been you. Please make this easy on all of us, Captain, and heave to. We will allow you to depart your ship on your own when we dock, and the red cloud can be brought into orbit with Commander Ashton on the bridge. Otherwise, we will be forced to apprehend you and risk the lives of both our crews. You're as stubborn and short-sighted as I'd feared you would be, Captain, Daniel said pleasantly. As you are no doubt aware, your ship cannot run down a Raptor-class destroyer. Given the circumstances, I cannot allow you to board this ship and will make sure you never come close enough to try. For your own safety and that of your crew, I repeat my suggestion that you return to Nova Firenze until we subdue the enemy, or are destroyed ourselves. You arrogant, crazy bastard, Agapov said, his face turning an even brighter red than it had been with his ruddy complexion. I will not be talked down to by some Shadow Squadron swine. The video cut off abruptly, leaving only a few seconds of static before the terminal automatically closed the screen. Daniel frowned, unsure as to what that meant. As he was about to call to see if their equipment had failed, he felt the harsh rumble of the Red Cloud's main engines coming to full power. Captain, to the bridge! Daniel sprinted from his office, dreading what he would find when he got back to the bridge. It came out of nowhere, Miranda said as he ran onto the bridge like a wild man. Sure, it took out the Murmansk in one shot. Range, Daniel said as he took his recently vacated seat. 586,000 kilometers, Collins said. It's coming about onto an intercept course and is accelerating at 150 Gs. OPS, were you able to see how much of the damage we inflicted is still there? Daniel asked. The computer is cleaning up the images we were able to collect, but at this range, it won't be much, Foster said. That's an odd way to word it, Miranda said, leaning in. Do you really think they were able to effect repairs from such heavy damage this quickly? This ship doesn't repair itself in the conventional sense, Daniel said quietly. It heals itself, and quickly. The outer hull appears to be organic. Why wasn't I aware of this, Captain? Miranda nearly hissed. We're an oversight on my part. I kept it to myself to prevent a widespread panic before we knew what we were actually dealing with, and then forgot to brief you once I'd had time, Daniel said, realizing he'd made a mistake in not bringing his XO into the loop right away. I see, she said icily. I apologize, Commander, he said quietly but forcefully. It was a simple mistake that ultimately doesn't mean anything in our current situation. Get over it. We've got a bit of crisis going on right now, and I need you focused. Of course, sir, she said, still obviously not happy, but conceding that the conversation was quite low in priority at that moment. Tactical, can you get a firing solution with the sensors we have left? Daniel asked. Negative, Captain, Collins said. I can track its progress. But I can't resolve it enough to allow the computer to begin running pinpoint firing solutions. So, we have to let it get closer and hope that we can get a good lock and fire before it hits us with another of those plasma bursts, Daniel said, rising to pace along the bridge. Target has slowed its acceleration, Foster said. It's now approximately 200,000 kilometers astern and has matched its velocity to ours. This is an interesting development, Miranda said. It's changing tactics on us. Why? I suspect it knows how badly we're damaged, Daniel said. I also think it wants to take the Red Cloud intact. If it has been watching us since we entered the system, it probably figured out we're no longer able to leave. Oh, it may be trying to just run us down until we run out of propellant. What is our propellant status, Lieutenant? Miranda asked Lieutenant Foster. Less than 20% remaining, Foster said. We've been expending it at over 400 times our usual burn rate due to so much time at full power. We also lost a considerable amount when Engine 4 was destroyed. Understood, Daniel said. We won't need much. This will be over quickly. Communications, send a flash message to Nova Firenze to prepare for a possible attack and to launch communications drones to FleetCom, informing them of the threat and the loss of the Murmansk. We're being jammed, sir, Lieutenant Keller said apologetically. I've been trying to raise someone on the planet since the enemy reappeared. It's a barrage jam on all frequencies, so strong we've had to attenuate our receivers to prevent damage. It's adapted again, Miranda said, just like the new tactic of pacing us. Yes, but it doesn't learn very quickly, Daniel said. A high-power barrage jam is a crude method to suppress a radio signal. Its very existence lets you know you're being jammed. Maybe the operators on Nova Firenze will be smart enough to know what that means and send a drone anyway. Communications, a little more forthcoming with developing information pertaining to our current engagement, if you please? Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Helm, adjust our current course to maintain this heliocentric arc, Daniel ordered. I don't want to lead it down into the system if it's content to follow along out here. We'll adjust when it does. But we won't allow it to push us into a rash decision. Helm answering to new heading now, sir. They led the enemy on a circuit around the system for over 10 hours at a leisurely pace with no change. Daniel had even ordered a few velocity changes to try and force a reaction, but the enemy would simply accelerate or decelerate with them. All the while, the barrage jamming was in place, so they couldn't even receive an automated signal from the planet or the communications drone platform. He knew that the enemy was likely building a profile that would help predict human behavior based on the interactions they'd had so far. Unfortunately, that meant the aliens knew far more about humans than the crew of the Red Cloud knew about them. The crew had taken to calling the ship "it" and referring to it as a singular entity because it was so unnerving to face a silent enemy that seemed to be only motivated by killing as many humans as it could. The fact that there could be a full crew on the behemoth chasing them was somehow more terrifying than thinking of the ship as a singular, unstoppable titan. The problem was that the enemy's new tactics seemed to show they were at least somewhat aware to how humans reacted to prolonged stress. The slow speed chase was fraying nerves, causing lapses in concentration, and making them more prone to rash action. Daniel had caught himself more than once on the verge of ordering the Red Cloud to spin and perform an emergency deceleration to see if he could get the other ship within range of the mag cannons. Rationally, he knew there was no way the ship could perform the maneuver without the alien matching them and having enough time to hit them with another of those devastating plasma bursts. But that didn't stop Daniel from considering the order just to get the waiting over, even if it resulted in the destruction of the ship. Sir, we need to start swapping out the crew for rest periods, Miranda said, her eyes bloodshot and her face drawn. I know, Daniel said. Try and work it out. They'll have to make do with short naps. I can't afford to have people in their quarters asleep if this thing makes a run at us. I'll try and... Enemy ship is decelerating, Foster called out far more loudly than necessary. Just decelerating or changing course, Daniel asked, moving over to look at the plots the computer was generating from their meager sensor data. Just decelerating, she said. Correction. It's turning into the system and accelerating towards Nova Firenze. Son of a bitch, Daniel said. This was their game. Wear us out and then make a mad dash towards the planet in a maneuver that we can't duplicate. Nav, plot me a course in maximum performance on 3 engines. Helm, come on to new course when you get it and accelerate. Ahead full. The Red Cloud shook and rumbled as the engines were once again asked to provide maximum thrust. Daniel noted that the tone and vibrations were becoming more pronounced and more harsh as the mission wore on. He wondered how much the ship had left to give. The fact she was now steaming full bore towards yet another engagement with the alien ship was a testament to her designers, who could have never imagined what their brainchild would be subjected to when they drew her up 50 years prior. How long, he asked. 9 hours and 40 minutes, the specialist at Nav reported. I can't do much better, Captain. We're carrying a lot of velocity in a very wide orbit. I'm trying to conserve as much speed as I can while turning as tight as she'll let me. Understood, specialist, Daniel said, frustrated at the disparity between the aliens' reactionless drive and what it could do while they were slaves to Newtonian physics. OPS, work with tactical and try to keep a solid track on the enemy. It may be trying to lose us in the system. So much for resting the crew, Miranda said as Daniel sat down. I'll have Commander Owens issue stims if this looks like it's going to keep dragging on, Daniel said. It's not my first choice to have my crew jacked up on drugs, but there are 3 people just here on the bridge I simply can't be without. I'm sure it's the same story in the other departments. I'll go down to medical now and give Dr. Owens a heads up, she said, rising from her seat. It wouldn't hurt to take a walk through the other sections while I'm down there to get a feel for how the rest of the crew is doing. Outstanding idea, Commander, Daniel said. Thank you. Miranda rode a lift down from the superstructure to Deck 9, jogging down the port service tube, heading aft towards sickbay. She was becoming increasingly worried about the stress being piled onto Captain Garrett. He'd assumed the full weight of recent events onto his shoulders, taking the deaths at the hands of the marauding aliens as his personal responsibility. She was worried it was going to lead to lapses in judgment on his part. So far, the man she'd been serving with was nothing like what was described to her by Admiral Bradford when she'd first arrived on Damascus Station. She assumed that she'd be meeting a buffoon of an officer who would be able to teach her little. Bradford had even hinted that Garrett was such a liability that she might be forced to take command of the Red Cloud. The Admiral had even gone so far as to say that he was respected so little by his crew that they probably wouldn't even question her. The message she'd received when they arrived at Fatoria confirmed that she'd been played. Miranda wasn't sure she liked what it said about her, that she'd been handpicked for the task of undermining Captain Garrett's authority. When everyone around him was falling apart, Captain Garrett seemed to be able to hold his fear in check and think rationally. The fact they were still flying, let alone delivering such a beating when so severely outmatched, was a testament to his ability to adapt to the situation. She'd like to think she would have been so cool if she had been sitting in the seat, but she couldn't be absolutely certain. Either way, it would be over sooner than later. With the warp drive completely inoperable, they were left with only 2 options: win or lose. Commander Ashton, Dr. Owens greeted her as she walked into sickbay. Are you feeling unwell? As unwell as anyone right now, she said. She'd meant it as a joke, but the chief medical officer just nodded with an understanding frown. Anyway, I'm here at the behest of the captain. He wants to know if there is a low-grade stimulant that you can issue to the crew that will stave off the symptoms of fatigue for the next day at least. Owen's frown deepened. I'm not necessarily in favor of distributing drugs like this to the crew, he said. If certain members wanted to come in and... Doctor, Miranda said forcefully, the ship will soon be engaging the enemy, likely for the final time. We can't afford to rotate key personnel out to rest them, and the other departments are just as short-handed as the bridge crew is. And I'm coming to you in good faith that you'll understand the unique situation we find ourselves in. He seemed to think on that for a moment. I detect an implicit threat in that, Owens finally said. If I refuse, he'll relieve me of duty and find someone willing to distribute the stim packs. He waved off Miranda as she tried to protest. He has his job to do, and I have mine, Hersu. He said, I wouldn't be much of a physician if I did not at least voice my concerns, and he wouldn't be much of a captain if he didn't utilize everything at his disposal. I do, however, understand the situation. I will have my staff begin packaging the stims into 2 different strengths. I'll be counting on the department heads and supervisors to provide the correct one to the crew. Will that satisfy Captain Garrett's requirements? It will, Miranda said. Thank you, Doctor. I'm in this fight as much as anyone else on this ship, Owen said with a shrug. If you'll wait for a few moments, I'll give you the required dosages for the bridge crew. Daniel tried to keep from drumming his fingers on his armrest and bouncing his leg as the stims Commander Ashton had brought up from sick bay began to take effect. The drugs had dried his mouth out and hurt his stomach, but the fog that had settled on his mind had lifted, and he felt like he was again able to think clearly and quickly. He noticed the rest of the crew experiencing varying degrees of the same effects. Communications frequency jamming has stopped, Lieutenant Keller reported. However, there is no response from the drone platform. I'm getting signals from the planet, but I'm having trouble cleaning the data up. It just took out the platform, so there's no need to continue suppressing all communications, Daniel said. Try and get a boosted signal to Nova Forensi on the emergency band. Just tell them an attack is imminent, and if they have anything that can take out landing craft or fight the enemy on the ground, now is the time to drag it out. Just repeat that message as we fly down the well towards them. The red cloud was now flying away from the planet as it gained velocity and prepared for a series of gravity-assisted turns that would bring them back on course for Nova Forensi. While counterintuitive to be running in the opposite direction at full power, the amount of energy needed to stop the ship, come on to the new course, and then try and accelerate back towards the enemy would do nothing but waste time and propellant, both a real concern when facing an enemy that didn't need to play by those same rules. To compound the problem, the jump point from which they entered the system was at 37 degrees inclination from the ecliptic plane. This meant not only were they needing an assist to pull them back towards the inner system, they needed to majorly correct their course on another axis and try to maintain their velocity through the maneuver. "We've been captured by the 7th planet," Lieutenant Foster said. "Helm, the countdown for our next course change is being sent to your station now." "Confirmed," the helmsman said, reducing power and preparing to come about onto new course. "Helm, you're clear to execute course change orders from Opus and Nav until we're making our final approach to Nova Forensi," Daniel said. "Don't waste any time waiting for me to confirm what they're telling you." "Yes, sir." Daniel felt the pitch of the engines change and heard the ship groan as the thrusters fired, pushing her against inertia at the same time the engines were pushing against the pull of the gas giant they were blasting by. He idly wondered what the locals called it. Given how many systems humans had colonized, only the life-bearing worlds were officially named, the others left to the local government to name, or not name, as they saw fit. Soon the red cloud began complaining in earnest about the opposing forces she was being subjected to. The buffeting was so violent that Daniel considered ordering his crew into their restraints. As the planet streaked by and out of view, the engines came back up, and they were flung away from the gas giant at incredible velocity. The angle of deflection they'd achieved wasn't all that extreme, and they would now be in a position to use the 6th planet, another considerably larger gas giant, to come about on their final course towards Nova Forensi. The problem was that they'd be closing on the planet against its orbital path, not chasing it. This drastically shortened their firing window, assuming they could even get a clear shot at the enemy ship. Daniel briefly toyed with the idea of trying Colin's trick shot again with the solid core shells. But the exploding warp emitter taking out their high-power array had essentially eliminated that as an option. They would be quite close before they would even be able to get a solid lock on the alien ship, for too short a time to fire and then reload with the high explosive shells, as well as recharge the capacitor banks. "Tactical, what missiles do we have left?" Daniel asked after a moment of thought. "I know we're out of Avengers, but there has to be something left." "We have 7 Shrikes and 10 Mark 8 strategic nukes," Colin said, reading off the display to his right. "The Shrikes won't be effective at this closure speed, and we know the nukes are useless," Miranda said. "Well, let's look at that for a moment," Daniel said, Dearest tapping his fingers against his chin, as he always did when trying to work through a problem in his head. "The warheads are fake, but the missiles are still the same that the ship was originally loaded with. The Force crews didn't bother to even take them out of the cradles when FleetCom made the swap." "I don't see how this helps us," she admitted. "Those missiles are far more sophisticated than the dinky ship-to-ship stuff we've been lobbing at the alien ship so far, and they're multi-stage," Daniel said. "Each missile has 3 sets of booster engines." "While that's fascinating, sir, I still don't see what a missile without a warhead will accomplish no matter how advanced it is," she said. "Oops!" Daniel barked, making Lieutenant Foster jump. "What's the projected time until our final course correction?" 14 hours, she said. "In engineering bridge," Daniel said, stabbing the intercom button forcefully with his finger. "Rajesh, get your ass up here." The bridge crew stared at Daniel as if he'd lost his mind. They'd never seen him so brusque and unprofessional, much less over an open intercom channel. "Lieutenant Foster, keep an eye out for any movement from the enemy. You have the bridge for now," he said, ignoring their looks. "Lieutenant Collins and Commander Ashton, you're with me." 10 minutes later, the 3 of them and a visibly winded Rajesh Kapoor were seated at the table in the conference room just aft of the bridge. Daniel ignored them as he began bringing up the specs for the Mark 8 missiles they had sitting in the forward magazine. Lieutenant Commander Kapoor, he said, tell me what explosives we have on board, or could improvise. That would fit in a cylinder 5 meters in diameter by 13 meters high. Kapoor just looked at him as if he'd lost his mind. Have you been drinking, Captain? He asked. Daniel winced slightly at an accusation that struck a little too close to home, even if it had been in jest, but ignored it. Not even any of the rot gut your crew makes down in reactor room 4, he said instead. Now, what have you got for me? Over the next 2.5 hours, the 4 officers argued, compromised, and finally agreed on a plan that the most optimistic of them thought could turn the tide of the battle, while the most pessimistic felt it had an equally good chance of destroying the Red Cloud before they even made it anywhere close to Nova Forensi. You, and you. Follow me, Kapoor said. He'd walked into the break room just outside of the Engineering Operations Center and seemed to pick 4 specialists out at random. In actuality, he knew they were among the more bright of the junior enlisted he had at his disposal. It was exceedingly convenient that the 4 had been trying to hide from their supervisor in the break room when he happened to walk by. What have you got for us, Chung? One of the specialists asked. The term Chung was slang for chief engineer, from so far back nobody could remember its exact origins. It had fallen out of disuse between officers, but the enlisted crews still used it as a sign of respect. The name was one of those holdovers that had stuck around as individual ships were organized into fleets, and a burgeoning colonial defense force had to decide what rank structure it would use, and in which traditions to allow to stay and which to outright ban. Special project, Kapoor said, straight from the captain. Get your asses up to the forward magazine and meet with a specialist Halsey and her crew from armament. She'll let you know what needs to be done. This gonna help us kick some alien ass, sir? Another of the spacers asked. If it works, Kapoor nodded. This could be a game changer, but I need you to be at your best. You can count on that, sir, the spacer said. Kapoor noticed the young man was almost vibrating in his boots as a result of the stim pack he'd ingested. He hoped their supervisors were watching their intake of the stuff closely. Owens had been pretty adamant that nobody overdose on the stim packs as they were strong enough to cause serious health problems if abused. Good. I'll be joining you myself after I pass some instructions on and check with the other groups, Kapoor said. Go. Now. I'll let your boss know where I've sent you. He watched them go before turning and walking into the operations center. There were 3 other groups he had to get moving simultaneously if the plan had any chance of coming together in time. While he had serious misgivings about Dan's plan, he had to admit that on the off chance it worked, it would be a devastating blow to the enemy. Chapter 23. Commander Ashton, our next course correction is coming up fast, Daniel said, forcing his voice to remain steady despite the anxiety churning inside him. I know that, Captain, Miranda's strained voice responded. We're conducting the final test before uploading the program. This wasn't a matter of tweaking a few settings. We've had to completely rebuild the weapon's entire software from scratch. I understand the complexity of what you're doing, Commander, Daniel said with measured patience, but we're locked into our timeline now. We'll make it work, she replied curtly. XO, out. Lieutenant Foster, where do we stand with the cargo hatch crew? Daniel asked. The aft cargo bay has been emptied, and we have the first 4 missiles positioned, Foster said. The remaining 6 are being moved down the port access tube from the magazine right now. Engineering says space is tight, but they should be able to stage them for rapid reloading. Good, Daniel said, settling back into his seat. With so many components to coordinate and time running short, he had to force himself to relax and trust his crew was doing everything humanly possible to make this work. The aft cargo bay had become their biggest challenge since it lacked the capacity for all 10 missiles. Originally designed as a staging zone for receiving engineering supplies from service vessels or docks that required the Red Cloud to reverse her stern into an airlock, the bay simply wasn't large enough. The Mk-8 stretched nearly 35 meters in length. Hijra designed to launch from a system's edge before the ship raced toward its exit jump point, and cramming all 10 into the cramped space proved impossible. The problem was that the standard launch tubes, 2 mounted on the ventral hull just behind the nose, faced forward and were useless for their purposes. Improvisation became necessary, requiring modifications to the ship's stern, while crews simultaneously altered the missiles themselves, and another team rewrote the weapon's operating software. Success was far from guaranteed, but at least the frantic activity kept everyone's minds occupied as they closed the gap to Nova Forensi. Communications. Are we still picking up transmissions from the planet? He asked. Affirmative, sir. Most of it remains garbled, but the signals are coming through, Lieutenant Keller said. And I'm not getting any acknowledgement to our direct transmissions, though. Has the enemy ship developed a more targeted method of jamming our communications? Foster asked. That's my assessment, Daniel said, which means they're not just adapting faster, I believe they're deliberately luring us toward the planet. That's the only explanation for why we're detecting some radio traffic, but can't transmit successfully or receive anything coherent from them, Collins offered. Could their adaptation extend to other areas? Such as, Daniel prompted. We've struck them twice with kinetic rounds and inflicted serious damage, sir, Collins said, swiveling his seat to face the captain. Is it possible they can adapt defenses against the cannon shells? The thought has crossed my mind, Daniel acknowledged. But given that the mag cannons are literally our only functioning weapon system, I've put it aside. The shells will either punch through or they won't, but we're committed to this attack run regardless. Understood, sir, Collins said, returning his attention to his console to continue tracking the enemy with their damaged sensors. Bridge engineering. Miranda's voice crackled over the intercom 45 minutes later. We're ready down here. All 10 missiles have loaded the new programming and are positioned at the rear cargo hatch. Crews are suited up in pressure gear, and we've sealed the corridor sections. We can depressurize the area and blow the rear hatch on your command. Outstanding work, Commander, Daniel said with genuine enthusiasm. You're cleared to proceed. Make sure those crews in the cargo bay stay safe. Aye, sir. Aye, sir, Miranda said before letting go of the intercom switch. We have authorization. Clean up this area. I want zero loose debris when we vent the atmosphere. Her command sparked immediate action as 19 spacers scrambled through the cordon section, grabbing even the tiniest fragments of loose material they could spot, while 5 others gathered and cataloged all the tools they'd brought. 20 minutes passed before Miranda and Rajesh Kapoor were conducting their final inspection of the space and performing last-minute checks on the weapons. You're certain about this explosive compound? She asked as they moved along the line, verifying readiness. In about as certain as you probably are regarding the software you loaded into these missiles, he replied without glancing up. Fair point. After confirming everything met standards, they delivered final instructions to the team of specialists wearing EVA vacuum suits before departing the area and securing the improvised hatch they'd installed in the bulkhead. Begin atmospheric evacuation, Kapoor said to the spacer beside him holding a tablet. She entered several commands and the pumps could be heard in the adjacent compartment draining the chamber. They'd expanded the cargo bay to encompass the area surrounding the cued missiles on their mobile cradles. We'll have some leakage, naturally, but well within the environmental system's capacity to manage, Kapoor said. We shouldn't register any pressure change at all. It's nothing compared to all the leaks we already have, Miranda said. We probably resemble a lopsided comet with all the air streaming from our starboard side. Kapoor flinched and she instantly regretted her careless remark. While she'd only recently joined the Red Cloud, the chief engineer had served aboard her for years. He'd been watching his beloved ship endure punishment he knew she'd never recover from. Sorry, she said. Don't worry about it, he brushed it off. I get too attached. She'll stay together long enough for us to complete this mission. Chamber pressure has dropped sufficiently to safely blow the aft hatch, the spacer announced after 30 minutes of silence, checking the vacuum reading on her tablet. We're ready to blow the outer hatch, Kapoor said. Siri, notify the team inside to stand by, then blow it in 10 seconds, Miranda ordered. 13 seconds later, a sharp impact reverberated through the deck as the massive armored external hatch was explosively ejected from the Red Cloud's stern. Miranda waited several tense seconds longer to allow the crew inside the improvised airlock time to assess conditions and report. Deployment team confirms chamber is clear, weapons undamaged, the spacer with the tablet said. They're ready to commence operations on your order, Commander. Tell them to keep their safety tethers attached and stand by, Miranda said. We'll execute our final course correction shortly, and then it's their show. Team is positioned. Launch chamber is stable. We're set down here, Captain, Miranda said through the intercom. Understood, Daniel said. When hand the operation over to Kapoor and his people and get back up here. I need you on the bridge for this final run. Yes, sir. Nav, display a countdown for our final gravity assist on the main screen, he said. Helm, continue coordinating with OPS and Nav. Don't wait for my authorization. The gas giant filled the main display as the red cloud thundered in for a close flyby. They'd already accumulated so much velocity that this maneuver wouldn't add much speed, but it would enable them to dramatically alter their trajectory without sacrificing velocity. The only factor Daniel truly cared about. Any more speed and the mag cannon turrets wouldn't be able to track their target during the pass. Reducing thrust and adjusting attitude now, the helmsman announced, responding to a cue on his displays. While the rumble from the 3 surviving main engines faded, and the view on the main display rotated as he activated the thrusters to orient the ship's nose toward the planet. The small attitude thrusters lacked the power to overcome their momentum, so they were rotating the ship to allow the main engines to push them through the turn. Otherwise, the gas giant would only deflect their course slightly before they continued shooting away from Nova Firenze. How long until we throttle back up? Daniel asked. 1 hour and 40 minutes, sir, the spacer at Nav replied. The turn will require another 35 minutes. Understood, Daniel said, rising from his seat and pacing, unable to suppress his restless energy any longer. Missile teams are ready to go, Miranda announced as she returned to the bridge. Lieutenant Commander Kapoor reports the atmospheric leakage is within acceptable parameters, and he has a technician monitoring it. The missiles accepted the new software without issues? Daniel asked. They're ancient, she said with a shrug, probably older than the ship itself. But that might have helped us. Once we applied the bypass codes you provided, we discovered the operating system was surprisingly unsophisticated. I'm confident our modifications will function properly. If anything, we've made it even simpler. Perhaps, Daniel said, it's still a major unknown in our strategy. We're working with limited options at this stage, as she said. I believe it will work. That's sufficient for me, Daniel said. OPS, so I'll inform all department heads I want everyone secured in restraints after we complete our final course correction. This could be a rough encounter depending on what the enemy throws at us. Yes, sir. The bridge fell quiet as the engines powered back up and the ship began trembling, already fighting against the planet's gravitational pull. Daniel observed the stylized plot Lieutenant Foster had displayed on the main screen, showing their trajectory in 2 dimensions, a view from above the planet. He could see their projected path and the blinking green indicator representing the red cloud as her course began curving into the system. Severe vibrations commenced, forcing everyone to grip something for stability as the engines climbed to maximum power and participated in the titanic struggle determining the destroyer's path. Her momentum wanted to maintain a straight line, while the planet's gravity and the engines fought to swing her through a wide arc. 1/3 into the turn, Daniel grew concerned the ship might not withstand the course change, let alone another encounter with the enemy. We're clear, the helmsman announced as the shaking started to diminish, executing final corrections and advancing to full power on new heading. This is it, everyone. Stay alert, Daniel called out. Commander Ashton, authorize your missile teams to begin deployment. Aye, aye, sir, Miranda said, grabbing her comlink. That's the signal. Tell the deployment team to proceed, Kapoor shouted to the technician beside him, holding the tablet. He was yelling over the racket of 4 welders operating near him simultaneously since the stresses from their gravity-assisted course correction had split several seams in their improvised missile bay. The situation wasn't critical enough to inform the bridge, but he'd evacuated all non-essential personnel from the vicinity. Inside the chamber, 2 specialists in EVA suits approached and pushed the first pair of missiles through the hatch. Nose cones oriented opposite to the red cloud's direction of travel. They rapidly moved the cradles aside and aft before advancing the next 2 and repeating the process. Within minutes, all 10 missiles had been ejected from the ship's stern and floated just outside, with the flare from the main engines reflecting off the weapons casings as the ship gradually accelerated away from the now drifting objects. The 2 specialists retreated to the chamber's aftmost section before activating another pressure hatch and alerting their team they'd sealed themselves off from the primary launch chamber. Moments later, atmosphere began flooding in from ceiling vents, and the pair monitored the pressure climbing on their internal HUDs. "Bridge, this is the chief engineer," Kapoor said into the intercom. "All 10 missiles successfully deployed. They're under your control now." "Thank you, Lieutenant Commander." Chapter 24. Daniel closed the intercom connection after thanking the Lieutenant Commander. "Commander Ashton, start the ignition sequence whenever you're ready. Tactical. Have you located my target yet?" "I think I've pinpointed it in low orbit above Nova Firenze," Collins said. "It keeps appearing and disappearing, and without our high-power array, I'm struggling to verify. I'll need another 90 minutes before I can confirm the target's position." "You'd better be sharp then, Lieutenant," Daniel said. "You won't have much time to work out a firing solution and engage before we're flying back out of range." "Understood, sir," Collins acknowledged. "Mio, once the computer gets a positive lock on the target, it can work out the firing solution almost instantly based on our earlier engagements." "And your calculations account for what Commander Ashton's program will be searching for?" "Yes, sir," Collins said with confidence. Part of Daniel wanted someone to verify his work, but he decided against it. "We've gotten the first confirmation signal from all 10 missiles, Captain," Miranda said from her position. "Initial burn was successful. All 10 were positioned behind the red clouds, so their signatures should have been masked by our own engines. Second burn happens in 10 minutes, and then we'll lose contact with them for the rest of the mission." "Let's hope we're still around to find out if this works," Daniel said under his breath. He'd intended to speak quietly enough to go unheard, but he noticed Lieutenant Foster flinch at his pessimistic remark. He silently chastised himself for such talk when they were so near what would certainly be the conclusion of the battle, whether for them, the aliens, or both. "Long-range optics have confirmed positive identification of the target," Lieutenant Foster announced after an hour of silent, tense flight had elapsed. "It remains in low orbit above Nova Firenze. Damage from our earlier kinetic strikes has been substantially repaired, though still observable on the port flank." "You have that, Lieutenant Collins?" Daniel asked. "Affirmative, sir," Collins confirmed. "Primary target remains the enemy's port flank. Secondary target is the matching damage on the starboard flank where the round exited." "Here we go," Daniel said. "OPS, trigger the alert and set condition 1SS. I want every pressure hatch on this ship sealed. Ensure damage control teams are ready. Nav, what's our distance?" "Range is 360,000 kilometers and closing fast, Captain. Helm, come to port 2 degrees and maintain velocity," Lieutenant Collins ordered. "The computer has acquired the lock. Targeting now." Daniel observed the view on the main display as the dorsal turret swung to starboard and both cannon barrels angled downward in preparation to fire. "Thermal buildup detected on the target's nose," Foster said. "Probable plasma burst weapon. This one registers as far more powerful than the previous ones." "At your discretion, Lieutenant Collins," Daniel said with tension in his voice. They were committed now. There was no avoiding the close pass with the enemy, even if he'd wanted to. "Stand by," Collins said, his face showing intense concentration as perspiration formed on his forehead and trickled down his face. 5 seconds. Firing. The flash from the upper cannons illuminated the bridge as the red cloud closed on the target. The shells were traveling at an angle tangential to the destroyer's trajectory, and would, if everything went according to plan, all strike the flank of the enemy ship in a crushing wave of destruction. "Target is moving fast," Foster shouted. 9 impacts on the port aft quadrant. Damage assessment unknown. Daniel swore viciously. The target hadn't demonstrated any capacity or even willingness to maneuver quickly enough to evade their weapons fire before, but now it had effectively jumped clear of 11 of the high explosive shells they'd launched at it. And he'd assumed and hoped that with it positioned so deep in Nova Firenze's gravity well, that it wouldn't be able to dodge the full force of their one and only barrage. "Try and recharge the target is firing. Brace for impact." Foster's urgent warning was followed seconds later by an impact so violent that Daniel's head whipped forward and he was thrown against his restraints. He felt something rip in his shoulder and his vision blurred with crimson. He looked up, fighting to breathe and struggling to get his bearings as the main display went completely black, and warning sirens wailed in his ears. He felt the red cloud shudder and heave beneath him and knew secondary explosions were tearing her apart. Collins was collapsed over his console, blood flowing freely from his head, and Foster was slumped in her restraints. "Whis is anyone?" He had to stop and clear his throat of blood before continuing. "Is anyone functional?" "I'm operational, Captain," the helmsman said, his voice remarkably steady and clear. The helm station featured a wide, steeply reclined acceleration couch with far more robust restraints. Evidently, they'd done their job since the Spacer First Class appeared unharmed. "I'll be functional in a moment," Miranda said beside him, groaning as she pushed herself upright. "Lieutenant Foster!" Daniel shouted as he released his restraints. "Rachel!" She began to blink and regain awareness as she heard her name. "Are you all right?" he asked. I think so," she said in an unsteady voice. "My back is painful." "I need you to reboot the bridge systems," Daniel said loudly with deliberate emphasis. "See, I have to know what's happening outside the ship." Uh, yes," she said, shaking her head. "Yes, sir." He moved to check on Collins as the deck jolted hard with another internal detonation. At least he assumed it was internal, and he knew the ship was finished. She'd given everything she had. "I'm fine, sir," Collins said the instant Daniel placed a hand on his shoulder. "Like hell you are," he said. "You've got a serious gash on your head. I can see your skull." "Better than viewing what's inside it," Collins said. "Valid point, Lieutenant," Daniel said. "Foster." "Systems are rebooting now, sir," Foster said, her voice steadier than before. A moment later, the main display flickered and came back online. Daniel disregarded the warnings and alerts streaming down the left side and then stared at the view. "My God," was all he managed. Well, the entire bow of the destroyer was obliterated. The hull was peeled backward and warped, the edges still glowing red, where the plasma burst had melted the hardened alloy. The dorsal turret remained intact, but the cannon barrels had been liquefied, and damage from the molten metal could be traced all the way to the base of the superstructure. "Foster, get me a damage assessment and try to bring the external sensors back online," he said as he observed atmosphere pouring out of the front of the ship, escaping from hundreds of different compartments that hadn't survived the strike. "Helm, all astern, stop this ship." "Engines all astern full, aye," the helmsman said, working to keep his eyes away from the destruction in front of him. "Target has repositioned to high orbit," Lieutenant Foster said. "Aft optical feed coming online now." A substantial section of the main display was dedicated to a pane showing the enemy ship climbing away from Nova Forense and rotating toward them. The damage from their 9 strikes wasn't visible from their current angle, but one thing was. "Thermal buildup on the nose again," Foster said with dread. "Is it maneuvering toward us?" Daniel asked. "Affirmative, sir," she confirmed. "Radar is offline, so I can't provide an accurate range, but the computer estimates less than 200,000 kilometers." "What does the damage assessment show so far?" Daniel asked as he stared at the enemy, hatred and helpless fury churning in his gut. "From the bow back to Section 52 is destroyed," Foster read from the list, her voice hollow. 66 crew unaccounted for and presumed dead. No weapon systems available. Limited maneuverability. Engine 1 is displaying signs of imminent failure, and Reactor 1 has entered safe mode. "There's an extensive list here, Captain. Do you want me to keep reading?" "No, Lieutenant," Daniel said. "I understand the situation. Commander Ashton, is it possible you have some good news for me?" "I don't have any more bad news," Miranda said, "but I have no means to verify whether the missiles succeeded or not. It's possible the enemy detected them despite our precautions." "Should we begin accelerating away, Captain?" the helmsman asked. Daniel paused before responding. What purpose would fleeing around the system serve when the enemy still possessed full flight capability? The red cloud was on her last legs, and it didn't appear he'd inflicted anything more than a minor wound on the... An enormous flash saturated the display, interrupting his thoughts. He blinked as the display automatically adjusted its brightness, and then waited as the optical sensors reset and restored the feed. When it returned, he wasn't prepared for what he saw. The enemy ship was rotating slowly in space, its entire aft, port quadrant blown open and ejecting some mixture of gas and viscous fluid that froze immediately upon exposure to space. "I can't believe it worked," Miranda breathed. Daniel could only nod in agreement as he watched the ship gradually halt its rotation. Despite the damage to its aft section, it appeared to be attempting to limp away from them. Enemy appears to be withdrawing, Captain, Foster said. Noted, Daniel said. I wonder what its strategy is. It appears to be fleeing, Colin said. Yes, it does, Daniel said, frowning as he attempted to puzzle through the problem. He could identify only one clear solution, despite what the outcome would cost. Captain, Miranda said, having learned during her brief time on the destroyer to be worried when Captain Garrett wore that expression. There's not much we can accomplish. The ship is so damaged she can barely maintain flight. We have to abandon ship, Daniel said plainly. Sir? You heard me, he said. Foster, sound the alarm. All hands abandon ship. The red cloud is no longer viable. Get everyone to the life pods and evacuate this vessel. I don't understand how this helps. This is not up for debate, Commander. Daniel cut her off. Lieutenant, make the announcement, now. He walked over to where Miranda was still secured in her seat. I'm attempting to save as many crew members as I can, he said quietly. This ship is no longer safe, and I can't guarantee that the alien ship won't simply recover and return to finish us off. This gives everyone the best chance. The pods can sustain life for a couple of weeks, and within that time, another force ship is certain to enter this system. Yes, sir, she said, releasing her restraints as the alarm started blaring, and the automated messages began directing crews to life pods. You're coming too, correct? I'm not suicidal, nor do I plan to go down with my ship, Daniel said, but I want this executed while we're not under attack. The pods can drift and let the red cloud clear the vicinity before activating their beacons. I want you to find Major Flores and ensure the prisoners evacuate as well. Go now. Yes, sir, she said, standing. It was an honor serving with you, sir. The battle's not finished yet, Commander, Daniel said. I intend to be on another ship in the near future and completing what we began. I hope I'm there for that, Captain Garrett. As do I, Commander Ashton. Now get moving. Once she'd departed, he turned to the remaining bridge crew. That applies to all of you, he said. Everyone, leave the bridge. Get to your assigned life pod and evacuate before the reactors decide to fail. They all rose, their faces showing a kind of stunned disbelief, and filed off the bridge, the Marine sentry following them out. Captain! I'll be right behind you, Foster, Daniel said, turning to face his operations officer. I need to verify everyone else evacuates first, and then I'll use the pod 2 decks down. But I want you departing with the rest of the bridge crew. She didn't speak, just approached and wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him on the cheek and then, more tentatively, on the lips before turning and rushing off the bridge. He stood in shock for a moment, trying to process what just occurred, when he heard the alert that the first life pods were launching from the ship. With a sense of detached composure, he walked to the bridge entrance and secured the hatch, sealing it from inside. He strolled to the operations station as if time were no concern. Adjusting the seat elevation, he began logging in through a secure back door that would grant him access to ship functions rarely discussed. Curry menu screens that no one else had encountered began appearing on the terminals at Lieutenant Foster's former station. He activated one pane that provided him with a running count of how many crew remained aboard and how many life pods had launched. So far, it appeared the remaining crew was departing at a consistent rate. After repositioning that to the corner, he began verifying the backup transfer to the servers buried deep in the belly just behind Reactor 2. These servers, essentially data cores, were already housed in a resilient alloy shell and prepared for ejection at a moment's notice. He was preparing to transfer the ship's log and eject it when he realized the log required updating. After a moment's consideration, he decided on a video update and activated the camera embedded in the OPS station. This is Captain Daniel Garrett, WA Commanding Officer, TCS Red Cloud, and this will be the final log entry for DS-701. I have ordered all personnel to abandon ship as she is no longer safe nor capable of controlled flight. We have been combating an alien incursion consisting of a single ship since arriving in the Nanjing system nearly 3 weeks ago. We have inflicted severe damage on the enemy, but they have endured and delivered a fatal blow to my ship. My hope is that the data cores containing this log will help the United Colonies understand what transpired out here on the frontier and help them prepare for what must be approaching. My observations of this alien ship lead me to conclude its mission was to study us and our capabilities, even while it destroyed industrial and agricultural assets along its path. Why any of my crew who are recovered can validate the data contained within. This Captain Daniel Garrett, signing off. He appended the entry to the log, transmitted it to the backup system, and ejected it after receiving confirmation of successful upload. By the time he finished, the final crew members had evacuated the ship, and the number remaining on his display showed 1. He verified that the single crew member left was himself before standing and walking to the tactical station. The alien ship was still attempting to create distance between itself and the crippled destroyer. He could already observe that the edges of the massive wound they'd inflicted were beginning to curl inward and merge together in an attempt to repair the damage. It was as if the thing couldn't be stopped. The imagery reinforcing his decision, he quickly accessed another set of screens, logged in with his credentials, and began entering commands. It took nearly 11 overrides before he finally started receiving warnings that his actions were successful and extremely hazardous. He observed as Reactor 1 emerged from safe mode and joined the other 3 as they began accelerating to full power, then beyond it. All 4 were soon operating at 130% of their accepted maximum output. He rapidly transmitted information to the helm before racing to the reclined seat and securing himself in. "Is there any method to confirm we're all evacuated?" Major Flores asked. Between the stress of the order to abandon the Red Cloud and being suddenly thrust into a zero-gravity environment, no one in the life pod appeared particularly well. "No," Miranda said. "1. Captain Garrett wants us to stay silent for several hours before activating the radios and beacons." "Is there anyone remaining on the Red Cloud?" the Major asked, peering through the small portal in the side of the pod. "There shouldn't be by now. Why?" Miranda asked. "See for yourself," Flores said, floating aside so she could look through. It took her a moment to comprehend what she was witnessing, but after a second, there was no question as the 3 surviving engines on the Red Cloud flared intensely, and the ship began accelerating away from the formation of life pods with remarkable speed. Miranda knew who must still be aboard, and she also thought she understood why. "God damn it, Captain," she said softly. There had to have been another option. Daniel secured himself into the helmsman's seat, as noting how exceptionally comfortable it was, before assessing what flight systems remained functional. 3 out of 4 main engines, no bow thrust, and restricted attitude control overall, should be an eventful few minutes. He advanced the throttles steadily and felt the pull as the main engines pushed the destroyer away from the life pods at maximum acceleration. It required a long, sweeping turn to align with his new heading, since he couldn't utilize the bow thrusters to orient him in the correct direction. Once he was on the appropriate trajectory, he reached over and flipped up 4 protective covers, each secured with fine copper wire, to reveal 4 ordinary-looking toggle switches. He activated them one at a time and monitored his main display for confirmation that 4 circular hatches had been explosively cleared from the ship's stern. "Emergency auxiliary thrust available." The message flashed on his display twice before the red button to the left of the throttles illuminated and began blinking. When he'd activated the secured switches, the thrust nozzles of 4 massive, solid rocket motors, which had been positioned beneath the hatches, had been exposed to space. The system was a final emergency measure in case the ship was in a decaying orbit, with main propulsion failing. It would also provide the Red Cloud with an enormous burst of acceleration when the moment arrived and he ignited the boosters. Daniel accessed the power plant status on one of the station's displays and monitored as his reactors began heating beyond their maximum allowable thresholds. He deactivated all the emergency shutdown protocols and allowed them to overheat. The coolant system was strained beyond its capacity as the steam pressure increased, and the power-generating turbines within the closed system were also pushed to hazardous levels. "I've got one final surprise for you bastards," Daniel said with a grim smile. "Neither of us is leaving this system alive." Within minutes, he could detect the alien ship on the thermal optics. He executed several more course corrections and allowed the computer to lock onto the precise point he wanted to reach and surrendered control. The thousands of minute corrections required at the closure speed he was achieving made it impossible for him to manually pilot the damaged ship. As the computer fully assumed control of the helm, he tightened his straps and accessed another menu on his right display. He began releasing superheated steam from the reactor coolant system to reduce the pressure on the turbines, still requiring them operational for the next few minutes, and accessed a precise range calculation between himself and the target. When he crossed the 70,000-kilometer threshold, he closed his eyes and took a calming breath. He quickly deactivated the water jets that directly cooled the reactors, depending on the pressure already accumulated in the system to continue providing power, even as the reactor temperatures began climbing again, both now far beyond their danger zone. He struck the flashing red button on his left and waited as the ship vibrated intensely with the ignition of the four enormous rocket engines. With an explosive surge, he was thrust violently back into his seat as the red cloud lunged forward with renewed force. The human visual cortex remained a relatively primitive processing center whose evolution hadn't kept pace with technology. It was never intended to interpret objects at the distances and speeds humans were now capable of achieving with their machines. Daniel understood this intellectually, but he was still caught off guard when the alien ship went from a relatively small speck to suddenly dominating the entire view. The closure was so rapid that he didn't have time to curse or even brace himself, both pointless actions. Yadkaris before the final collision. He monitored his sensor display with curiosity as life pods began separating from the port and ventral surfaces of the severely damaged destroyer. He'd observed the entire engagement unfold in the Nova Forensi system and had thought Captain Garrett might have actually managed to defeat the Leviathan. It was with disappointment that he watched the red cloud, streaming atmosphere and missing an engine, release her crew even as the alien ship began departing the system. The strategy with the 10 strategic missiles had been ingenious, but ultimately insufficient. Just before he was about to complete his recordings and make a quick exit, the engines on the red cloud flared, and the destroyer launched toward the enemy. He watched with heightened curiosity as white-hot jets of flame erupted from the ship's stern, and she streaked like a missile toward the target. He held his breath until the inevitable, and the destroyer rammed her ruined bow into the exposed interior of alien ship. When his sensors were able to refocus on the pair of ships, he could see the stern of the red cloud, severely deformed, protruding from the wound in the enemy ship, which was now spinning wildly. He was still weighing whether that would be sufficient to permanently disable the creature when one or more of the red cloud's reactors went critical, and his displays were saturated in a brilliant nuclear detonation that made him blink even with the sensors adjusting themselves. This time, when the image resolved, he knew the alien ship wasn't going anywhere. It was now in at least a dozen large fragments, each spiraling away from each other at high velocity. It was finished. For now. "I can't believe you did it," he said. "You crazy son of a bitch." He completed the data packet he'd been assembling and prepared a communications drone, pausing a moment to add a final message. "This is Cole," he said. "The enemy has been neutralized in the Nova Forensi system. I've uploaded all the data from the time the alien materialized to when the red cloud was destroyed, stopping it. I've tracked an object originating from the enemy ship traveling away from the battle at high speed back toward the frontier. I have to assume it's transmitting a message back to wherever it originated. I cannot intercept it from my position. We have the surviving crew of the destroyer and life pods within the system, and we require rescue support immediately. I'm monitoring the debris from the alien ship and will provide updates when relief arrives." Agent Cole added the message and launched the newest generation of communications drone toward the next system. He knew there were 2 CIS prowlers positioned less than 10 hours flight time away. He settled back in his seat, the instruments of his broad head quietly pinging as he reflected on what he'd just witnessed. Chapter 25. "Where am I?" Daniel Garrett asked. Getting his mouth to cooperate enough to form those words had consumed more than 10 minutes. When he finally managed to speak, the words emerged from his throat with the rasp of dried leaves in autumn. "Just answer a few questions for us, please," a voice said from somewhere above him. All he could make out were indistinct shapes moving through the light. "Do you know your identity?" "Daniel," he said. "Daniel Garrett." "What's the last thing you can recall, Mr. Garrett?" the voice asked. He hesitated, confused. Years had passed since anyone had last called him Mr. "My crew," he croaked, disregarding the question. What's their status and my location? Please remain calm for a moment. He felt his body begin tilting upward, only then becoming aware that he'd been lying flat. After that, the lights grew brighter as he felt someone removing something wrapped around his head. Soon he was squinting, the brightness agonizingly painful. Remain here, the middle-aged man beside the bed told him, turning to exit. Squinting, Daniel could see he was secured to the bed with straps, so he wasn't certain where the man imagined he might go. Another 30 minutes or so elapsed before anyone else entered. He drifted in and out of consciousness during that time, so determining the exact duration proved impossible. Commander Ashton, he said with a smile that made his cracked lips ache. Civilian clothes and long hair? That's not regulation. She gave him a melancholy smile before taking a seat beside the bed. It's just Miranda right now, she said. We've both been removed from active duty pending an investigation into what happened on the Red Cloud and our eventual trials. You're scheduled first, so I've been waiting to see if you'd ever regain consciousness. No good deed, right? He said with a hollow laugh. So how long was I unconscious? Nearly 2 weeks. More importantly, how the hell am I still breathing? Daniel asked, accepting Miranda's help with the glass of water that felt impossibly heavy. The abbreviated version is that when you collided with the alien ship, the superstructure was torn completely away from the hull, she said. The bridge was sealed and equipped with a self-contained emergency life support system. So when the recovery team eventually located the missing pieces of the ship, they discovered you still secured in the helmsman's seat, heading out of the system at high velocity. Fascinating, he said neutrally. I'm guessing I didn't just require some rest and hydration to survive that? No, she said. You were barely alive. Collapsed lung, bruised heart, severe dehydration, severe concussion, skull fracture, blood poisoning from all the untreated wounds. That covers most of the serious issues. Which was the worst? Are you certain you want to know this soon? When he nodded, she reached across him and pulled the blankets up and back so he could see that his left leg now terminated about 6 inches below the knee. Well, shit. 2 excruciating months later, Daniel was finally released from the medical facility. He'd been issued a cheap civilian suit to wear since he wasn't permitted to wear his uniform, given his current status. If he was cleared of the accusations, an unlikely outcome considering most of them were factual, he would have his rank and position restored. From what he'd gleaned from the condescending attorney the JAG had dispatched, he'd be fortunate if the only consequence was a quiet discharge from service and transport back to Terra. The more probable scenario was that he faced a lengthy prison sentence. He had been kept separate from the rest of the crew during his recovery, something that approached actual imprisonment, and informed explicitly that his security clearance was revoked, and any discussion of the previous mission would land him in a forced brig regardless of how severe his injuries were. Only the fact that he remained heavily medicated allowed him to view those restrictions with a degree of indifference. On one hand, there existed an almost crushing sense of panic that so much time had elapsed without the force fully mobilizing. On the other, there was the relaxed sensation of being safe on Meridian and under the influence of potent narcotics. As they reduced his pain medication and his recuperation and rehabilitation period neared its end, the concerns about what they discovered on the frontier came rushing back. For a while, when he first woke and realized he hadn't died, he almost managed to convince himself that none of it had actually occurred. Something else must have destroyed his ship, and his subconscious had fabricated some extraordinary story to explain his obvious incompetence. One glance at Miranda Ashton's face, however, shattered that delusion completely. Now, as he walked defiantly toward the waiting force vehicle, complete with armed Marine guards, he knew he would have only one opportunity to attempt to correct the situation. Mr. Garrett, please take a seat. Daniel sat beside his JAG-appointed attorney and examined his inquiry board. 2 senior captains, one fleet admiral, who wielded considerable influence on Meridian, and his adversary, Admiral Helena Bradford. Naturally. Where this board of inquiry will determine if the formal charges against you will advance and a full court-martial convened, one of the captains was saying, reading from a tablet in front of him. Daniel thought his name was Hendricks, but he couldn't make out the name tag from his position. The only matters we'll be addressing today are the specific charges, Any extenuating circumstances that may exist shall be reserved for the full court-martial proceedings. Do you have any questions? My client comprehends the nature of these proceedings, sir, the lawyer interjected before Daniel could even part his lips. Very well, the captain said. It was definitely Hendricks. Daniel could recall encountering him during a conference on Damascus Station. Admiral Bradford, you initiated the charges against Mr. Garrett. You may begin. Thank you, Captain, Bradford said, looking at Daniel the way a cobra might regard a rat. Daniel Garrett, you are charged with disobeying a direct order from a superior officer, theft of United Colonies property, namely the TCS Red Cloud, dereliction of duty that resulted in loss of life, as well as the complete destruction of your ship, the aforementioned TCS Red Cloud. Do you comprehend the charges against you? Your client is capable of speaking for himself, Daniel said sharply, glaring at the lawyer. Now sit there and be quiet unless I ask for your input. Mr. Garrett, Hendricks said sharply, a little decorum, if you would. Captain Hendricks, I'm from Terra. Apparently I lack decorum. Just ask Admiral Bradford, Daniel said. Furthermore, I'm technically a civilian at present and feel minimal obligation to follow military etiquette and protocol. Very well, Mr. Garrett, Bradford said in a voice so brittle it seemed ready to shatter. How do you plead? Before I respond, I have a question, Daniel said, meeting her gaze. How the hell is it that I'm sitting here and you're up there without a worry in the world? You and I both know that you should be sitting in a brig somewhere awaiting— That's enough, Fleet Admiral Thornton boomed. Mr. Garrett, you will answer the question. Guilty or not guilty? Those are the only two options available to you for what comes out of your mouth next. We are well aware of the situation on the frontier. I seriously doubt that, Daniel interrupted. But none of that is relevant to your situation, Thornton finished. Try to summon what little dignity you have remaining, and let's conclude this. I think we both know this is proceeding to a full court-martial. Before Daniel could respond, the double doors at the rear of the chamber burst open with a crash, and he could hear multiple pairs of footsteps advancing up the aisle. Thanks to his neck injuries, he couldn't even attempt to turn and identify who it was. Now what the hell is happening? Hendricks said irritably, rising from his seat. Admiral Helena Bradford, a voice called loudly from behind him. You are under arrest. Please stand and surrender yourself to the Marines behind me. What is the meaning of this? Thornton nearly shouted, his face reddening. What's the charge? Treason, another voice said, this one far more familiar. I'm aware there are several others that will be filed subsequently, but that's the only one she needs to know right now. And just who the hell are you? Thornton asked, attempting to reassert authority over the proceedings as they descended into chaos. My name is Ethan Prescott, aide to Senator Cornelius Harrington, Cole said as he walked around the table. Daniel simply stared as the arrogant jerk that was Ethan Prescott approached the bench with a self-satisfied smirk. But I'm merely the messenger. Bradford is being arrested under the authority of Fleetcom Chief of Staff Callahan. Here's the documentation. Prescott/Cole handed Thornton a stack of hard-copy documents and waited as he shuffled through them, his jaw dropping progressively lower as he read. Take her, Thornton said quietly, leaning back in his seat as the Marines approached and grabbed a babbling Helena Bradford roughly and secured restraints on her. Thank you for the authorization, Admiral, Cole said sardonically, but we weren't precisely asking for it. Thornton cleared his throat, regarding Daniel with obvious distaste. Captain Daniel Garrett, under the authority of Fleetcom Chief of Staff Robert Callahan and President Nathan Reynolds, all charges against you are dismissed and your rank within the Colonial Defense Force is reinstated, effective immediately. You are ordered to appear before the Chief of Staff at 1100 hours tomorrow. Thank you, Admiral, Daniel said, not bothering to stand while not in uniform. He watched as Cole leaned in and whispered something into Bradford's ear. Whatever it was, it terrified her. Her expression shifted from one of anger and confusion to one of genuine terror. She looked at Daniel with a haunted expression. He smiled broadly and waved to her, much to the disgust of Fleet Admiral Thornton. After the chaos had subsided and people were filing out, Daniel hauled himself from the chair and turned to leave. He was still not completely mobile, and he had to be cautious how quickly he rotated. As he was departing, intent on ensuring that the charges against Miranda were also nullified, he passed a smirking Agent Cole standing just outside the chamber door. "Interesting timing, Mr. Prescott," Daniel said. "Oh, you have no idea, Captain," Cole answered, breaking character. "I've had to sit on that information for several weeks waiting for this precise moment, and it was everything I dreamed it would be." Funny, did you see her expression? Anyway, our analysts were examining the communications platform logs and determined fairly quickly what she'd done with your status reports. Normally that kind of thing would be overlooked, but when we have nearly 2 billion people dead, powerful people demand accountability. Bradford was foolish enough to assume that just because she deleted her local copies, that the evidence of her interference was erased. "I have to say I'm somewhat concerned at the leisurely pace things appear to be moving," Daniel said, walking slowly beside the CIS operative. "I've been in medical for months. What the hell are we doing about this new threat?" "Appear to be moving is the crucial phrase there, Captain," Cole said. "We're moving on things and rapidly. No, but it's going to require some effort to transform the culture at FleetCom and in the Defense Force. Right now, CIS is leading operations until the force is back on warfighting footing, if it ever was. I'll let the Chief of Staff brief you. It's somewhat above my pay grade, to be honest. I doubt that stops you from finding out about it, though," Daniel said sourly. "We all have our questionable habits," Cole smiled before his face transformed into the most serious expression he'd ever witnessed on the man. "Thank you, Captain, for not giving up. A lesser commander would have seized any excuse to flee when facing an enemy like that. There's no telling how many lives you saved." "Yeah, all we'll know for certain is how many I didn't," Daniel said, the full implications of the alien attack beginning to penetrate. "Don't lose hope. Ig, we're going to need you," Cole said, glancing around as if suddenly disinterested in the conversation. "I left a small gift in your room. Consider it returning the favor. I have to run. Take care of yourself." Even with Daniel watching him directly, it seemed the agent simply dissolved into the background, merging into the sparse crowd and vanishing. When he returned to his room in billeting, he saw there was more than one gift awaiting him. The first thing he noticed was a brand new set of dress blacks, outfitted with his rank, name, and awards. Sure enough, a complete issue of dress uniforms and utilities were hanging in the closet. There was also a wooden box on the desk with a note attached. "This was floating around on the bridge when I discovered you spinning out of the Nova Forensi system. Figured you'd want it returned. Honor, do you think Kapoor would make me one?" Cole inside the box was his 1911 pistol. He'd had it in his utility pocket when he'd taken the Red Cloud and rammed her into the alien ship. He picked up the weapon and ran his hand along a long gouge in the slide, apparently the only damage it had sustained, and reflected on everything that had transpired. With the head trauma he'd endured, he actually possessed no genuine memory of the event that finally eliminated the enemy threat. The last thing he recalled was ordering the crew to abandon ship. He'd received strange flashes of things when his mind hovered in that state between fully conscious and dreaming. But they were so bizarre at times, he had difficulty believing they were actual memories. In one of them, he even kissed Lieutenant Foster, something that would never have occurred in reality. He placed the weapon back in the box, his right foot jarring something that had been tucked beneath the desk as he did. When he bent down, a wide smile crossed his face. A case of genuine Kentucky bourbon was nestled beside the trash can. He pulled one of the bottles out and saw it was from the region's most legendary distiller, far superior to the stuff Kapoor had been able to obtain for him. He set the square bottle on the desk, admiring the black label that hadn't changed in centuries, and searched for a glass. Sitting heavily in the chair, he raised his glass in silent tribute to the hundreds of spacers who hadn't returned from the Red Cloud's final voyage, and then set about attempting to forget everything that had occurred since the destroyer had departed Damascus Station nearly 5 months ago. "How's the leg? Son?" "Oddly enough, it itches, sir," Daniel said. "I've heard about that," Chief of Staff Callahan said. "Phantom itch, I believe they call it. You still reach down to scratch the prosthetic when it occurs?" "Yes, sir," Daniel said. "Highly unsatisfying, sir." Callahan laughed genuinely at that and gestured for him to sit in one of the overstuffed chairs in the office. "I apologize you had to endure that absurd puppet show With Fleet Admiral Thornton, Callahan said, pouring 3 drinks and distributing 2 of the glasses without even inquiring if either of his guests wanted a drink before noon on a Tuesday. That was partially my doing, Senator Harrington said, sipping at the obscenely expensive scotch and nodding in appreciation. Well, more specifically, my aide, Ethan Prescott. Wes, you've had the pleasure of encountering the man, haven't you, Captain? Yes, sir, I have, Daniel said cautiously. Don't worry, Harrington said. I know his true identity. CIS administrator thought he was being clever, placing Cole in my office. But once I determined who he really was, the benefit has far exceeded the risks of having a spy moving around within my staff. Cole may be an enormous pain in the ass, but he can uncover information like nobody's business. To the Red Cloud and to her lost crew, Callahan said, raising his glass, may they rest in peace. The other 2 also raised their glass and saluted. Now, to business. I've authorized the elevation in your security clearance, Captain, and I want you working with CIS for the time being while we determine what exactly we're going to do about this new threat. And there are many considerations, mostly political, that may necessarily delay our response, but I want you working with the analysts and reviewing all the sensor logs you managed to preserve from your ship. I know that's not an appealing prospect, reliving all of it again, but it's essential to our efforts. You've not only defeated the enemy, albeit at tremendous cost, but you're now the de facto expert in tactics and combat planning. That's somewhat alarming, sir, Daniel said. Much of what we did was simply because our primary response wouldn't function by virtue of the ship's weaponry being in such poor repair. If I had operational laser banks, I can't say I'd have ever considered employing the mag cannons. What about that maneuver with the Mark 8s you were carrying? Harrington asked. Dury, I never fully grasped that. That, Daniel asked. That was a desperate gamble, which, surprisingly, paid off. We knew from our recent engagements that the cannons were effective, but simply weren't delivering enough damage given the enemy's size and capacity to heal. I had Chief Engineer Kapoor load the payload bay of each missile with a powerful binary explosive we were able to create with the chemicals we had available. When we executed our final turn, we ejected them behind the ship facing the opposite direction from our flight path. While the Red Cloud's engines were generating enough thermal interference to conceal it, each missile burned 2 complete stages, decelerating them along our same trajectory. Once we fired the cannons and passed the target, all its focus was on us. The missiles slowly drifted into the area behind us, but we completely undetected since they were flying cold. Commander Ashton had programmed them to rotate and seek out any hull breaches in the enemy and target that location, burning their final stage. We actually didn't believe it had succeeded. It turns out the first 2 stages had decelerated them more than we anticipated, and they simply arrived late to the engagement. Daniel looked up and saw the 2 men were actually leaning forward in their seats, captivated by his every word. As I said, he shrugged, a desperate gamble. It came at a steep cost since we flew directly into the enemy's trap. They'd lured us to approach the planet, and the plasma blast we were struck with was on an order of magnitude more powerful than any of the shots they had fired up to that point. It literally vaporized the Red Cloud's bow and forward compartments. They intended to eliminate us, but the old Raptor class was too resilient for them to accomplish it with one shot. Remarkable, Callahan said quietly. Whether you realize it or not, like it or not, you're essential to this effort, Captain. Just the experience of genuine combat. I would never trivialize the losses by saying I wished I was there, but your account of the experience is intoxicating. The Force has forgotten what it means to be warriors, first and foremost. FleetCom is infested with administrative bureaucrats like Bradford and Thornton, and neither of them has ever even set foot on the bridge of a starship while underway. That will all have to transform if we're going to stand a chance against this kind of enemy. We'll also need to bring the other numbered fleets into the effort, sir, Daniel said, speaking before his brain could restrain his mouth. Oh, Shadow Squadron simply isn't equipped to mount any kind of defense against aliens who can annihilate planets and fire directed plasma bursts like the one we encountered, sir. That's about to change as well, Captain, Callahan said with a grim smile. Indeed, Harrington said. Everything is about to change. After hundreds of years, humanity is returning to war. Chapter 26. Are you completely certain about this person? Absolutely certain, Mr. President, Robert Callahan said, settling back in the chair and waiting with patience while President Reynolds reviewed the brief. I mean, I recognize what he's endured and what he succeeded in accomplishing. Reynolds hesitated. But, Callahan prompted, but I might face difficulty convincing the Senate of this, Reynolds said. A captain with an extensive history of disciplinary infractions. A suspected problem with alcohol. Let's be frank, Robert. He's the perfect example for those who want to dismantle the force's Terra commissioning program. Sir, Callahan said, his expression darkening, we could very well be facing a battle for the survival of our species if what the analysts are saying contains even a grain of truth. The prejudice of certain politicians notwithstanding, I need Captain Garrett leading this effort. He possesses more combat experience than every other officer in the force combined, which admittedly isn't much. And despite his tendency towards self-deprecation, he's a talented tactician and a natural leader. The fact that he managed to defeat this alien ship with an antique Raptor-class destroyer and a crew I wouldn't trust to pilot a garbage hauler says everything. Nobody here is claiming he isn't qualified because he's from Terra, Reynolds said, far too hastily, and in a voice raised an octave. I'm simply warning you what challenges might lie ahead. With all due respect, Mr. President, Callahan said, selecting his words with care, the colonial fleet has operated as a political institution for far too long. The conduct of Bradford and Thornton proves that. Bradford alone cost us millions of lives with her maneuvering. This must change and rapidly if we're to stand a chance. I'll do whatever I can naturally, Reynolds said weakly, retreating from even the hint of prejudice. Like any politician. Naturally, Callahan echoed. If you'll excuse me, sir, I have work to do. We all have work to do. Are you feeling well, Senator? Space travel doesn't agree with me, and this is the 5th location we've visited on this inspection tour, Cornelius Harrington said curtly. Just show us what you have, Doctor. Right this way, sir, Dr. Simon Brentwood said, gesturing toward the open doors at the corridor's end. We've been maintaining the samples submerged in liquid helium for the time being. Whenever they approach within 10 meters of each other, they begin reacting and attempting to move toward each other. We lost one researcher before we grasped what was happening. My condolences, Harrington said in a tone suggesting he couldn't care less. Here it is, Brentwood said as they entered a large chamber dominated by an enormous cylindrical tank filled with fluid. In the center of that floated something resembling a discolored mass of medical waste. From what we've been able to determine so far, this appears to be the central processing unit. It doesn't resemble any processor I've ever encountered, Harrington said, crossing his arms against the room's chill. Well, no, Brentwood said. The samples we've been provided would suggest that they originate from a biologically constructed machine. You mean a life form? Harrington asked sarcastically. I'm not prepared to make that determination at this time, Brentwood said stiffly. While some of my colleagues may, I don't give a damn what you eggheads are debating amongst yourselves. Harrington waved him off. This is the same argument I've heard about 4 times already. What can you tell me about what occurred on the surface of the planets this thing was visiting? That's you guys, correct? I keep getting all the individual labs confused. Ah, yes, of course, Brentwood said, now flustered. Upon arriving over a planet, it appears the main construct would deploy smaller landers to the surface that contain segmented burrowers. The people of Fatoria were calling them worms. These burrowers would consume raw material, organic and inorganic both, and secrete a substance that Captain Garrett referred to as a slick in his reports. It is the same material that was routed via ducts to all parts of the main construct itself. From what we've been able to determine, this substance serves as the base building block for the technology used in its construction. The cells of the substance can be manipulated to create anything it would need. It's how the construct was able to repair itself so rapidly. I see, Harrington said neutrally. This substance, it displays no signs of intelligence when isolated? None that we're aware of, Brentwood said with a frown. Has there been new information from the colony worlds the construct visited? That's above your pay grade. Doctor, Harrington said. Just focus on the specific tasks you've been assigned and try to avoid wild speculation. The project managers will compile the results so that personal biases don't skew the overall findings on this effort. It was just idle curiosity. We'll be returning to our ship now, Harrington said, walking past the scientist without so much as a nod. I guess I've been dismissed, Brentwood said sullenly. The senator has a lot on his plate, the other man remaining in the room said. He's been very impressed with your work here. Thank you, Brentwood said. I didn't quite catch your name. Ethan Prescott. Here's my contact information. I'll be in touch to stay current on your results. Good day. Our doctor. Cole hurried from the room after handing the insufferable scientist a card with several different contact methods printed on it. He hastened down the long corridor in time to see Senator Harrington waiting impatiently by a lift car that would take them down to the secure docking arm. They'd been there for less than 3 hours, hardly worth the expense of the flight. But Harrington had been losing interest with each successive stop. The recovered pieces of the alien ship had been distributed to different parts of the United Colonies to maintain objectivity. But Cole was beginning to question if their best scientific minds would be able to extract anything of actual use by this method. Pure research had its place, but they were going to need practical applications sooner than later. Specifically, how do we kill them? The pair rode in silence and continued to refrain from speaking as they strode through the security checkpoints and back out to the gangway that led up to the ship the dock crew had been staring at since their arrival, a CIS Broadhead. It appears that these academics are too indoctrinated to see past their own noses, Harrington said, dropping down onto one of the plush seats in the lounge area once Cole had secured the hatch. No crew on board, almost entirely constructed of biological materials. How is it that I'm able to reach the obvious conclusion here, and they're all arguing among themselves about whether it is or isn't a life form? We are keeping them fairly isolated right now. Once all the information is examined in its entirety, they'll arrive at some more useful conclusions, Cole said as he initiated the ship's pre-start sequence. How did the operation on Nanjing go? Like clockwork, Cole said, sitting across from the senator. The prowlers flew in and nuked all 4 anomalies from orbit. Anomalies, Harrington snorted. These sons of bitches had 4 ships being constructed on the surface of that planet. Used our own people and cities as building material. We had better organize ourselves and fast if we want to have any chance of stopping these bastards. How many planets were eliminated? 4 were a complete loss, but Garrett arrived in time to save Victoria from being the 5th, Cole said. Who else knows about the 2 planets that were eliminated before Nanjing? Practically nobody, Cole shrugged. Meaning that level of clearance is only held by a few people. The only reason I know about it is because I'm the one who found them. The Alliance had colonized them in secret and without approval from the United Colonies. It's plausible that they alerted these aliens to our presence. Maybe, Harrington grunted. It won't matter if they did. We can't afford to alienate the Alliance right now, and they're a touchy bunch. If we accuse them of causing this, it wouldn't surprise me if they withdrew support. I'd hope this new threat would set aside the old animosities and the pointless posturing, Cole said. Look at you, spook philosopher, Harrington said sardonically. I hope you're right, Agent Cole. I hope this new threat doesn't just resurrect our worst traits. Speaking of which, how are those idiots Bradford and Thornton liking their new accommodations? It didn't appear they were enjoying them at all when last I checked, Cole said, climbing from his seat when the computer chimed to signal they were ready to depart. Bradford especially seemed to be adjusting to life in a penal colony rather poorly. Good, good, Harrington said with a self-satisfied smile. All right, Mr. Prescott, let's get this thing moving and get back to Meridian. We've got a lot of work to do and very little time to do it in. At once, Senator, Cole said, tossing Harrington a mocking salute before walking up to the flight deck and slipping into the pilot's seat. This is truly remarkable, Dr. Nakamura, Daniel said as he and the diminutive scientist walked along the corridor. I had no idea this facility even existed. Very few people do, Nakamura said, for obvious reasons. We've moved most of our heavy R&D off Meridian into this facility, mostly over security concerns. But given recent events being hidden, may not be such a bad thing. No argument there, Daniel said. Nakamoto Industries must have started on this facility decades ago. A full shipyard inside an asteroid along with the labs? Amazing. I'm glad you appreciate the difficulty of the endeavor, Nakamura said. sounding genuinely pleased. Tell me, Captain, what do you know of Nakamoto Industries, other than the fact we seem to make everything? The last line was delivered with a short, startling laugh. Not much, Daniel admitted. I know you're quite secretive and seem to control much more than just the sale of your own tech. Tony, I suppose it's only natural that you wield so much influence, given the fact you developed the warp drive. My predecessors, centuries ago, had tried to coin the phrase "end-drive" when it was first implemented, Nakamura said with a smile. But warp drive was so embedded in the culture that it stuck. I think you'd be surprised at that term's origin. One of the little-known truths, however, is that Nakamoto did not develop the warp drive as you say. We simply adapted it. Adapted it? Yes. The original Nakamoto prototype was developed by reverse engineering a crashed alien vessel that had been found on Jupiter's moon, Europa, early in the 21st century, Nakamura explained. Nakamoto funded the expedition to harvest the vessel and was thus granted exclusive rights to the technology. We've improved the design over the centuries, but all warp drives can still trace their lineage back to that wrecked craft. I had no idea about that, Daniel said, slightly awed. Do we know whose ship it was? No, Nakamura said. The original recordings of that mission show that the ship had apparently been abandoned for some time before the robotic probes found it. No remains to speak of either. We can make certain assumptions about the nature of the beings by examining the ship itself, but we have not encountered that species since we ourselves left the solar system. Not all of us left, Daniel said absently. Of course, Captain, Nakamura said with a slight bow. I meant no disrespect. My point is that even from the very beginning, we knew we were not alone. When in our arrogance, we allowed the myth that the miracle of faster-than-light travel was a human invention and that we were the masters of all we surveyed. I believe the universe just gave us a costly lesson in humility. That's as elegant a way to phrase it as I've heard yet, Daniel said. As much as I've enjoyed the tour and the history lesson, Doctor, I have to believe there's another reason I've been brought to an ultra-secret Nakamoto testing facility. We're almost there, Captain, Nakamura said, gesturing up ahead where the corridor changed from alloy bulkheads to a transparent tunnel. As they crossed the point where Daniel could gaze out of the acrylic tunnel, he let out a gasp. Lying below him in a sealed-off, pressurized bay was the hull of a starship, but unlike any he had ever seen. When human ships all seemed to follow generally the same design methodology in that they were long, tubular, and bristling with antennas, weapons, and engines. This ship, however, was sleek. She was also much wider than she was tall, her lines roughly arrowhead-shaped in the front, tapering in at the middle and flaring out again at the stern. Two enormous main engine nacelles were mounted on pylons that were tucked in much closer to the hull than any other ship he'd seen. Impressive, is she not? Beautiful, Daniel breathed. This is a real starship, not just a mock-up? Fully operational, the first of her kind, Nakamura nodded. We began laying the hull as soon as we were alerted to the threat on the frontier. All of the technology that Nakamoto has been developing here has culminated in her design. She isn't as big as my old ship, Daniel observed. Yet she is still a destroyer, not a light cruiser or a frigate, Nakamura said. Your Raptor-class vessel was in service for nearly half a century. This ship is half the tonnage yet 3 times as fast and boasting nearly 10 times the firepower. What have you called her? She'll be the first of a new generation of human starships, Nakamura said as he looked down upon the sleek vessel. Built for one purpose, war. While this ship hasn't been named yet, in honor of your victory in the opening battle, we've named this line of destroyers the Starwolf class. Fast, deadly, and overpowering in a pack. The reason we asked you here, Captain, Onhas, was to show you this so that you know steps are already being taken. We will be ready when the enemy returns. I truly hope so, Dr. Nakamura, Daniel said as he looked down at the warship. Even with all its advancements, he knew they were in for a long, hard fight with no guarantee of victory. If they were to win, it would take more than new gadgets and flashy technology. Did humanity even have the will to fight anymore, even if it was for their own survival? Only time would tell.